You got to have a good design. You got to have it stabilized properly, and good hooping, right? Tell me your top things that are impossible to hoop. What are the things to hoop that you struggle with? What's hard to hoop? Sweatshirts, yes. Ball caps, yes. Ball caps. Anything that's kind of that is unconventional. Have you ever tried to embroider on the tongue of a shoe? Or I know, yeah. Who does that? I know gals that do baseballs. They undo them and do baseballs. So also, have you done terry cloth towels? Yes. It's hard because here's a thick towel, and you've got to get it in these standard hoops. And what happens? You got to unscrew it all the way, put that towel in there, and then you got to screw that down. And what happens when you lift it to go to the machine? It falls apart. Well, I want to introduce you to Dime, who is the solutions company. And Allbrands was very generous as it invited Dime to have a portion of their booth, and they're right down at the end of that aisle. So I want to introduce you to the Snap Hoop Monster. Do any of you have a magnetic hoop? Okay, wonderful. Okay, why haven't you used it yet? Okay, I'm going to show you some tricks and some things that you will go home and now you'll want to use it. So this is the Snap Hoop Monster, and as you can see, there are several pieces. The top frame is plastic, and this is where all the magnets are. Then every hoop comes with this piece of corrugated plastic that should be stored between the two frames, but when not in use. It's got a nice little carrying handle, but when we use it, you just put that to the side. This is the bottom frame, and this is all metal. And here's where it attaches to your machine. And so it's a specific attachment according to the brand and manufacturer machine that you have. And it is this easy to use. So let's hoop this terry cloth towel. And I think you can see, I'm going to put it right there. So I'm going to place that right on my hooping station, my hooping area. And I would use for a terry cloth towel, I'd probably use a tearaway. So pretend I just laid a piece of tearaway right there. You just lay it right there on that frame. And I'm going to bring my towel right over here. Just lay it exactly where I want it. And let's say I've got the design center marked. And I'm going to take the top frame. And what's very critical is that this top frame sit directly flush on that metal frame. So to do that, I'm going to drop the left-hand side down first. And then this lets me move this way. So I can get it, and I can feel under here where that metal frame is. When I've got it lined up, then all I do is walk it down and drop it in place. And it is, I'm going to make sure it's hooped and it's strong enough that you can do that. Now, if you're in a hurry and you hoop and you're like, oh, got that. All you do, you're just going to smooth that out. Not going to pull it tight. Just smooth that out, and you're ready to stitch. You can't do that with a standard hoop. You sure can. Now, if I'm going to stitch a terry cloth towel, of course, I'm going to put a water-soluble topping on the top of it. Right? That's one of the very hard to hoop items. But what about fabric that gets what we call hoop burn, where if you put it in the standard hoop and clamping it down, it permanently breaks and damages those fibers, and no amount of steam ironing is going to get that out. So for example, fleece, corduroy, leather, suede, velvet, anything that's got a nap or a pile. So here's a piece of fleece. And once again, the same thing. I'm just going to lay that down and then drop that top frame in place. And just like that, now I can stitch this area, and there is no hoop burn on that. What's another thing that's hard to hoop? I'm going to say, what about anybody quilting with their embroidery machine? That's probably got to be the number one hard to hoop item. This is a quilt sandwich. So you've got the quilt top, and I've got a thick layer of, now I've got wool batting in this, so it's pretty thick, and I've got the backing. So to try to put this in the standard hoop and try to quilt it on the embroidery machine it brought me to tears when I tried to do it once. So let me show you how easy it is to hoop that with the Snap It Monster. Now this is a bigger one. This is an 8x8, but you do the same thing. You would lay the metal frame down on your hooping station, and I'm just going to bring my quilt sandwich right on top of it. Now this is just a small piece, so it'll fit in the demo. And let's say that I'm going to hoop this center area. When you quilt with your embroidery machine, you don't need stabilizer because all you're doing is run stitches. And the 3 layers here are enough to support those stitches. So you're going to lay that down. You're going to drop that in place. And again, I'm feeling underneath here to make sure that I've got it exactly where I want it. I'm going to reposition it just a little bit. That's very easy to do. And I'm just going to drop that in place. And it'll hold. It will hold. One of the things that I like to embroider are these. Yes, you got a question.
How hard is it to say I'm quilting that? You know, how hard is it to pull that up and advance your quilt a little bit to the next thing?
The trick is,
like you're doing edge to edge.
Yes.
And
Yes, you're gonna move that to the next station. And in fact, after this, come visit me right at the end of that aisle, and we've got a demo set up for you. But the great question is, if I'm doing a big quilt, I don't have to go to a new section. The hoop stays on the machine, the quilt stays on the machine. And when I'm ready to go to a new section, I'm just going to lift this top frame over. I'm going to hang it on the head of the machine. And then I'm just going to move that to my new section, bring it back down, get my design, and I'm gone. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. The sizes, we've got a wide range of sizes, and it depends on what fits your machine. So you can kind of think of any size standard hoop that you've got, we most likely have a Snap Hoop Monster equivalent, mostly in the Brother Baby line. We do have them for Bernina, Janome, Viking Foth, but not as many as we do for Brother Baby line. Yes. With this. So the question is, she's got a printed template that she is doing for her design to make sure it's all lined up. So you would do it like this. So I have stitched this section, and I've got my template over here. So I'm going to lift this up. I can move this here. I can bring my template over and line that up, and then drop that down. And then I would position the design on my machine to make sure that it's lined up where my template is. Okay? Yes. There is, question was, is there video? If you go to the DIME website, which is Designs in Machine Embroidery, and the website is dzgns.com, Eileen Roach, our founder, has done many videos on exactly how to do this. Yes, yes, Christmas present. We also have, and there's one flyer at your chairs, we also do a number of online events on different topics. And they are virtual events sponsored by, the one on Tuesday is sponsored by Allbrands. And we have an event on Edge to Edge Quilting that walks you through all of this. What's the one sponsored by Allbrands is? Yes, it's Tuesday. Yes, it's Tuesday. But it's not Edge to Edge. It's going to be on making lace designs for the holidays. Right? Another thing that I love to embroider, look how cool these straw placemats are to embroider on. Now, you're looking at that going, how are you going to hoop that? You're going to hoop it with, I'll just use the Snap It Monster. So, let me get the 8x8 one is the best one to do that with. Let me get that one out. Okay, once again, I'm going to put that right there. And probably the stabilizer I would use on this, might be up to you, but maybe a sticky wash away, a water soluble sticky or caraway if you want to do that. But I place that right on there. I'm going to put that placemat, and I've got the design center marked, and just drop that in place. I'm going to smooth that out. There's no way that you can put that straw placemat in a standard hoop because all those fibers would break. The one thing that I would recommend is that put a water-soluble topping on this because these ridges will eat up your stitches. So the water-soluble topping will make that a lot better. Last 5 minutes, let me change gears, and I'm going to show you another goodie from Dime. Oh, let me show you this. Anybody tried to hoop a onesie? So this is a onesie hooped with a 4x4 standard hoop and a hoop guard. And we have these I can show you these at the booth. And so you have this enormous area that you can do your applique or your embroidery. So this is a great way to hoop a onesie. But I was going to show you another goodie that we have at the booth is those doing machine embroidery. Have you ever done patches before? Patches. We love patches, right? We love patches. Look at all these cool patches. They're so creative. You can be very personal with them. You can do customizing. And you know what? If they had a superpower, patches solve problems. If you can't hoop the item, put a patch on it. If you make a mistake and booger something up, put a patch on it. If you've got an old company logo or an old school year, put a patch on it. And they make great gifts because drop them in an envelope and send them. You don't have to have the item to embroider, just make a patch and send it on. And you can do so much with them. They can be big, they can be little. This one I made because I used to work for a company that gave us this great big duffel bag with their logo right on there. Lost the job, kept the duffel bag. So this is where my husband keeps his Santa Claus suit now. So I put that right over the logo. But you can make patches with all kinds of embellishment, with foam, with metallic thread, Kingstar metallic. You can put mylar with them. You can make them into ornaments. You can even, have you ever thought of, there's another ornament idea. If you're giving a gift in, a gift bag, which is all nice, make a little patch that customizes the gift tag or the gift itself so you can customize it. And sometimes when there are things that are just too hard to hoop, make a patch and put them on. And see, look at, I blinged this up because somebody left me alone unsupervised with the hot fix crystals. And if you've got, look at the pet bandana. Hard to avoid. I mean, the dogs go through these pet bandanas faster than they would the patch. Throw away the pet bandana when it gets wore out, and then keep the patch and put that on. And if there are items that you just cannot hoop, like you cannot hoop this pocket, put a patch on it. And you can do this for, family reunions, picnics, trips. Yes. Thank you so much for asking that because we've got the tools for you to make the patches. Because I've made a lot of patches. And how do you attach it and what do you sew it on? Well, you can use quilting cotton, but that kind of breaks down. That's not durable enough. Or broadcloth or duck or something. But this is the type of fabric that professionals use to make patches. This is a polyester twill, and it's a very fine polyester fiber, so it's durable. And it's woven in that twill weave that we see in our blue jeans, which is a really strong weave. This is what the professionals use, and these make great patches. And Dime brought that material to the home sewing, the home machine embroidery industry, and we've got this called Poly Patch Twill. We've got some at the booth there. We've also got it in a nice bundle, and we've got it in 3 different colorways. So this one is called Athletic, and that's where you get all the primary colors. This one is Brights, so lots of tropical colors and pastels. And then this one is Uniform. So these are great for animals or military patches or for the guys. And they cut beautifully on the ScanNCut. And you could demo it over there. Yes. No, what you would put on the back then is a product called Patch Attach. In fact, we have it in the Patch Maker kit. Now, in this kit, there's 2 things. There's the heavy-duty water-soluble stabilizer, and this is what you would put in your hoop to stitch the patch on. This is good because it is, even though it's water-soluble, you don't need water to release it. It tears away. But it gives you that nice clean edge. It also has Patch Attach. That's what you want to turn your patch then into a, this is a fusible web, but the adhesive on here is commercial grade. So it's going to be stronger than any of your fusible webs you usually use. And so you put this on the back of the patch, and then you put the patch on your item, fuse it with a household iron, and it's permanent. So we've got all the tools to make your patches. Yes, this is in my standard hoop, and then I've got a pre-cut patch that's going to go on there. You stitch that satin stitch or that finishing stitch all the way around, and it tears off. Iron it from the back, yes. And when you're doing a pre-cut, it's so nice to get it to stick in the right place. To use some, okay, what's going on here? So it's so nice to spray the back with some spray adhesive. We love it, right? We love this stuff. We use it everywhere, but it goes everywhere. So in our little spray tent, you can put the patch inside or anything that you're working on. If you're doing this with applique, you can spray it, and all the spray is contained in here. And we've got a nice patch maker bundle for you at Allbrands. So I think I am, yeah, we got time for questions. Hey, you guys, thank you very much. Have a great show, and thank you so much for coming.
Hey everyone, and welcome to day 3 of the Houston Quilt Festival. How are we all doing today?
Good.
That's good, fantastic. Everyone having fun so far? You guys aren't having fun? Oh, you are. Okay, good, perfect, awesome.
You need somewhere to iron.
Perfect. You come to the right presentation. So I'm Joe, and I'm from Reliable. Happy to be here in the Allbrands booth at the Houston Quilt Festival, and I'm here to talk to you about a whole bunch of stuff. But I'm going to start off with some irons. Hooray! So anyway, just a little bit about our company. We are Canadian. We're based in Toronto, which actually used to be the apparel manufacturing center of North America before it all shipped overseas. So our roots are actually in the industrial sewing world. So we started off with industrial sewing machines. We still have those. But when all that industry kind of shipped overseas, we had to switch gears a little bit. We were already serving the alterations industry, the apparel industry, and like, how can we continue to serve these people? And the answer was steam. So they needed their iron stations, they needed their vacuum tables, the garment steamers, all that kind of stuff. So we do a whole bunch of stuff. I've got a few things on stage to show you today. But we've got a lot more. Our booth is just on the other side of this quilt wall here. So come check it out after the show. I will talk about some of it. So to start, we're covering ironing. So has anyone here heard of our Velocity irons, reliable Velocity irons? Someone's ever heard of them? Okay. So our Velocities, we've had so many quilters come to us during the show and tell us that they went through so many different types of irons, and then they tried Reliable, and then they've never looked back. There are a number of reasons for this. Our Velocities are not like any other iron you see on the market. The way a traditional iron works is the sole plate gets super, super, super hot, and then you have your steam trigger that you pull, and that sprays water on the sole plate. There's a few problems with that, because if you spray too much, as I'm sure many of you have experienced, then the sole plate's not hot enough to turn into steam, and your iron starts to leak. You end up with water on your work surface, not a good thing. Another problem with it is if the water is spraying, typically in this area, the rest of the whole sole plate is heating up to try and compensate for it, and you end up with hot spots. Then if you're doing a delicate material, like maybe something synthetic, you might end up with burning or shining in your fabric. So our iron doesn't do that. What our iron does is it has what we call our compact vapor generator. It's essentially a mini boiler inside of the iron. So it turns the water into steam well before it even touches the sole plate. This gives us a lot of advantages. Number one, this iron will never ever leak. It's impossible. It cannot leak. Number two, the sole plate is completely even temperature all the time. So you don't end up with any hot spots ever. And number three, you can actually have your sole plate at a lower temperature than a traditional iron, meaning it will be safe for all fabrics, but you can still have the steam you need to get rid of your wrinkles. Okay? Some other cool things about this iron, you'll notice there is no trigger for steam, there's no button for steam. It has a sensor steam handle. So as soon as I touch this handle, it starts to steam, and as soon as I let go, it stops. So as you can see, I'm touching it, lots of steam, let go, and it stops. So you don't get finger fatigue from pulling that trigger all day long, which is really nice. Also, for this demonstration, I had to come down to Texas, because like I said, I'm from Canada. We don't have pennies anymore. So I had to come down here to get one to show you that no matter how hard I try, I cannot scratch this sole plate. Okay, it's made of anodized aluminum. What that means is it's not a coating. We actually infused the ceramic into the element, so you cannot scratch it. So if you're ever going over a button or a pin or a zipper and you get a scratch in it that starts to snag your fabric, that will not happen with this iron. Also, if you're doing any iron-ons where something gets stuck to the sole plate, you can scrub it off and you don't have to worry about hurting your iron. So you can clean it that way. This particular iron has 8 different temperature settings, preset for the type of fabric you're using. So you just turn the little dial here to the desired setting, and it'll automatically heat up to the right temperature for that fabric. You can toggle the steam on and off at any time. And one of the main reasons this iron is so great for quilting, it has the safety feature, the auto off after 8 minutes. Of course, safety first. However, I know when you're quilting that can be annoying. If you're working on a square, you're doing some ironing, you go do something else for 10 minutes, you come back and your iron's cold because it's turned off. And then you gotta wait for it to heat up again. This iron, if I hold the steam button down for 5 seconds, is going to show me, it's gonna beep, it's gonna show a little D, which means for disabled. which means it disables the auto off function. So that way your iron will stay on and you can come back to it after 10, 15 minutes and it's going to be hot and ready for you to use. Okay, so a lot of great features on this iron. This one is our red one. It's the 270 IR. This is our best seller. We do have another one, which you can check out at the booth if you'd like. That's blue. It's our 240 IR. The only difference between the two irons, they have all the settings I just talked about, except, sorry, they have all the features I just talked about, but instead of the 8 different temperature settings, the 240 IR has 2 temperature settings. So it has an auto setting, which is safe for all fabrics, low sole plate temperature, but you still get your steam. And then it has a turbo setting for if you're doing really difficult pressing, trying to get out those creases, and kicking into high gear for tougher fabrics like linens or denims and that sort of thing. The Velocity 270 IR shows special 179 plus a free silicone iron rest. So you're not doing this all day, twisting your wrist up, which can get very tiring and hard on your wrist over time. You can just put down the silicone iron rest, which I forgot to bring up here, and then just set it on. So you can do your ironing, bring it over, set it on it just like that, and that will ship to your door free of charge. The 240 IR is the same deal, but 150 now. Okay. Next, what I'm going to talk about is so again, I talked a little bit about reliable. I mean, I've been in the apparel industry for a while. So if you go to the back of an alteration shop or an apparel manufacturing facility, you will probably see one of our reliable iron stations. Okay, so this is from the professional world. This is what the pros use. So this is a made in Italy boiler system connected to an iron. So if I press the micro switch there, you can see lots and lots of steam, but you'll notice from here to here, it's invisible. So steam you can only see when it's wet, steam. So what you're seeing there is that the steam that you're going to be ironing with is super, super dry. And a lot of people have come up to me at the show saying, what do you mean dry steam? That doesn't make any sense. It's made of water. But the way this is constructed, it's got a 1,000-watt element in the boiler. And then it's got a separate 800-watt element in the iron itself. So any cooling that happens between the hose from the boiler to the iron, it's going to reheat right before it comes out. And the dry steam is what is best for, again, keeping your workspace dry, but also is exceptionally quick at removing wrinkles. So again, this is what the pros use. Nice ergonomic cork handle. The steam is activated with a micro switch. You also have fully adjustable thermostat on the iron. So again, similar to the 270R, but even more so because it's variable temperature. You can set it exactly for the fabric you're using. It also has a steam dial on here for adjusting the steam flow. So everything is completely variable. This model is called our 5100 IS. It also comes with an eco mode. So again, if you are doing a lot of ironing, but you know you're not going to be using your ironing station for a half hour or so, you can switch it to eco mode. And that way it will keep the element burning at a lower temperature, so you're not using as much energy, a little bit more environmentally friendly, and it'll hold it at a lower steam pressure. So instead of the 50 pounds of steam per square inch that it normally operates at, it'll hold it at about 20, which isn't enough to steam with. But when you're ready to use it, you just flick it back into the on mode, and it'll be ready in under 2 minutes. Okay. Another cool thing about this, as you notice, I know there's some all-in-one systems out there, but here we have everything sold separately. Some benefits of that are, for example, has anyone here ever dropped their iron? A few people might be guilty of that. I know I am. This iron's pretty sturdy, but if you drop it from high enough on a hard surface, you're still probably going to cause some damage. You don't need, with those all-in-one systems, you need to send them the whole thing back for repairs. Then you have nothing. You can't do any ironing because you don't have your board, you don't have your iron. Alrighty. And you don't have your boiler. So this iron is actually detachable from the boiler. So should anything happen, you can simply pop it off. I'm not going to do it right now because it's hot. But you can just pop it off, send the iron in for repairs, or replace it with another one, whatever you need to do. But you're only dealing with the iron itself, and your boiler's still fine to use, your board's still fine to use, everything like that. This, what I have on the iron here, is a great thing to have for any iron as well. This is an iron shield. So again, this is used by the pros, protects your iron. I can't take it off because, again, it's hot. But underneath here is an aluminum sole plate. Okay, so it can scratch if you go over something like a zipper or a button. But the reason it's aluminum is to keep it lightweight. Well, I mean, it's still about 3 pounds, but it keeps it lighter than it otherwise would be. To prevent those scratches from happening, these iron shoes only cost about $20 or so. So it's a Teflon coat, so it glides nice and easy. And if you do get a scratch in it, then it's a lot faster and easier to just pop off the shoe, put another one on, rather than having to worry about getting a whole new iron. So it's a great way to protect your investment. Another thing, so that's 2 iron systems I've talked about so far. Does anyone have any questions? Yes. No, this shoe is specifically for this iron. This iron doesn't need a shoe because you cannot scratch the sole plate. Exactly, it's unscratchable. Okay, any other questions so far? Nope, okay. This board I have here is what I'm going to talk about next. So this is a vacuum board. So again, this is what the pros use. So right now, sitting here, not doing anything, it has a built-in heating element. So the board is heated, meaning if there is any chance of you getting any moisture on your board or on the galvanized steel, it's going to evaporate. You're not going to end up with a wet work surface no matter what. In addition, if I press down on this pedal I got by my feet here, don't know if you can hear it because it's pretty loud in here, but what it's doing is it's vacuuming the fabric down. So if I try to move this cloth, it's got some resistance to it. It's going to set it right down in place. It's also going to suck the steam right through your fabric at a much more advanced rate. Keep your surface dry, and if you say you're working on a quilt, you've got your backing, you've got your batten, you've got maybe a layer or 2 on top of that. Instead of having to iron them all separately, you can stack them all on top of each other, hit the vacuum, use your steam iron, and it's going to pull that steam right through all of your layers. So you cut the time that you're ironing down by a third or a quarter or however many layers you decide to do. So super, super efficient that way. Another cool feature this board has is if I flick it up, this is a 3-way switch. If I flick it upwards like this, it actually has an up arrow function. So if I push the pedal, and I'll hold on my penny so I don't lose that, it will, instead of vacuuming down, it'll blow up. The reason that this is cool is because if you're working with anything delicate or you don't want to worry about crushing with the iron, things you actively do not want to press, you can essentially iron in midair. So if you're working with your batten and you don't want to crush it down, you can use it with the up air. If you do garments and you're ironing a sweater or something like that, you don't want to crush it, you can use the up air function and there's no worry about that at all. Similar to the iron station I have here, these boards are all made in Italy, and they have a 10-year warranty on the frame itself. It folds up nice and easy. It's got multiple different heights for height adjustability if you're shorter or taller. It also has a handy iron rack here, or laundry rack, I should say, for whatever you're working on. You can store it there nice and easy. Any questions about the board so far? How much does it weigh? It's a good question. I don't know off the top of my head. Come see me and I'll look it up for you right after my presentation. I always get those skill testing questions that test my knowledge. Yes. By default, it shuts off after 8 minutes, but you can disable that. You can bypass it. So then it does not shut off. So it's always hot and ready for you to use whenever you want. So like I said, I'm from Reliable. We have our booth just on the other side of this quilt wall here. So if you have any more questions or want to see some other cool stuff we have, come on over. I'm going to talk about some of the other stuff you can see. We have an awesome cloth cutter over there. So instead of using a rotary cutter, which can only cut through a layer or 2 at a time, and your shoulder sore after a day of doing it, we have a battery powered cordless automatic cutter. So that will zip through. We were playing around the other day just for fun. We cut through 90 layers of fabric in about half a second. Okay, you got to come check it out. It's really cool and it glides like easy. So with a rotary cutter, I know a lot of you are hesitant to cut in the same spot all the time because you'll wear out your cutting mat. This is on rollers, so it'll just glide along no problem. So you will not wear out your mat. You won't wear out your body. It's fantastic. So come check that out. Absolutely. We've also got a rotary steam press. Does anyone here know what a mangle is? Yeah? So it's like a new age mangle. So it's a roller press that can also steam. So it's also made in Europe, and it's excellent for doing large pieces of fabric. So if you're doing yardage, if you're doing like big king size quilts, instead of having to iron a section, flip it over, iron the next section, flip it over, you can just run it through. It's got a 33-inch wide roller. You can just run it through, and it'll iron the whole thing for you. If it's wider than 33 inches, you just put one side through, put the other side through. It's got two. Don't touch hot irons, by the way. So it's got two open ends. So even if the fabric is wider than the roller, you can just run it through a couple separate times, and it'll save you a ton of time. Iron it and steam it all the way through. Another really cool thing I want to talk about is we have developed a long board specifically for quilters, so definitely come check that out. I only had so much room to put ironing boards on the stage, so I couldn't bring them all with me, but definitely go see it. It is a 52-inch long by 19.5-inch wide board, designed specifically for quilters. Instead of the tapered end similar to this one that you're probably used to, it has a rectangular end, so you get that additional surface area for large pieces of fabric like quilts. It also has our what we call our Verafoam cover. If you touch it, it feels kind of like a memory foam. What that means is it hugs the frame perfectly so that you will never, ever get a wrinkle in your cover, which I know can be very annoying. It also has a little black strip at the end of the board next to the iron rest, which is we call our Connex heat zone. It's made of the same material they make firefighters' uniforms out of, and you can leave your hot iron on that all day and it will never burn through. So it's like a built-in iron rest, right? So instead of, again, doing this with your wrist where it gets sore after a long time, you can just iron on that board, slide it right over to the Connex heat zone. Don't worry about it. Come back to it, grab it again, iron, put it back, and the weight of your iron is not going to have any harmful effects on your body at all. We also do lighting. So we have what was originally designed to be a sewing light. It's called our Uberlight Flex. It's got 9 different light settings. You can bend it any which way you want, tie it in a knot if you want, and it will hold its position. There's 2 different versions. It has a base, so you can put it on the middle of the table, but there's also a clamp version, so you can put it on the end of a table. So those are $89 for the base, $59 for the clamp, and you can use them for anything, whether you're reading, whether you're doing detail work, whether you need a light for your workshop, anything like that. It's fantastic. Got 3 different color temperatures as well. So definitely check those out. One thing I realized I didn't talk about with this board and with this station is the price. So, you might think it's super expensive. It's actually not too bad. So this ironing station by itself is $7.99. This board by itself is $5.99. We've got a show special going on that if you buy them both together, I think you save, here, let me cheat. You save $140. So together it's only $12.58, and that's delivered to your door, because you probably don't want to be lugging this giant board out with you. So probably much more affordable than you were thinking. And again, it's piecemeal. So if anything happens, you can mix and match your irons, which irons you want with which table, and all that sort of stuff. So definitely, once I'm done here, come on over to the booth. Again, we're just over here, and come see what we've got to show. The Velocity iron is $179 for the 270 IR and $159 for the 240 IR. Again, the difference is the number of settings. This one has 8, the 240 has 2. This will hold up to 2. So the tank on this is 2.2 liters of water. And thank you for reminding me. Why would you go over that? Like, what is one of the main advantages of this, in addition to the pressurized dry steam over most home ironers, is that this will provide you with up to 4 hours of continuous steam on one fill. So you're not constantly filling it up, and that's going to be hot and pressurized and good to go. And to fill it, it's just, you don't open it when it's on because it's hot, but you just unscrew the cap, fill it with water, and you're good to go. You do not need to use distilled. We recommend distilled water only in the Velocities. Actually, not just in Velocities, in any iron, because it will maximize the lifetime. This one, we recommend distilled, but you don't have to use distilled, because if you just clean it out once or twice a week, you're good, because the water isn't actually making it to your iron. It's kept in the boiler tank, and it's only the steam that passes through to the iron. Okay, any other questions before I go? Everyone good? Everyone's got it? Everyone's going to come visit me after I'm done here? Okay, sounds good. All right, well, thank you all so much for your time. Enjoy the show, and I'm looking forward to seeing you soon. Thank you.
got time before we over the neck. Yeah. How are we looking? I think we're about ready. Why not, right? How we doing? Looks good. Test, test. Yay, it works. Hey everybody, hi. I'm Becky from the YouTube channel Power Tools with Thread. Do I have any viewers here? Yay! Good to see you guys. Thank you so much for coming. I am just having an absolute ball here at this quilt festival. I have got so many giveaways from all of these wonderful vendors to give you guys. So be sure to check out my channel, Power Tools with Thread, on YouTube. I do tutorials. I have over 700 videos on YouTube. I just went over 67,000 subscribers to my channel. Thank you all so much. I love each and every one of you that watch. And Monday through Friday at 7 a.m., we are now doing the Situation Room, and it is a live virtual quilt retreat. You can bring your coffee. We've got a virtual kitchen with danishes and monkey bread on Friday, and there's no calories or fat. It's wonderful. And we just sit and visit with one another and really enjoy ourselves. If you miss it, don't worry. You can always catch it on the replay. Okay. Thank y'all for posing for the photo. I appreciate that. You guys are naturals. So what I'm going to do here today, one of the things I love to do, anybody love applique quilts? Love applique quilts. Who wants to stitch it all on by domestic machine? Stitch, stitch, stop, turn, stitch, stop. Oops. Dang it. Stitch, stitch. Oh, the heck with it. Christmas is come and gone. The baby quilt, she's now 12, right? We know how that goes. She's 20, right? So, what I'm going to do for you guys, I don't care if you have a paper pattern like this is Mistletoe Crossing on Wander Lane. Y'all know, if you watch me, I love Nancy Halverson's designs, and she's got these fabulous paper patterns that you can make all of these quilts pieces from. That looks like fun. So what I'll do is I will take part of the paper pattern. I don't care whether it's a commercial pattern or you get a design from Google. So I went out to Google and I went to Google Images and I got this Christmas tree. So I just printed the Christmas tree from the internet, and then I traced around it on my light box using a Crayola marker. That's going to give me a nice, clean, single line. Sometimes images you get from the internet will come out in choppy pieces because of the way they are manufactured using Adobe Illustrator and that type of thing. So all you need to do is to get yourself a nice, clean one. This is a Brother ScanNCut. This is a scanning mat, and it goes in the ScanNCut, and I like to use the scanning mat. If you don't have one, I highly recommend that you get one. We've got them right over here in this booth for the ScanNCut. I'm going to take my picture and I'm going to put it into the Brother ScanNCut, and I'm going to turn it into a digitized image. I'm going to digitize it. Let me click OK. Am I in the way? There we go. Everybody give John a hand. John's the man. He manages all of the cameras and all that, and I'm all over the place. Okay, we'll load it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this piece of paper into a digitized machine embroidery applique. All right. So on the ScanNCut, we've got these two big buttons. We have pattern and scan. Pattern, those are patterns that were in the machine when you bought it. I'm going to hit scan, and I want to scan to cut data, and just pop that in there. I'm going to hit start. And it's going to pull it in and take a picture of what it sees on the mat. And this is really important for when you're doing applique. It's okay, Mama, it's not going to fall out. It's really important when you're doing applique for the machine to see what it can on the mat, so that you know exactly where to place your design, so you're not going to accidentally cut half of your stuff in the wrong spot. Look at that. Now, what it wants to know is, I've got a little, the stylus here that comes with the ScanNCut. Do you want me to look at the outside only, the inside and the outside, or we might do regions? Regions are for color. Inside, outside is like if you're doing lettering and you need the inside of the B for Becky or the inside of the P, you know, anything like that.
but I just want the outside, so I'm going to tell it only look at the outside of the design. I use this method when I am making Lori Holt quilts using her simple shapes. Just look at the outside. I don't want you to get the bottom edge of that paper there, so I'm going to bring it up. Let's preview. That is gorgeous. I love it, and I'm going to tell it, okay. So it's processing the design. Where do I want to save it? Normally, I save it to the Brother Canvas cloud. I'm going to tell it save to the machine, and it is saving the design now. Okay. So, Barb, can I have that USB right there, please? Thank you. All right. So I saved it in the machine. So I was in the military, and we don't say pretend. In the military, we say simulate. Simulate that I send it up to the Canvas cloud and send it back down to my laptop. So I'm going to tell it okay. And I'm going to go back home. Okay to delete. I'm going to tell it okay. I'm all finished with the scanning process, and I'm going to eject. All right. Now I want to cut that out. I have a low tack mat. And I have a piece of fabric right here. I've got Heat and Bond light on the back of this fabric. And I've got some pretty green Christmas tree fabric here. No stabilizer, just as Heat and Bond light. See how glassy that is? That's a good adhesion. You don't want it to be dull. You want it to be nice and glassy. And I'm just going to put it anywhere on my mat and rub it on really good. I just cleaned my mat with some Cottonelle wipes. That works really well. There's my fabric. Okay. So I'm going to put this in here. And I'm going to load it again. Now remember, I told you that this big icon pattern, those are patterns that were in the machine when you bought it. Well, I didn't buy this design. I put it in there myself. So I'm going to hit retrieve data. Where do I want to get it from? I want to get it from the machine. And there's my Christmas tree right there. Let me use number 1. And is that the one you want? Yes, I'm going to tell it okay. Now here's where the ScanNCut really makes its money. This is why the ScanNCut is far superior to every other cutting machine that's on the market. This little blue box right there with a bar across it, I'm going to touch it, and I'm going to tell it start, and it's going to take a picture of what it sees on the mat. When you are making a quilt with a lot of different pieces of fabric, you can cut different pieces of fabric at one time, all different colors, because the machine takes a picture of it. But it's a little bit hard to see because it's such a dark green fabric, but I can tell. Let me touch it. See the red box? You can see where it's going to be. I'm going to move it out here where you guys can see it. So I'm just going to put it right there. All right. I'm going to tell it okay. And select and cut. And I'm going to hit start. So I made a quilt for my grandson, and it had 25 monsters on it. And those 25 monsters all had whites of the eyes and little pupils, little black pupils. So that's a minimum of 50 eyeballs, right? Some had 1 eyeball, some had 6. You never know with those monsters. They're crazy, aren't they? So I do not want to cut 50 plus little whites of the eyes or 50 plus little black circles. Nobody wants to do that. That's miserable. So I just put a 24-inch mat in here with a big piece of fabric on it and let it cut the whole thing all at one time. It was amazing. It was done in 4 minutes. It did all 50 eyeballs. I'm going to tell it okay. I'm going to hit eject. Are you guys ready for the magic? Let's watch the magic. Isn't that cool? So cool. Okay. I am finished with the ScanNCut. So now what I'm going to do, I need to turn this into a machine embroidery design. So I saved the design to my USB. We simulated saving it up to the cloud and bringing it down. So I'm going to use my USB, and maybe my laptop will come back on. Okay. So I am using a piece of embroidery software called Embrilliance Stitch Artist 2. Now, Embrilliance, I like to call Embrilliance the Liberty Mutual of embroidery software. You only pay for what you need, okay? So I have Embrilliance Essentials and Stitch Artist 2 and Thumbnailer and a couple of other modules. If you're not big into digitizing, you don't have to spend thousands of dollars on software to be able to do this, okay? You can just use Stitch Artist 2. And I had a mouse in here. I had a mouse in my motorhome. Boy, ooh, did I get in my mouth? My dog did not get it. My husband got it. Fix it. Get rid of it. I don't know what I did with my mouse. It's okay. I don't need my mouse. All right, y'all. Please don't let me step on my phone. I don't want to step on my phone. All right. You guys, I'm a hot mess up here, y'all. Hot mess. Okay, so what I want to do now, John, can you move my picture from up here in this corner and put it down over and thank you. Yay. That's great. Okay, so when you install Stitch Artist 2 on your machine, you're going to get this icon right here, and that is Stitch Artist. I'm going to click that. And I've got a button right over here that says vector. So the ScanNCut, you guys have heard of vector graphics, SVG, those are cut files, right? The ScanNCut creates a vector graphic. It's called an FCM, Frank Charlie Mike, FCM file. That's important, and there's a reason I told y'all that. So I'm gonna click vector, and it says, where do you wanna get it from? I'm gonna get it from my USB. I'm gonna click on that, and I'm gonna tell it open. All right. So up here in the objects panel, right up here, we can see it's number 1.fcm, right? Okay, so it's still a vector graphic. I'm going to click on it to select it. All right, are you guys ready? Don't blink. I want you to see how simple this is. I'm going to take my mouse and I'm going to come over here to the applique button right there, and I'm going to hit applique. Look, I've turned it into an applique embroidery design. You can do this with multiple layers. And what it has done, now I'm going to show you, we've got this right here, that's applique position. That is your placement line. It's going to stitch the placement line for you. Then it's got the black stitch, and that is your tack down. If you want to do another one, or I'm sorry, the tack down, that's the final blanket stitch right there. So I'm all finished. I'm done with this. So now I'm going to come over here and I'm going to tell it File, Save as Stitch and Working. Now, Stitch is your embroidery design. Working is your, it's a BE design is the format that Embrilliance uses, but that's the one where you can go back and you can change things. So speaking of changing things, let me show you a little trick real quick. I'm going to click right over here. I'm going to click on this applique, and we get an applique tab down here in the properties box, and here's where you can change your stitch width. If you're doing a little narrow 1/4 inch stem on a flower, you can change your stitch width from 4 down to like 2.5 or 1.5 or whatever you need to get it in small and make it look clean and pretty. Okay, so I'm going to come up here and just tell it File, Save as Stitch and Working, and I'm going to save it to my USB, and it is, I'll do this again. Let's save it to Quilt Fest Tree, so I know which one is which. And here you can see I am saving in the PES file. That's for brother or competitors brands, right? You can hit this and it will save to every home embroidery machine format. So you do not have to have a brother embroidery machine in order to use the brother ScanNCut or Stitch Artist 2. Now I'm out of, is that a battery? Hand it over.
Yeah,
Project. We're almost done, so it's cool. All right. I'll have to use my Master Sergeant voice. All right. Let me put my combat boots back on. Woo, it's been a minute since that happened. Okay, you guys.
So I've saved it as Quilt Fest Tree on, I saved it to my USB, all right? So I'm gonna take my USB, I'm gonna put it into the embroidery machine. Test, test. Ta-da! Little Energizer bunny. There we go. Okay. All right. So I'm going to come over here to the embroidery machine. John, embroidery machine. Ding, 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 ding. I'm going to go to embroidery. I'm going to touch the pocket for memory. Where do you want to get your design from? I want to get it from the USB, so I touch the universal symbol for USB, and there is my Quilt Fest tree that we're using today, and I'm going to tell it set. And embroidery. Gosh, I'm done. I'm ready to go. Look how it's got the tack down line. You can see there's a preview right here. There's a preview of what it's going to stitch. I'm just going to put the foot down, and I'm going to go. I have got no-show mesh in my hoop, and I have just some background fabric, quilting cotton background fabric. So think about if you were going to do a paper pattern, you have to trace that pattern anyway, right, onto some heat and bond light. And then you're going to rough cut around it with your scissors, and then you're going to get in and really specifically cut and get the shape just right. Then you're going to iron it into the place it's going to go, and then you're going to take it to your domestic machine and you're going to manually stitch it down. All right. So there is my placement line for my Christmas tree. This line is the exact size for the shape because they were both made from the same vector graphic image. They're both made the same. So I'm going to take this. And I'm going to peel my tree off. Such a good tree. Okay, I'm going to put it. I brought my steady Betty. I'm going to put this right here. I want it right on the placement line, and I'm just going to take my little iron, and I'm going to, and you guys, I do this all the time on my channel. I have over 700 videos to show you how to do this step by baby step. It's all free. Okay. Sounds like Christmas around here with the bell ringing, doesn't it? Okay. I'm gonna put this back in here. Okay. See how it fit exactly? You can really see it on the back, how it fits exactly into that stitch. Okay. I'm gonna put my hook back in here, and I'm gonna put the foot down. There we go. And it's just gonna stitch it. Ooh, this is a lot of work. You guys, I've got samples over there in my booth where we have done multiple layers, where you can do layer on top of layer on top of layer, and it can make it look exactly like the digitizer and designer wanted you to make it look. And I am just getting this stitched out. This is stitching absolutely perfect, and it is so easy to do. Anybody can do this. Turn it off. It's quite hot. Well, I'm right there. See the chicken salad quilt? That's me right over there. I've got my banner. It says Becky Thompson, Power Tools with Thread. Come over and say hi. Let's get a picture, please. Yeah. Hi, how are you? Yeah, I got smart, John. No star. If it doesn't work, just make it so it works, right?
I am using on the ScanNCut, when I'm using quilting cottons, I prefer the black standard blade that comes with the machine. Okay, you can use the gold blade if you want to, if you have it, but I usually use the black blade. I also use the low tack mat, pretty side up. If you use a standard tack or the gold fabric mat, you want to put pretty side down and mirror your image. Okay. All right. All right. Man, that was a 2-minute stitch. And it's done. Look at that. Didn't that turn out beautiful? I'm going to hand it around so y'all can see how perfect that stitch is right next to this. So if you've got another cutting machine and you have not considered or thought about the ScanNCut, I highly recommend you do that. We've got them on display right over here. Miss Cindy with the mouse ear, she knows everything about them. I can tell you only what I know. I don't work for Brother. I don't work for Allbrands. They just let me come up here and talk to you guys. So I know what I know, and I know what I love to do. So, all right. Did you guys have fun? All right. So what do I always tell you guys to do? Go sew something. Thank you.
Will you hold up that bag so I can take a picture of it, please?
Hi friends, I'm Sara and I'm here to show you guys Brother's new fabric printer. This is a really exciting new machine and I'm so happy to be here and teach you guys all about it and get you inspired. All right. So this is an inkjet ink printer. So we have our inks right in the front cover here and they might look familiar to you if you have an at-home color printer. These are standard inkjet inks. And Brother has modified this printer to have a dedicated tray that holds a beautiful roll of fabric. Look at that. All right, so this is a 5-yard roll of fabric. This is 100% cotton, and it is specially treated to absorb those inkjet inks. And with those inkjet inks, we're getting incredibly crisp photos. Pass that around for you. Crisp photos and vibrant colored prints in any color you can dream of. It is an excellent quality printer. So like I said, specially treated to absorb those inks so you do not have to treat it before or after printing. It also comes backed on a roll. There's some shiny backing material on here. So the backing material allows it to feed through the printer nice and smooth so you don't get any bumps or wrinkles in your print, which we love, right? So it does all the heavy lifting for us. And then when we're done printing, all we have to do is let it dry for 15 minutes. Those inks set in nice and beautiful, and we're ready to remove our backing. So that backing material peels off nice and easy. It leaves no sticky residue, and you have a very soft cotton fabric. Pass one of these around so you can feel it after the backing is removed. You're left with a soft, colorful cotton fabric that quilts up beautifully. It's great for cut and sew projects, home decor, applique. You can make beautiful wall art. Again, with your most cherished photos, printing out in stunning, crisp colors. And the best part of all is that because we're printing off of a roll, we're not limited to 8.5 inches anymore. We can print up to 3 yards at once. All right? Can I get a woo? That's the best part. You can print full-size banners. You can print giant photo quilt blocks for your memory quilts. All right, it's super easy to load this roll in. I just slide it under here, move it until it hits the notches in the back. And that's what's going to feed it through my printer when I'm ready to print. Set the drawer back in. And we're ready to go. Okay, in addition to printing paper, we also have in addition to printing fabric, we also have a dedicated paper tray. Right? Because this is inkjet ink. So this prints beautifully on computer paper for any of your documents, your concert tickets, your quilt show tickets. And it also prints on Brother's photo paper. So you can print out photos at home. You can print on cardstock, envelopes, sticker paper, anything you can think of. All right? So it is designed to be used with Brother's Art Spira app. That is a free to download app for Apple or Android users. And it doesn't only work with the printer, it works with your wirelessly connected embroidery machines, your ScanNCut, and the printer here. Okay, so there are projects in this app that use elements from all of your Brother machines so you can make beautiful projects with all the machines in your sewing room. So for my demo right now, I'm going to focus in on the printing functions. So we can go to printing designs in my app. And this is where all of my printing templates live. So I can browse through these, take a look at the different ones that are available to us. These are like quick and easy projects when you're in a pinch, or maybe you're not that good at graphic design. You don't want to think too hard about it. You can select one of these templates. It gives you the dimensions, so you know how big it's going to be. Once you press create, brings up your editing screen, and you can tap on different portions of this template to swap out for your own images or edit the colors however you'd like. So I'm going to change this little drawing for my own photo. And then I could use some of the basic editing tools to get all that white space out of the way so it looks beautiful and it's ready to be a pillow, a tote bag, anything you'd like. Now, if we'd like to make some complementing fabric for our project that we just printed, we have tools to do that as well. So I can go into New, and I can go to Geometric Patterns. And this is a really fun function where you can choose, again, the size you'd like to print. The smallest size we can print is 8.27 inches. That's the minimum print length, maximum being 3 yards. So I'm going to choose the minimum print size. And then I can either pick one of the built-in patterns, which there are many, many built-in patterns. There's something for everyone in here and something for every project. So I can print one of those and complement it to my image or my project and use that. Or I can use the image that I just used in my template. And what Geometric Patterns does is it takes a portion of your image or your pattern and it repeats it in a kaleidoscope type effect. So you actually get a fabric that looks brand new, but it's using your own images. So you get a perfectly complementary fabric for your project. I'm going to come down and grab the donut fabric that I passed around. Okay, so another example I like to show is this built-in pattern, the Sweet Treats. This is one of the built-in patterns in the app. I ran that through my Geometric Patterns function and I got a complementing fabric. This is so great to use for quilting projects because you get a variety and nice complementary fabrics together that use the same exact elements of each, and they have matching colors and all that. So it's lots of fun to play with. And I want to show you guys too how easy this backing material peels off, right? So I brought this piece up here just to show you. It's so satisfying. So once this is printed with my image or my project, I'm letting it dry for 15 minutes. Those colors are going to lock in. I peel a corner back. Peels right off, nice and easy. There's no stretching or warping. And we're ready to use this in our project. Yes. The question was using an iron to set it. No. These are pigment inks. And because of the way the fabric is treated as well, they lock into the fabric and an iron is not going to do anything to help you. You can iron it in your sewing project because we all do the right thing and iron and press our seams, right? So when you need to iron it in your sewing project, you absolutely can. It's not going to help setting your inks up. You don't need to do anything to set those in. They're ready to go. Any other questions so far? Yes. Is it washable? It is. It washes beautifully. So far in our personal test, it's had amazing color fastness, so the colors are not fading for us when we're washing it. We recommend cold water, but we've tested it in regular washes and it does just fine in any kind of wash. Any other questions?
So when you picture, he asked you what size.
Yeah, so the question was about using your own photo and how to size your own photos. So there's a couple of different ways you can tell the printer what size image you'd like to print. So first of all, when we go into our design editor, we can choose the size fabric that we want to print. So let's say we're making a 12 by 12 inch pillow, which is just about what I have here. I can go into my custom size feature and I can set my size. The width of the fabric is always going to be 11.69 inches. That's just the width of my machine. We can't make the machine any wider. So that's set. So I can adjust my height anywhere between 8.27 inches to 3 yards. So if I want a 12 by 12 inch piece, I can set my height to 12 inches, and now we know we're working on a 12 inch piece of fabric. So if you wanted your photo to print as large as 12 inches, you can go in and select it, and it's going to fill the page. Again, I have that like white space that I don't want on the top and bottom. So I can go to my crop tool, and I can just pinch it, and it fills the space nice and easy, all right? If you wanted to, let's say you're making your memory quilt, and you want to print out a 36-inch piece that has 5 different images on it, you can do that as well, really easily. So I'm going to delete my background image. I'm going to go into my size. So once you start editing, you can still change the size even in the middle of editing something, which I love, because I hate it when I go in there, I create 12 inches and say, oh, actually I want 24, and then I have to start all over. You don't have to start all over. You can go right in here, you can change it to 24, and it's automatically going to adjust that size for me without having to leave my editor. Now I can go use the plus sign to go to my camera roll. And the Artspira app is pulling directly from the images that are on the device I'm using. So if you're using your phone, it's going to pull the images that are on your phone. If you're using it on your tablet, it's going to pull the images that are on your tablet. So I'm going to select the image I want. It drops right in the center, teeny tiny, but I can tap it, and I can pinch to make it larger and to move it around on the page. Then I can just continue to hit the plus sign and pull images in from my camera roll until I have all the images I need and want to print. If you need it to be a specific size, you can tap directly on the image and click size, and it'll tell you the exact dimensions of that image. There are also lots of built-in graphics in the Artspira app. So if you wanted to create your own collage, you can do that as well. If you go to the plus sign and choose printing data instead of camera roll, you can choose from lots of different graphic designs that already exist in the Artspira app, and you can add those to your page until you have a really nice layout. It's kind of like scrapbooking on fabric. Okay. Any other questions so far? Yeah.
How big are the cartridges? How long do they last?
Thank you. That's a great question. So the cartridges, these are standard inkjet ink cartridges, and one set of them. So each cartridge runs around $30. The black one is twice as large as the other ones. So this one will run you around $50, but lasts longer. So the cartridges are around $30 a piece. And one standard set of ink will print 35 yards of fabric. All right, so one standard set of ink, when we tested it, printed 7 rolls of fabric at 5 yards per roll. That's 35 yards of fabric. It's pretty good, right? Sorry? It is. The question was, is it pigment ink? Yes, it's inkjet ink. It's pigment ink. Anything else so far? What I'm showing on my phone is Brother's Artspira app. It is a free to use and free to download app for Apple or Android users. And it does work in conjunction with the PrintModa Studio. This is a wireless printer, so you can print from that app, or you can connect it to your computer and print any documents or photos on paper or fabric directly from your computer. Okay? So there's lots of ways to print. There's also a hardwire option. There's a USB cable connection right under the hood here that will connect directly to your computer if you get a little bit fussy about your Wi-Fi at home and you don't want to connect wirelessly. All right, so let's print something, right? Okay. So I'm going to go back in here. I'm going to clear this off. Let's get something fun in here to print. I'm going to edit my size back down to the minimum print length just for my demonstration purposes. I'm going to grab some fun printing data. I know there's a lot of cute like fruit designs in here that I like to play with. I think these would make really cute patches for a jacket or little pins or something like that. So I'm just going to drop a few of those in here. And if you guys are thinking of any other questions as I'm doing this, just shout it out.
I have a question.
Yes.
Do the cartridges dry up if you don't use it on a regular basis?
Great question. The question is, do the cartridges dry up if you're not using the printer on a regular basis? They actually built a feature in here. As long as you keep the printer plugged in, it monitors those ink tubes and ensures that they don't dry up. So you're saving a lot of ink that way. Yeah. And it goes into the power saving mode, so you don't have to worry about drawing a lot of energy when you're keeping it plugged in. You're welcome. Okay, so I'm just dropping in these little logos here, sizing them down. Want them to be about 3 inches, so I'm checking the size there. And let's throw in a photo here too. Okay, we have a lot going on here, so I think I'm ready to print. Okay, so it's very easy to connect to your printer. So when you get home, you take it out of the box, plug it into the wall, it turns on all on its own, and then you just have to connect it to your wireless network at home. Make sure your device that you're using to print to the printer is connected to the same wireless network, sorry. And then I can go in and the printer is going to pop up right there. I select it and I'm ready to go. Now I press print. It gives me a little message that's letting me know how big my project is. So this message changes depending on what project you're printing. And it's just a nice reminder to make sure that I have 8.27 inches on my roll before I print, so we don't waste anything and only get through half of a print.
I got a question.
Yeah.
I already have some fabric sheets that I'm like purchasing away.
Yep.
Should I use those?
Yeah. Yeah. The question is, if you already have those consumable 8.5 by 11 sheets that you could use in any printer, can you use that on this printer? Absolutely. If they're set to be used on an inkjet ink printer, this is an inkjet ink printer, so you can put it in the paper tray and use up the rest of those so you're not wasting them. All right, so it transferred my data for me, and now it's printing out. It is very, very quiet as it prints, which we love, and it prints nice and fast. It also has a built-in trimmer in the back of the machine, so it's going to trim the fabric from the roll at exactly 8.27 inches, so I don't have to mess around with any of that. It comes out already cut for me. I have my little quilting sample here. So I printed out this nice little doggy and I quilted it on my Luminaire and sewed it together to make an iPad cover or a sleeve. And you can see that when I quilted it, there's no cracking in the prints or anything like that. So it's beautiful. All right, we're already done printing. So it trimmed it as well. So all I need to do is remove it from my machine. And there's my print. Now I'm going to let this dry for 15 minutes. I'll peel off the backing and then I can cut each of these out and make them into my little patches or pins or use them in any project that I like.
So on that, what you just printed,
Yeah.
did you make the background that color?
I did.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So the roll of fabric that we use for this printer is white. That's the only color that's available right now. So any color that you want the fabric, you just have to set it in the app or design it in whatever image you're using and it'll print out and turn the fabric that color for you. What other questions do we have? Pretty cool, huh? All right. Thank you guys for being here. I hope you're inspired and excited about Brothers PrintModa Studio.
I'm taking this off. I am pulling this off so I can see your faces. I'll give it to him. See the cool thread stand? Goodbye. Oh, it folds up flat, so it has its own little case. Is that the coolest thing ever? Somebody who actually sews thought of that. Right? I don't know if you knew this, but for the last couple of days, some of our engineers have been walking around and talking to people and asking questions and looking. So they're always listening to what you have to say about the machine, and that's kind of cool. So I'm Coleen. I'm a brother educator, and I'm here to talk to you today about a program called My Design Center. And I like to think of it as magic because it's on the screen, and you can create your own custom embroidery designs on the screen, whatever you want. How hard is that? Okay, so do you want me to start with the easiest? Okay, please do not blank at any time because you will miss out. And I won't do it again because it's too hard. Technical difficulties. It's probably my fault. Is it my fault? Oh, good. But then it's not my fault. Yay! See, I don't need to be on the screen because the important part is the machine. Okay, are you ready? Please do not blank at any time. You will miss this. I am going to choose the pencil. I'm going to, oh, my fingers are a little sticky. Here we go. I just wrote my name on the screen. I'm going to touch next. Set. Okay. Embroidery. That's an embroidery design ready to stitch. I know that was hard, but I won't repeat it for you. I just want to keep going. Just kidding. Is that fun? So you can personalize and have anything that you want in your very own handwriting. How exciting is that? I know. And I can write that a lot faster than you can put the letters in, huh? Oh, yeah. Okay, so what we're going to do first is we're going to do something that I think is important to most of you. You get a design and you want to turn it into a quilt block, but you don't know how to make the quilting work around the beautiful design that you've chosen. Is that right? Okay, when I show you how to do this, you're going to go, that is not even possible that it's that simple. But it is, because the machine is doing all the thinking, which I really appreciate. So I'm going to touch OK, and I'm going to go in here to embroidery, and I'm going to choose an embroidery design. And I'm just going to happen to choose one that's right here on the first row, so I don't have to go through the 1,200 included designs for you. But there she is. I'm going to set her in place. Now she has a little trick that she can do, and I'm going to come down here and I'm going to touch this little flowery thing, okay? And watch what happens. Built a little wall around it, didn't it? And I want her to build a little wall around the inside too, because I want to quilt it, and I don't want it to quilt under or over my beautiful design, do I? So here's my little wall. I'm going to touch that into memory. Now, when it's done with memory, it tells me where to go find it. It says, recall from my design center stamp pattern list. And it shows me what icons to look for. Don't you appreciate that? So I'm going to tell it, okay, and I'm going to go to add from what? My design center stamp pattern list. And there she be. So I'm going to choose her. I'm going to plug her in here. And there's my little design with its outline around it. Now, I'm going to quilt. Please do not at any time take your eyes off the screen because you will miss it. I'm going to touch the bucket, which is the fill area. The pencil would just be a little, like I was writing my name. So I'm going to fill it with that's a fill, that's stippling. Stippling's boring. I'm going over here to the pretty, pretty leaves, and I'm going to touch the pretty, pretty leaves in green, and I'm going to touch OK, and I quilted it. Please don't ask me to repeat that because I know it's too hard. Now I'm going to do the center fill because in the center I want to do some words because this is going to be a label. And in order for me to do that, I need it to be kind of flat and secure. I hate it when people put the words in and the fabric is all puffing up around the letters. You know what I mean, don't you? Okay, so let's go quilt the center. So I'm going to touch the bucket. I'm going to touch the list. And this time I'm going to let you see all of them that there are in here. So stick with me here. There's just 48 that are included. Just the 48 that are included. But I have a custom tab and I can create my own, or there are some available for purchase from Cynthia's Embroidery. So we have some custom ones you can get. In this case, I am going to choose the cross hatching. And I'm going to put it in dark blue. I'm not going to stitch it in dark blue, but I'm going to do it in dark blue so you can see it where you're sitting. Now I'm going to just touch OK, and I'm going to touch the center. Okay, now that's a little bigger than I'd like it to be. So I've chosen all the stuff to go here. I'm going to go to next. And the first thing that comes up is my green leaves. And they're kind of small for that big design, aren't they? That's okay. I'll just touch size. 200%. I was at 100, I went to 200. Oh, that's much better. For a big quilt, that's much better, isn't it? Okay, we'll leave it that size. And I'm not going to mess with any of the rest of these because I don't need to. But I am going to go to the next pattern that I want to do. Now, here's my cross hatching. All right. That's kind of big for what I want. So I'm going to go down to 50%. Now watch what happens. That's a perfect size, isn't it? Now we're going to play with these icons. This is direction. So I'm going to put it at 30 degrees. Do you like that? I don't. It looks dumb, doesn't it? So that's okay. I'll just touch go back and it'll go away to what it was. It'll go back to the next step. Now this one right here will turn off the outline if you don't want an outline around it. This one right here, this is really fun. It looks distorted. And you'll see it looks like you were a kid and you couldn't quilt very good. So it looks like we would do it if we didn't have a machine, right? Okay, but we don't want to do that. So we'll just go back. This one is really a cool icon because if you're using a design that has a center, it will move the center point of the design out and then out till you go to the corner. So you lead your person's eyes from the center all the way out to the corners of your quilt. It is a fantastic, fun thing to do. But we're not going to do that either. We're going to come down here and we're only going to stitch this one time around because it's background. We don't want it to take over the show, right? So we'll touch that and okay. And I think we're pretty happy, don't you? Now, if I could just get my wreath back. Set. Okay. Usually I'll save these into memory, but you can see I've got plenty in there. Okay, again. Is that awesome? Now, what do you need? What else do you need in there? You need your words, of course. So what are we going to do? We're going to add letters. Okay, and I'm not going to go through the whole thing for letters, but I am going to type in the word made just so you see some tricks. So there's the word made because that's how we're going to start a quilt label, right? Okay, and I'm going to set it. And I'm going to go in here and I'm going to touch the big T. T is for text, right? Well, down here, I've got some different, I don't like that now. I thought I did, but I don't. I think I'd like that better. Or would you like that one better? Or that one better? Or that one better? You can audition your fonts and see which one you like. And when you're happy, you can touch it and have it just the way you want it. So I'm going to tell it, okay, I'm going to tell it to set it. And I can still go back in there and I can touch text and size and tell it to be middle-sized. Because I don't need a great, big, gigantic word in my, there we go. And I can just move it wherever, whoops, usually I can move it right wherever I want it to be. But I got ahead of myself there, so we'll just go back and move it. Come on, baby. Oh, that's moving the whole thing. Never mind. So what do you think? Is that kind of cool? So this is what you got. Isn't that a beautiful quilt label? Oh my goodness. Okay, now I showed you how to write on the screen. That was difficult, but you all learned it in the first setting, didn't you? So now I'm going to pull out this guy. So if you didn't want to work right on the screen directly because you have something that you want to copy, like maybe a coloring book picture or a recipe, my family comes to my house for Thanksgiving and they eat peanut butter cookies like there was never going to be another peanut butter cookie on the face of the earth. So I have taken this recipe. Have I messed you up? I'm sorry. I have taken this recipe and I've written it out in my own handwriting. And I put it on this tablet and I just put it right in here. And the machine will scan it and bring that recipe right up into the screen. And do I need to do that so you see it happen? Okay. All right. It's a real tough process, folks. I'm going to just tell it to scan, line design, oops, scan from the, that was my last scan. Scan it. There you go, baby. Now it's going to stop and think for just a second. And the reason that it's doing that is to check the white balance in the room. How much light do you have? Now it's figured that out, and now it's going to go ahead. But it doesn't go ahead until after it's checked the lighting. So if you wonder why it's sitting there parked for a minute, that's why. Because it's trying to get you the best scan that it can. Is that smart? Okay, so now it's scanning, and it's going to finish up in a second. Coloring books are my favorite, but the trick with a coloring book is to print it first on white paper, and then it scans better. Because a lot of coloring books, the paper is really garbage. Okay. And stay away from the copywritten ones, right? You know that. Okay, so here it is. Here's my recipe. I'm going to just crop out all that, the magnets and the garbage, so that whoops, I cropped a little too heavy-handed that time. Okay, here we go. Now, it's pretty light, don't you think? So I'm going to touch the lighter button, and that tells the machine that it's too light. So that may seem backwards to you, but that's what you're going to do. You're going to touch the lighter. You're telling the machine it's too light for me. Please make it darker. So when I touch OK, boom, there's my recipe. And now it's a matter of set it and stitch it. So when you do that, you get a recipe that looks like this. And I didn't have a towel at home when I was doing this, so I stitched it when I got here. So you can do it directly on the towel. There's no problem with that at all. But I didn't because I couldn't. And that's actually blanket stitched on because this machine has a marvelous little blanket stitch. Isn't that fun? You think my kids will like that? Yeah, it's kind of a neat treat, huh? So I love the practicality of this because you can do so much with it. Wonderful, wonderful gifts that people love. Let's see. Just to show you and remind you, because I talked about the resizing, you can resize down 50% and up to 200. So I think this is a better picture for you than me just doing it on the screen. It really gives you that comparison. It really, really makes a difference. And then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make one on the screen because there's a ton of tools on the screen. So you would expect that, wouldn't you? It's going to do everything you need. So I'm going to go home and touch OK, and I'm going to touch my design center. And now I'm going into the shapes tab right here. And boy, oh boy, have we got some fun shapes. So that's just an empty square. That's a full square, and that's a full square with an outline. So we also have these shapes. We also have these shapes. And those were the ones that we copied, right? Okay. And then we can tell it what hoop size we want to use. So it will limit your size to that hoop. I just give mine the big one. And then, of course, this one has been mated to a ScanNCut so they can talk back and forth. Boy, do I love that feature. So I'm going to go back here to my shapes, and I'm going to choose the pretty flower. And now I want to make another flower because I'm going to make like a real flower. So I'm just going to touch copy paste. When you touch copy paste, can you see that it's offset? Okay, it doesn't want you to forget and that you have layers and layers and layers. So it offsets it for you. Don't you like the way it thinks? Now I'm going to size that, and I'm going to make it smaller. A little bit bigger. And then I'm going to pop it into the center, and then I'm going to touch OK. And then I need a circle because I need a center part to it. So let's choose the circle. And it's really, really, really super big. So let's make that a super smaller. And do you notice that I have resizing that is even, Steven, equal? Oops, I made that one too little because I was talking. Or I can make it tall and skinny or short and fat. Now, if I can have a tall and skinny button for my, oh, never mind. We'll stay away from that topic. You're all laughing, so you must have walked around inside my head. So I'm going to just touch OK, and I'm going to put in the fills first. So I'm going to go to the bucket, because the bucket is the fill, and up here are the lines. So the bucket, I'm going to fill the bucket, and I can do the paintbrush. The paintbrush just gives me different widths of what I want. Well, I don't want that because I want to fill the whole circle. So I'm going to make that go away. I'm going to choose the bucket. I'm going to choose this fill stitch. I'm going to choose yellow because sunshine yellow is such a happy color. And then I'm going to go to the next one. And let's choose a different color. We're going to choose pink. And let's make it fun. Which one of my 48 fills do you think we should use? I have one in my head, but you can tell me what you think. Oh, you're not jumping in to guide me, so I'm going to have to figure it out on my own. All right. I have some favorites, but I'm going to just be honest. The roses just are so pretty. So we're going to do pink roses. No, let's make them the outer side. No, let's make them where they are. We'll just make this last one because I'm matching my thing I have here. So we'll do the hot pink, and we're going to do the fill, and that'll be the outside. There we go. Now we need our outline. If we don't do our outline, what you'll get is just an empty space. And there's nothing wrong with that. It'll just be a little empty space to divide. It's not big or ugly. It's just nice. But I want to play with outlines because they're really fun. So we're going to go up here to outlines. And we're going to choose. Now those are 8 plus don't stitch it. But I know that if I touch the flower, I get more. So I think that one, number 7, just screams out flower center, don't you? So I'm going to touch that in yellow, and I'm going to touch the circle, and it fills it in. Now we're going to go to the pink, do this, oh, wrong pink, silly. The same thing, we're going to do the outline, we're going to choose little flowers in pink. And then the last guy, I think I'll just do as a satin stitch. Satin stitch is always good, right? We'll touch it and we'll say, okay. Now, I still have all those things I can do to it, and I can add leaves, but I'm going to save the leaf for last. Ooh, because I want to show you another trick if I have time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to touch next. And I'm not going to worry about the angle on any of these. I'm just going to leave them alone. But you have angle, you have percentage of fill, you have pull compensation if you're using something that's stretchy or not. And I can turn underlay on or off. I typically leave it on because underlay is good sometimes, right? So I'm going to do that. Oh, look at my pretty, pretty design. I don't even have to do the rest of that. You already can see where that's going, can't you? You ready? Set. Okay. Embroidery. Isn't that beautiful? But it was a lot of hard work, don't you think, to make your own designs? I mean, really. Now, the last one, and I have to show you really fast because this is a trick. And y'all, when you were little kids and you colored this way and then you colored that way, and right? Okay, that tricks the human eye into thinking that you have different colors. So in here, my green thread is the same spool of thread. But your ever so clever human eye sees it as two different ones, don't you? Okay, and I'm going to do one more real quick. The same thing is true with this guy. The orange, how many oranges do you see in there? Show them there. Sorry, I'm not that clever. So it looks like it's at least 3 oranges. It's 1. You just change the direction of the thread. So we're going to go back here to a leaf. And we're going to grab a leaf because we can. And we're going to make it as big as we can for you to see it. And you're going to forgive my drawing with my fat finger because I left the pen over there so it wouldn't get lost. And you're going to just understand that part, right? So I'm going to choose a line. And I'm going to just draw it through here. Whoops. No, I got to choose the line. Silly girl. Now, don't mind that it sticks out because you all know you'd erase that part, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to fill it. And we're going to fill it with green fill. And we're going to choose a light green. And then we're going to choose the light green. Now, the next part is where the fun comes in. Because what I can do is I'm not going to let it auto this time. I'm taking control of this. So the top one is going to go to manual, and it's going to go to 30. And I'm going to tell it, okay. And the bottom one is going to go out of auto, and it's going to go to 60. The rest of it I can leave the same. But what's going to happen here is that the leaf comes together at the center point, and it's going to look like a real leaf. That was hard, huh? You just change the angles, and if you get it wrong, you change it back. You saw how hard it was. If I don't like something, I just touch go back, and I can do it again. It's not like when you do it on paper and you screw up. It just fixes it for you. So I love, love, love this amazing included program that gives me the on-screen ability to create and do anything that I want. And I know that I have to go because my friend Barb is coming to show you more cool stuff. And I have to get out of the way. Or she'll sit in my lap, and she's a lot tougher than she looks. But I've only known her for about 20 years. So when I get up and leave and the machine gets up and leaves, I'm going to be right there. So if you need to have questions answered or you want to see it play again, come on down. Thank you so much. Y'all are fun. I think they were the most funnest.
Most funnest, and you were
First grade.
First grade teacher. Most artists.
Where I learned to speak was with them.
Ready to go. Move this out of my way because I can't sit down or I can't see anybody. My name is Barb. Mikolajczyk is the last name. I'm from the Chicago area. I'm a brother educator. Been with brother, I don't know how many years now. Somewhere around 15. Anyway, I'm here to show you the new Stellaire 2 and what it does and what's different between that and the Luminaire you just saw. So this is a step down from the Luminaire. What the biggest difference is, it does not have a camera, a scanner, or a projector built into it, like the Luminaire does, but it has now the ability to do many of those same things with an app. And it's free, okay, no charge. So you can now still do snowman by putting your snowman on your project, then hooping it, taking a picture of what's in your hoop, sending it to your machine wirelessly, and it will act just like it does in the Luminaire to line it up for you. So the difference is that these hoops have these registration marks on them, embedded on them. So you do need to use these hoops to take a picture and send it. You can use any hoops that slide into a brother machine
For embroidery, you just can't send the picture over unless it reads these. Make sense? Okay, so this machine comes with 2 hoops to start with, a 5x7 and a 9.5 by 14. So, nice size hoop. Yes? Now the difference between this one and that one is 10 5/8 by 16. Still, good size hoop. So those are the ones that come with it. Now I'm going to show you something new. And that is our new 7 by 12 magnetic hoop. So magnetic, obviously, whoops, that has the cardboard under it still. I'll use these. This is a low profile magnetic. Some of our others are a higher profile that you've got to sneak it under the foot, but this will fit right under the foot. And it's not quite as strong, but it's still magnetic. You just drag it across the project till you get to the bar and it'll snap on. So I love these for things like difficult. If I'm going to stitch on chiffon, embroider on chiffon, I use magnetic because it holds it so well, it's not going to go anywhere. And I don't have to use a bunch of stabilizer in it that I have to wash away or tear away or something. Okay, so obviously you have to be cognitive of what design you're using on something like chiffon. You don't want a super dense design without proper stabilization, or netting. I've done some beautiful things on netting. You know, Angela Wolf loves to do all the sleeves and all that. That's what she's doing. Don't let her kid you. She's using magnetic hoops to do that. And then she cuts out her pattern piece and goes. Okay, so those are the hoops to start. Now, oh dear, I did it again. I came without my folder. I'll be back. Sorry. I'm back. Okay. I just use this because I don't want to forget to tell you things that I should tell you. But if you have questions, I will delve into that too. Yeah. How you get it? 7 by 12. Good question. So the advantage of a magnetic hoop, we have a couple different styles, is just it's easier to hold and make sure it's not gonna, like fabric stretches and moves. So this does a better job of making sure that kind of stays there. And that's why I say things like organza or tulle t-shirts. You can use t-shirts, but you got to stabilize the back of those big time. Stop the stretch, and it needs to be the size of the hoop, not just the size of the design. Yeah, but yeah, sure, you can do anything in it. The quilting, and I did do this one on Edge to Edge Quilting on the Luminaire. I use the biggest hoop we have because why wouldn't I want to do the biggest area at one time? Just saying. And I don't have problems with that. A lot of people just want to do magnetics, but I find sometimes the magnetics, other market magnetics, the quilt does move, and then it doesn't match. So I like to use a regular hoop. I just unscrew it a lot and stick my hoop in there when I can get the top in snugly, but not too tight, not too loose. I'm good to go. And then I have a bigger area to work with. So just saying, I just use the biggest I can. Okay, so basics. The new thing we have is a removable needle plate, and I'll show you that when I get my embroidery foot off. Meaning no more screws to get in there to clean it out. Yay. 11 inches here, lots of good lighting. You know you can sew with this on or off your embroidery unit. Here we go. Here. Wyland, huge. The wireless ability. So this is built-in wireless. You can connect it to your computer to send your message, your designs over. You can connect it to your ScanNCut or to the printer or the Artspira or so many things now that they're doing to expand our creativity possibilities. And I'm of the generation that didn't start out with computers, okay? But I have learned that if I just take a little bit of time, Brother is known for making it easy, user-friendly, and even those apps are plenty user-friendly. I might have to write the instructions down, and then once I get it, I get it. So just be patient with yourself, learn one thing at a time, and go ahead and play with it. And then you're like, oh, I have all of this I can do now that I didn't have before. I like that. So that's huge. Some of the things you get are the My Snap app. That's free on your phone. And that's where you take a picture in your hoop and send it to your machine with a snowman on it or not with a snowman on it. Maybe you just want to send a picture of where it is and you don't know where you want your design till you see it. And that's nice because you see it on your screen and then you get to design, move your design, size your design, all of that kind of stuff while you see it on your project, which you can't beat that. Okay. My Design Snap app for the background scan or for sending it for snowman. To convert a line drawing, same thing. Take a picture of the line drawing in your phone. On that My Design Snap app, you would pick a different way to go in. There's like 3 choices. And it will then send that line drawing to your machine. So it goes into the design center and it digitizes it from there. And I'm going to show you several samples that I've done using that line app type thing. And I'm not an artist. I don't draw them. I either trace them or I get free clip art. Or if you're an artist, you're way ahead of me. So you've got 101 Disney designs built in. Yes, there's another brand out there that looks just like our machines. We didn't give them Disney. We didn't give them the My Design Snap app. We didn't give them Artspira. So it's the same machine with we have a few other things that they built. Okay. And you don't pay more for it because it's Disney. It's whatever it is, theirs is different. Okay. 788 built-in designs. Now this is not the top of the line. Top of the line is 1,200 something designs in it. But these are different designs, 4 designs. You don't buy a machine for designs, but sometimes you find a category that you think, I love all of those. Built into that machine. There are 28 built-in fonts. So let me just real quick, if we can go to the screen. Yay. Somebody bought a new baby. So in embroidery, here are your categories. And there's a second page. A lot of people don't realize there's more. These are appliques. These are, they stitch out and they look like they're hand crocheted. So that's kind of fun. Then there's projects in the hoop. So this hedgehog is a pin cushion. That is a scissor case. And that is a thread catcher. Built in, finally, in the hoop project. Okay, then I want to go back to, these are categories, and then under the categories, you have all the different subcategories. You have 28 fonts, like I said, and there are no Japanese fonts. They used to count how many fonts were in there, and there are a couple of weird ones. So now they're all fonts for us. Showed you that. 2-point positioning. I would really love to show you this because it's a laser light that shoots down. You see my embroidery foot is plugged in, and that's how I get the laser light. If I'm stitching edge to edge, say, and for this show, if you're interested in this machine, they're giving you an additional 10 edge to edge designs that are out of the Luminaire. You have to line them up yourself. It doesn't line it up for you like that does, but it has a 2-point positioning. So I'll show you how you use that. Here we go. Now I'm going to pretend like I'm doing something over a pocket, a design over a pocket. Okay. It makes me happy because I know those of you who have Brother machines love them. So every time somebody gets one, I just smile because I know they're going to love it. All right, let's go back here and I'm going to do this little bunny. So I'm going to put this bunny above a pocket. So I go to my work table. I figure out where I want it, where's the center of my pocket, and I mark that. So I can put a snowman on that and put it in here, or I can just draw where I want it to go on my shirt, where I can see the pocket and see the center. And so then I go to my hoop and I hoop it, and I didn't hoop it so straight. The point is you don't have to, okay? Because the machine will line it up for you, either with the snowman or this 2-point positioning. So I'm going to set the bunny, and I'm going to do one more thing here. I'm going to size the bunny bigger. It's not big enough. It's only 2 by 2. Okay? So I'm going to press size and the magic button. Does anybody here know what the magic button is? I know some of you do. If I size it now, it'll size it up 20% or down 20%, and it'll change it 2 stitches. 40% difference in size, 2 stitches different? Not good. So I press this icon right here next to it. There he is, with the stitches in it. Now it's going to change my stitch count. Now I can size it up 200% bigger or 60% smaller, and it changes my digitizing perfectly. This is true for any design from anywhere that you bring into your machine, as long as it's well digitized to start with. Does that make sense? If it's poorly digitized, it's just going to be different size poorly digitized. Yes. No, you can go up and down 20%. Okay. All right, so I'm going to make this guy twice as big. Now he's going to be 4 something by 4 something. And now I want to put him over this line. So when I go onto embroidery and I open up layout, this is my icon. That's new. That's my 2-point positioning mark. And now it asks me, where do you want your first position to line up to? That's where I want it. And if I'm doing a quilt, I'm going to line it up this way, because I'm going to see where I already stitched and know where I need to start to keep going, right? So then I say next. And this is if I'm doing a quilt. I want to know that line. But on this, I want to know this line. So I'm going to say, nope, I want my second mark over here. So then I say next. And now I have on the bed of the machine, oh, he's there. Ha! I looked up and he wasn't there. See the laser light? See my line? Doesn't match. Move it onto my line. And I say next. And since I did this so crooked, I got to move it up to get to the line. Oh, too far. And I am good to go. Now when I say next or set, if you look at the screen, the bunny's crooked. So isn't that awesome? That's awesome. So 2-point positioning built in. No apps, no nothing. So you notice I used a regular frame, regular hook, without the stickers on. Okay. Are you happy now? No sew. This is another new feature that I like. It's in the Luminaire, and what the heck is no sew? Well, that's where you take a design and you take elements out of it, because you didn't want that, you wanted this, and you put that into it. Again, from any design from anywhere. I love the question look on your face. It's like, what? So I'm going to show you. I'm going to start with this design. So I like the little squirrely gig, but I don't like the butterfly. Okay, so I'm going to set it. I'm going to open up edit, and I have a new icon down here. It's stitches with a line through it. You're not going to stitch it. If you've done anything in Design Center, you've seen that before. So I'm going to say, okay, press that, and I get to search here for the colors that the butterfly are, and I just say no sew, and it's gone. This butterfly has 3 colors in it, they're all gone. Okay, so then I'm going to add something else to that. So I'm going to go ahead and say add, and I added, I just did this, oh, it's in here. No, it's not. I thought I just figured this out. Because I get up here and I forget. There it is. I want to add flowers instead. But this has a border thing on it. You want the border thing. So where do I go? I go to no sew. Very good. And I find that. Well, here's a yellow. Oh, that's part of the flowers. I don't want to get rid of that. Here's a yellow. Nope, not that one. there it is. I found it. So I don't like it. Got rid of it. See how you can look at design and say, I love that, except I don't want that part of it. Now, if that color is also in other parts of the design, it's going to take them all out. But most designs have special pieces in a design in different colors. So there's plenty of places that you can do this with. Okay, so now I added that flower, and I need to play with it, obviously. So I'm going to size this. Remember the magic button. Always, always, always do this when you size. I want to make these flowers bigger. I want to rotate the flowers this way, something like that. And then I'm going to duplicate it, put it over here, but I can't put it over where the red box goes outside the screen because it won't let me do what I want to do, and that's mirror image it. And tell me I can't do it when it's outside the screen. Even though the design isn't outside the screen, the space of it is. So I just move it in, do a mirror image. I'm going to rotate a little bit more this way. You know, you're just going to play. So I've discovered I can't get this to go where I want it to go. So all I'm going to do is rotate the whole thing to go this way. So I can touch what I want to rotate, 90 degrees, and it doesn't rotate. So move it down. Pick one of these, rotate it 90 degrees. There, this one. Okay. It won't let you do it wrong. As frustrating as that can be sometimes. I need this one to be even bigger. But we're not going to do that now. I'll do that and I'll mirror image it. Duplicate that one. I would mirror image it. And I would just play a little bit until I had it where I wanted. I flipped it on there. Okay, there we go. So I'll show you what I did in the end. No such. Wow. So the first thing I did was stitch it out as it was with the butterfly. So there's the butterfly up here. There's it without the butterfly. And there it is adding the flower. So it's a totally different looking thing. Okay, I did another one. This one started with the butterfly. I must have had a butterfly on my line. Took the butterfly out and put a bird in. Again, how much fun is that? So if you'd like to play and be creative, all you can do is just play around with your no-sew. Here's an example of something that came from Artspira, free designs on Artspira. It was just a pretty little picture, and that's how it stitched it out. And all I did was send it over wirelessly and stitched it. Okay, ideas there. These are some of the fun designs in the new machine. This actually is in pink, and it's an applique. I didn't do it in pink. I wanted it for a boy, and I just did it on a shirt without letting the owl be an applique. So to show you how much you can change the look of something, kids. I'm not going to remember. Oh, no, it is. Oh. Okay, so that's the design, the original design, and this is what I did. You know, you don't have to use colors, it says. I rarely do. There's my bunny, and I showed you the sizing. So here it is without recalculation. Notice 20% bigger, 20% smaller, only 2 stitches different. Not good. Here it is with recalculation, 200% bigger, 60% smaller, and totally different number of stitches. I need a third hand. Give the idea. So this is as big as you can go. It doesn't change the stitch, but you got it in your machine. Just press that magic button and you can redigitize. So I tell people, be careful if you're doing bags, zipper bags, and you change the size of that zipper bag, you have changed where the stitch is going to hold the zipper down. You might miss the zipper. You know what I mean? Yeah. So if the zipper goes this way in a bag, you can change it this way. That doesn't affect it. But if it goes this way, then you can change it this way. Just something to think about when you're doing that. So there are some things you don't want to size without thinking about it. Okay. My design center. Let's set that go away. Oh, I was going to show you a couple of the new stitches. So that butterfly is in here. The deer is in here, both the lettering and the deer sketch thing. Those little flower things are in here. I'm not sure why it's. I teach the disease, the machines. Meet me afterwards and I'll look it up. Okay? I don't sell them, I teach them. Oh, blue shirt. Okay, there you go. That's funny. I might be able to quote the show price, but I don't know the retail price. Anyway, might. Okay, my design center. That's a whole thing that you have in here that allows you to create things from scratch or to send a line drawing like I just showed you those flowers to the machine. It digitizes it. You get to stitch it out. Okay? In here, let's just do a couple of crazy things. I just drew a line. It is automatically going to be a satin stitch, okay, unless I decide to change it. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to say, I don't want a satin stitch on that. I just want a running stitch, or I want a triple stitch, or maybe I want a candle wicking stitch. Whatever you decide, and then you get all of these stitches to choose from also. So you can do a whole piece of art and you can assign a different line stitch to each line. If the lines touch, they're all going to be one. So some designs I do, I make sure they're not touching. I have a pumpkin bib up here, and I had to just do it so just tiny bit, but you can't even see it. You know what I mean? It's such a small amount. So you've got all your line designs that you can assign. So I think I asked it to do a candle wick. I say okay, and I touch it with the fill button, and it is now a candle wicking stitch, but I can't see that. So if you touch it the second time, the machine will knock at you. It'll go knock, knock, and you'll know you got it. But the next step, you can see the candle wicking stitch. So let me just show you that. Here it shows me it's definitely candle wicking. Don't touch it with your finger. And if I break that, I'll be able to see that it's a candle wicking stitch. You can change the size of each candle wicking, and you can change the space between each stitch. So you really have the ability to artistically create anything you want. Make sense? There are also 30 fill patterns built into the machine in the design center. Sorry, design center. So I'm going to just bring in a shape and say, I want to fill this with a pattern. But I need to size it. I'm going to do a block that's an 8-inch block. So right here, it tells me what size it is. And I am, okay, we're good. Sizing this up to 8 inches. Or I might actually do just slightly less than that because I don't want a single stitch to go over the sashing or the border. But I'm okay if it's just a little shy. So I went 796. Now I want to fill that with a pattern, a quilt pattern basically. So I go and I find out I can assign it to be a fill stitch. It can be completely filled in, or it can be stippled instantly, or it can be a design. So I'm going to go into the designs, and I have 30 choices. All of these are choices that I can fill a pattern with. I'm going to show you samples that I've used most of these on, and show you how you can change the size of the pattern, the quilting, because, all right, let's just say I'll put this one in this block. Remember that it's an 8-inch block. Fill. That's a lot of quilting in an 8-inch block, right? So when I say next, I get to do some things to it. Here is my sizing. So I'm going to go ahead and size that up. I always do as big as I can go because it's plenty. So now it's 200%. I can change the angle. So some of the designs you want it to be, coming from an angle, and different things like that. So now if I set it, I'll show you how that looks. Preview. Okay. That's quite different. Now I didn't go in and tell it not to stitch my box, which you can just skip that, or you can tell it no so, just like we did before. So you can do lines for parameters of how big you want something to go to, and you just tell it, okay, that's my parameter, but don't sew it. Okay, so you get that. I like this group. She was right. You guys are with it. You can also do easy echo and fills right from your embroidery. So let's take Santa Claus. We're getting there. He's a little funky looking. And I want to go ahead and fill him with something around him. So what I need to do is put a parameter around him and then how big I want it to be. So the parameter around him is this flower. That's an outline of a flower. I'm going to outline whatever's on my, whatever I pick. So outline, and you'll see it automatically gives me an outline. Then I like to give it some distance between my embroidery and the fill. So this is where I can do that. So now there's a little bit more distance. The only choice I have on my screen is memory. Press it, see what happens. Okay, I went into the memory pocket of the design center under this icon. So now you know where to go find it. Okay, I need to add in the design center. And I got to bring him back up, and it was under this icon, but then I always say it lied to me, it's not there. It's there, but it's under that outline, okay? So there's my Santa. You know what, I'm going to do my gnomes. That's cuter. So this is gnome applique. So now I have the gnomes, and I want to fill in the design around them. So I'm going to go to my fill choices again. Why is it grayed out? Because it just was thinking. It's like, wait, why did you gray? We'll just do a crosshatch around them. And I come in here with my fill and I just touch outside of them and I have whatever I want. And again, I would size that. So I don't want it that much to quilt with. The expert here is playing. Okay. Or I could do some other things in here, but I'm not going to go that far. The point is Design Center lets you come in and do anything you want. Bring in a picture that you drew or your grandkids drew or kids drew or whatever, and it'll let you stitch it out, which is really fun. Okay, I got to show you a bunch of stuff. I talked about the snowman, how you can put it in there and take a picture of it. So here's a great example of why to use a snowman for something strange. This is a coin purse, okay? And it's already embroidered. And I wanted to put an initial on it. Well, when it's flat, I have no idea where to put that initial because I don't know where up is. So once I figured that out, I found a spot without anything, put the snowman at the right angle, put it on sticky stabilizer, and I could stitch the emblem exactly where I wanted it. And I didn't have to worry about positioning it because I couldn't tell what up was. Makes sense? Okay, matrix is a new feature, which is so cool. If I go into embroidery and pick a design, I will just go ahead and pick the design that I did. Just did this.
So I
Where
would
was
then
it?
take each one of these off. But I don't want to do that, but I'm doing a representation. But I would put that on
Hate that.
like that. Yeah, and I mean that's just for this hoop. This is
Where are these designs that I use? I don't know where they are.
Yeah, so once you're ready to stop.
All right, so I picked this design. And I want it to fill, I'm going to stitch on fabric and make my own embroidered fabric. So I want to fill it up. So I need to make that small enough to put side by side. So I set this and I size it. You know, we do the magic button. And I make it about something like 4 inches. So I know that can go 2 side by side. Now back to edit. The 9 patch that we've had before, and it still has the same features it had before, but now it has another 9 patch here. This is called Matrix. When I press that, it will fill my hoop with the pattern. So once I fill my hoop, I have the option to spread it apart so that it's not solid. I put it the wrong way. Spread it apart so it's maybe not filled. And then what I did is I added the pattern again and I mirror imaged it so they were facing a different way. Took some fabric, just started stitching. Well, here's fabric. So yes, I started with pretty fabric. And then I just stitched a bunch of stuff on it. And then I cut out the pieces to make a bag. So you can do your own embroidered fabric with matrix repeat, which was really fun. Okay? That's how simple that is. You just press the button and it does it for you. And you can space it however you want. Was there a question? No, it was back there. Okay. All right, I want to show you these, a lot of these things. So, another new thing, there's my pumpkin. So this was created in my design center with nothing. I just brought in shapes and made out a pumpkin, literally, and assigned each one a different stitch. Okay, see if I can get this to you to pass out. Good catch. One of the new features in this machine now is couching. So, couching, I got threads everywhere. Right here. Okay. Couching is under C for couching. Feel free, come on in, sit down. You have designs that you can couch with, and there's a video in the machine showing you how to set it up, and you can stitch it out, or you have lettering. So this is one sample, the butterfly, and then I said, let's soar, I was just doing whatever. This is a leaf. You do it with yarn, a really really thick decorative thread. Okay, this is another sample on a jean jacket. That's the butterfly. And then this side is the roses that are built in. So it just really looks pretty. Now the lines are done on the sewing side of the machine. So in the upgrade from 1 to 2, or in the XJ2 or XE2, either one, you get all the tools, the foot and the arms and all that stuff to do the couching. Okay? So, and that deer there is part of the lettering. So you have that, or you have the lettering. And in the lettering, you have capital letters, you have lowercase letters, you have numbers, and you have some punctuation. And this is so well stitched on, you can put it on a jean jacket, it's not coming off. And I left it open so you could see how it connects the yarn in the back. So feel free to pass that around. Oops, sorry. Okay. Then I promised to show you these things. This is something that I did, a table runner for the season. I didn't bring it with me. And I found leaves on clip art. Remember, I'm not an artist. And I just put them together so that I could use this as how I quilted the table runner. So custom quilting is what I love to do. So there's one. Here's another one. This is just, it says Pooh and Rabbit and I don't know who else on here. Tigger and Eeyore, and I traced the letters of the design on the top of this quilt and turned that into my quilting pattern for my border. So it's a word search because I can do that, take a picture of it, send it to the machine. It digitizes it for me. I can use my 2-point positioning so that I can line it up to where I want it to go, and I'm done. Okay, so you notice that around each block is a fill stitch. Those are all built in. So let me real quick show you that. Yes, this happens to be Disney, and let's see what I have here. We'll go with this Pooh. So if I take Pooh, set Pooh, open up edit, and I think, what am I doing here? Oh, put an outline around him. We've done this. And take him into Design Center. Then I say what size my block is, and I just fill around it. So what I do is I embroider all my blocks. Then I piece them together with the sashing borders, whatever. Then I make my sandwich. Then I do the quilting around the embroidery and around whatever area is open. That's the quilting. Okay? I don't know if you can see this very well at a distance, but you don't see any of the embroidery. It's quilted around the embroidery. Okay? Here's that die. This one I did stars. It was one of the first ones I did, and I didn't connect the stars, which was a really dumb thing to do. I'm a garment sewer. I'm a costumer. Then I learned to be an embroiderer. Then I learned to be a quilter. And so when I started out, I didn't know everything I needed to know. So I have lots of cuts behind this, which is not great. But each piece of him is something built into my design center. It's already there. And all I have to do is take a picture of it in my hoop, send it to my machine, and I can see where I want to put the design over the pom-pom. I can see where I want to put different pieces. So I can see where it stops by the 2-point positioning mark, and then I can line my design up because I've got an image. When I rehoop, I leave some of what I've stitched in there. So I can see that on my screen and I can line the next one up with it. Because I can send that image to the machine. Okay, this one I did with bikes. Because it's a bike, and all I did was copy the cover of the pattern of this design. And that's how I quilted it, with bikes. Crazy? I know I'm crazy. These were my stars that I did not connect. Just saying. This is the little guy, soldier guy. And the thing I did different on him, same concept of built-in designs, and I did the hat and the face and all of them with different fills. But on this one, I took the stylist and I drew lines that matched the firecracker here and the pattern on his jacket. It's an upholstery pattern. I used crazy things. So I drew those lines and it stitched it. And that was the quilting. I just like to play and have fun. Okay, snowflakes, obviously for frozen. The same thing to fill around each design. You can just leave it, I'll get it later. I usually have things everywhere. So built-in designs in the machine, or you can get them on embroidery.com. And you see I just placed snowflakes randomly on this one, because snow is not uniform. And this one you can see a lot better on the back. I'm quilting around the designs and in between. Okay. And last but not least, we just finished this season. So again, I traced some of the elements of this pattern from the cover of the pattern. And I did the design to quilt with witches' boots and hats and pumpkins. And that one I just kind of did around some of the appliques. So I'm not a traditional quilter. I'm an artistic quilter. I don't know if that's such a thing. I don't compare myself with those guys. I don't think I do. But I'd like to have different ways. I'm not going to ever put my quilts to be judged. I'm not ever going to, so I can do whatever I want. Yes, sir. Okay, good question. So I've got my whole top put together, and then I do my sandwich. And you give extra batting and extra backing. And I based the top because it may not be in the hoop, on the edge of the hoop, but the batting and the backing is, so I can get to the edge. You also usually square that up anyway once you're done. I do. Maybe those of you don't have to, but I do. Okay, any questions on embroidery? There's so much more, but the point is you can do a lot of things on this now that used to only be on the Luminaire, and you can get this in embroidery only. Your biggest hoop, 9.5 by 14, which is a nice size hoop with great features to make it fun to do. Good? All right, I'm supposed to go into the sewing side now, so I'm going. Right here. I gotta change out my foot. Okay. Sewing. So you know you can sew with it on, but there's something new, and that's where you can remove the stitch plate easily. So we're gonna do that as soon as I get this foot off. Okay, remember it's plugged in because it has a laser light. All right, so now. Do you ever do things at weird angles? It's like it feels so normal when you're normal. Okay, stitch plate removal. You get a new screwdriver. It's a longer neck, which is what you need. There's a hole right here. He's so good at this. I've done this 3 times. Now he's got it. You put the screwdriver in the hole, you rock it to the left, and you lift. And your plate is off. But I should have put my foot down. Hold on. I mean up. Now I'm stuck. There we go. It will come off. Okay. Now you can clean it out. Guess what? Oh, that's connected. Okay. And you can, clean your bobbin and all that stuff. Let me put this foot. No, it won't let me do it while the machine is. Now it tells you to turn off the machine to put the new plate on. But if you got the embroidery only, you don't have to do that. If you have sewing and embroidery and you put the single stitch plate on, you've got to turn it off and turn it on, because when you turn it back on, it will not let you choose any stitch that's not centered down the needle. Okay? So in this case, I'm just going to let it tell me what to do. And to put it back on, it's nice and simple. You just put it in place and snap it in. You can't do it wrong. So that's always a nice feature. So new screwdriver, longer neck. And they changed the color just because if we have the other screwdriver, we need to know which one we need for this. Okay, back to sewing. The machine always does a safety sweep. So if you have a windowsill back here or whatever, and make sure that's not going to run into it. So we're going to go back to sewing. Thank you. Okay. Now, get all my ducks in a row. So this threads just like the top of the line. We know that it just typical machine threading. So you get down here, and then you have your automatic needle threader, which for those of us, we love it. The only reason I've seen a needle threader mess up is if you change your needle and you don't put it all the way up. Then it will hit the shank and bend it, and then it's, otherwise, I've been doing this 15 years, never had to have problems. So just make sure your needle's all the way up. Also, if you use a different size needle, that the eye is too small for the needle threader, that'll mess it up too. But we don't use those very often, right? We usually use bigger eyes. Just saying. Okay, and of course it's a front top load bobbin, which is easy to do. One of the new stitches, I should show you this. When you want to take your thread off and it's all threaded, you've all been taught to cut it and pull it out the bottom. You all know why. Because if you don't, you're going to wear grooves in your tension discs, and you don't want to do that. So here's another way you can do it. And I hope nobody gets mad at me. Take it from the top and walk it out of the tension disc. When there's no tension on it and you pull it out, you're not doing any damage. Because I don't know about you, when I first started this, like, I gotta throw all that away. Well, then you realize how long these things last. It's like, okay, but you can do that. You walk it out of the tension disc, and you can feel it, and pull it out, and you're fine. Just a little tip, right? So I'm gonna do some sashiko stitching. Before I do sashiko stitching, I'm gonna talk about these guys. How many of you have a Move It foot? Have you used it? So you know how good it is. The rest of you look at this like I looked at it the first time. Took it out of the box and I went, and I put it in a drawer. Because it's like, really? Then I had to use it because I had to teach, and I discovered lots of stuff. This is the old one. Oh, I didn't even hear the bell ring. Too busy talking. New baby going home. And this is the new one. The difference is, yes, this is smaller, but they cut an angle here because if you use the old one, sometimes when you put your quilts in there, it would get stuck right here. And if you just take 2 fingers and gently feed it under the foot, once it's under the foot, you're good to go. Works the same. So now there's the new one. There's 2 things to know. This is gold, literally gold. Every walking foot out there does this. It grabs it and lets it go. Correct? Okay. When it lets it go, it can scooch, and it will scooch. Ever so little. When you use this, it cannot scooch because there's no way it ever leaves the surface of what you're sewing. So it's belt driven. That's how it moves it instead of grabbing and letting go. And all of this, and the size of the foot. Your fabric does not move. It will not scooch. So when you go to sew your binding on, and you get to the last corner, and there's a little extra fold, right? Because it just, yeah, you won't have an extra fold. It did not move. I told you before, I'm a costumer, garment sewer. So I do really weird things, and I will sew chiffon on top of velvet. If you've ever sewn chiffon, all it does is bunch and gather. If you've ever sewn velvet, all it does is fight. Okay, put the 2 together. Well, I did, and I use this foot. No problems. Why can I not see this hole from here? Like, what is it? Silly. Okay. So, when you're sewing things together, and I took the thread off, I should not have taken the thread off, and you don't want it to scooch, even if you're sewers, you've had people over the years say, can you hem my bridesmaid's dress? And it's got a layer of chiffon. And of course, you can't say no. Sure. And then you tear your hair out because it's so awful. Well, with this foot now, you can do it. The key is cutting it perfectly straight because chiffon, yeah. But when you put it under this foot, you can do a perfect rolled hem on it. Done. Which is nice. But again, it's the foot, it's not us. You don't tell them that. Okay, so I want to show you how many of you have sewn with Minky before? You're going to do it again? Okay. Some of us say, no, thank you. But if you use these rivet feet, no pins, perfect 4-patch, no problem. Literally. It doesn't matter how difficult it is usually, but you put Minky to Minky, no problem. And I got a secret for you. If you don't like all the fuzz, once you cut it, you can take a vacuum and run it up there, or you can take it into your dryer with a little damp wash rag, and all those extras go away. And it's much more pleasant to work with. Okay, so perfect 4-patch. So I'm going to show you something else. As a garment sewer, I typically have to match stripes or a pattern. So I'm going to take these 2 stripes and I'm going to line them up. And I'm not going to use any pins. I do need to line them up the right way. Yesterday I did them backwards. That's backwards. And I opened it up and it didn't match. And I thought, what happened? I lined it up backwards. Okay, so I'm not using any pins. I am lining this up visually, putting it under my foot. And I'm going to stitch the hem. But first of all, on the screen first, sorry, John, I messed you up. I'm going to turn on some of these icons. So this will give me an automatic knot when I'm done. This will cut my threads. This will give me a laser guideline, which I don't really need for this. But I have these buttons turned on and I can save that stitch that way. So every time I go to stitch, I press go, it lowers my foot, it ties my knot, it sews my seam. When I'm done, I just press my knot if I want a knot. I always used to back stitch, but now I'm not. It's cleaner. I love it. And then it raised my foot, raised my needle, cut my threads, and done. I didn't have to press any more buttons. Just set that and leave it be. Okay, how's this? Now I'll go to the screen. Oh, I did it again. I didn't line up stripe to stripe. I'm going to get it right. I thought I did. Now, fabric stretches. So if you line up the first side and not the second side, it may not line up when you get there. All right, we'll do this again. No pins. Stitch your seam. Stop it. Oh, I pressed reverse by mistake. So it'll do reverse if you want, but it'll still cut your threads, raise your needle, raise your foot, blah, blah, blah. All you have to do is line it up. And not pin it because of the foot. So anything you want to match. When I piece now, I leave this foot on and I do my piecing. Why? Because every single one is perfect. Even when you're, doing all of them at one time. So that's really cool, right? Another thing that's new is down here there's a S. S is for specialty stitches. So in the specialty stitches, we now have a couching stitch because I showed you the jean jacket that I couched around the collar and that stuff. So that's your couching stitch. And then you have 3 sashiko stitches. So you've all heard of sashiko and how you can buy a machine that does nothing but sashiko stitching, or you can do it on your machine. Okay, what is a sashiko stitch? It looks like it's hand stitched. Okay, so in order to do that, we have to put monofilament thread on the top and a colored thread in the bobbin. That's how it works. Okay. I love the looks like, oh, that's how it works. So monofilament thread. The whole point is it's invisible. That's when I use these little socks to hold it in place. I usually use my upright, but even with monofilament and upright, I'll use a sock. Okay, so it threads just the same. I can't see it. There we go. Thread the needle, and I'll show you what it looks like when it's stitched up. I'm missing what I'm going to stitch it on, so nope, there they are. So I have 3 sizes, shorter, medium, longer. I'll go with the shorter one. And all I have to do is say go, and it takes 3 stitches in place, and then it bumps it forward a stitch and 3 in place, and forward and 3 in place. And that one bump forward is where it looks like it's hand stitched. All right, stop. I thought somebody said Barbara. So on the screen, see how that looks like hand stitched? But I don't know about you. I do some hand stitching, but they're not that close together. They're just not that close together. So I can do, there's a medium size, but now there's a longer size. I'll just do that one. And I've asked them to put this in the embroidery side because there are stitches in the embroidery side. Because I think quilters would like to do a lot of this sort of looks like it's hand stitched. But it wasn't. Just, I don't know. I thought that was a good idea. I would do that. All right, back on the screen. So you can see that's more like the size I would stitch, but you also have a medium size that you can use. So Sashiko stitches are built in, which is really, really cool. Then the other thing new that's built in are tapering stitches. That means you can choose a stitch and tell it what angle you want it to start at and what angle you want it to finish at. So it's like if you're doing a box, decorative stitch around a label, you can get it so it's perfectly mitered corners with this taper idea. So if I just take a stitch and I turn on the tapering, here's where I can choose any of these angles to start or to stop. So I'm going to let it default at 60, and then this is also, I'm going to just default at 60. This one's going to be a little weird looking because of what it is. Oh, probably won't show very well in monochrome. Just saying. I'm glad you guys are laughing. Okay, we got some thread in here, and then I'll show you the sample I made with tapering, which was a lesson in itself for me because I had not done anything with tapering. All right, so this started with a 60-degree angle on the end, and then it's just going to stitch this decorative stitch and end with a 60-degree angle on this end. So here's what I did with it. I took a lot of those stitches and I just played. This was my play. And then I started doing so many, I thought, oh, I like that one. And then I'd go back and think, I don't know which one that was. And I started labeling. So I went around the flowers and stems, and I just played with what looked good and what maybe would look better until I actually stitched out. So this is what I used my light box, and I took a piece of art that somebody else did, and I traced it on the light box, and then I wound up stitching it with this, with the tapering stitches, and then I did a little bit of fabric paint to enhance it. So you're welcome to come up and look at this. The back is a mess because it stops and starts constantly when you're doing all the little things, but the tapering could be a lot of fun. It's just simple as a box or something like this. I think my time is up, and if you have more questions, I'm right there as I kill John's camera. And I thank you for coming, guys.
ScanNCut. So if you are not over here right now, you are missing out because we're going to have more fun than anyone else in the room. Right, guys? Yeah! I told you. So run over to the Allbrands area. Allbrands Village. All right. Mella. All right, I am live right now. So hello, everyone that is watching virtually. I do have to behave because they are watching virtually right now. So hello, if you don't know who I am, my name is Courtney Douthat, and I am a ScanNCut nerd. The first step is admitting it, and I fully admit it. So a lot of times I will get a question of, Courtney, what is the difference between a ScanNCut, a Cricut, and a silhouette? And I say, we do not say those words in this house. I'm just kidding. A ScanNCut can cut up to a 3mm thickness, so think like a puppy foam, a thin balsam wood. Sorry, someone's sticking out right here. A thin balsam wood, acrylic, or anything like that, you can cut out with your ScanNCut. It is a lot of fun. Now, the beautiful thing that is, she can do all the different cut files, you know, a FCM, FCM, SVG. But since she is a brother machine, she can also cut out a PES. If you are unfamiliar with that, that is Brothers Embroidery format. Courtney, how do we do that? Well, first I have to make sure I actually put my USB in my pocket. No, I didn't. Where's my USB? John, can you run to that machine right there and grab my USB? The Innovus right there. I'm so glad I checked that. Nope, machine back there. Keep going. I'm just kidding, it's in my pocket. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's not. It's really not in my pocket. I really do need it. Ask Mitzi. Don't worry, that's okay. That's my husband. Alrighty. So the great thing is she is a wireless machine. So there are multiple ways to get your design into there. So if you have a, it was in Mitzi's pocket? It's warm. All right. You can get it from Mitzi's pocket. So there's different ways to get it into your machine. She is wireless, so you can send wirelessly from your computer to the machine, a PES. However, if you have a brother wireless machine, you can send it from your brother wireless embroidery machine straight to your machine. You can also put it through a USB. It does not have to be any kind of special USB. I stole this one from him. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to put our USB in just by a show of hands who have ever used a ScanNCut before. All right. Who's never used ScanNCut before? We're going to change that. All righty. So let's go ahead and switch my camera. Oh, that's a nice angle, sir. All righty. So we're going to go ahead and wake her up. Good morning, gorgeous. It's not morning. It's late for me. All righty. So again, there's so much built in your machine. If you've never used a ScanNCut before, the number one thing I recommend to do is to go home. I want you to take it out of the box. Out of the box. I want you to take it out of the box. I want you to turn it on, and I want you to click around. There's so much built into your ScanNCut. My favorites are, of course, the holiday ones because we are in that season right now, as well as the cute little 3D boxes, the rosettes, and all that fun things in there. So there's so much built into your machine, so many things. 140 built-in quilt blocks built into your machine. And if you ever saw yesterday's demo, I did show you about cutting out quilt blocks. And the awesome thing about being able to set the exact size that you want the finished quilt block to be. So if you're custom making a quilt block out of thin air, you can tell it exactly what size. Go ahead and hit OK. It brings you all the pieces. You can select which one that you want. It will show you on the screen where they are so you can sort out the colors in your mind a little bit easier. You hit OK, it automatically will tell you, hey, this is the size that they're going to be because you told me you want the finished block to be this particular size. And it's going to take 2 of them to do that particular block. So if I wanted to do 2 blocks at one time, 3 blocks at one time, I could just add additionally. I go ahead and hit set. If you notice that black line on the outside is my cut line. The inside is my draw line because, yes, she can draw. So let's go back. I put my USB here. I'm going to go to retrieve data. Where am I going to retrieve it from? My USB. But again, you could retrieve it from a number of places. All right. So if you notice, there are different folders on there. Oh, I need to stop hitting the table. There's also PES designs. PES, remember, she can read that. That is a Brothers Embroidery file. So I'm going to select PES. There she is. Now, if this was a design, a lot of the different designers are actually giving you cut files nowadays. They'll give you an FCM, a SVG now. If they had, you would select that shield. It would bring that cut file in for you. But Courtney, what if they don't give me that? What do I do? I don't know. No, I'm just kidding. You're going to hit that flower, and we're going to create it at a thin air. So it's telling me, hey, this is the size that it's currently at. Usually what I recommend personally is I want you to hit that plus sign at least once. Just once, because think, she's taking from the cut line is where she's taking from. And I don't know about you, but I'm really bad about replacing things, and I cannot eyeball anything to save my life. So I usually say just up at one, give yourself that little bit of insurance that that stitch is going to catch and you're not going to have any gaps in there, especially if you didn't back it with a heat and bond light, a steam seam, anything like that. I would give yourself a little insurance. So I'm going to hit OK. Now, if you notice, all these come up. It's giving me the inside and outside of my gingerbread man. It's giving me just the outside of my gingerbread man, and then it's giving me the stitches of my gingerbread man. I don't know what to do with the stitches because it's my ScanNCut. I don't need those. So now I can decide, okay, do I want the outside to make my applique, or do I actually want his buttons and everything? For this particular applique, those were threads, so I don't want to grab those. But if you did have a design where you wanted those pieces, or if I want to take that design and cut it out of vinyl or cardstock, well, I would want those individual pieces. So they're giving you both, which I prefer. But for this case, I just want the outside of him. So I'm going to select that and hit OK. I'm going to go ahead and set it on my mat. And there's my gingerbread man. Now today, if I remember to grab it, I'm actually cutting him out of this fuzzy cord. Because why do we do that? Well, I like to cut things out of fun, interesting things. Like this little bull, I cut him out earlier. I also took this material right here and I fussy cut it out of him. And I cut out little mustaches. So again, this is Stephen the Bull. This is Stephen the Bull in incognito mode. He's undercover. He's very, very cute. Alrighty. So I'm going to actually take a mess. Why do I bring things up here with me? There we go. I'm going to take a fabric mat, which is our gold mat. If I had a favorite mat, it would be this one. It is available in a 12 by 12, just like the scanning, the low tech, and the standard mat are. However, this is the only mat that is not available in a 12 by 24. Pam or brother, that is the only mat that is not available in 12 by 24. I like to give her heck about it. Alrighty, so we're going to take the protective cover off. Ooh, I hate that noise. And we're going to put this on here. I'm going to do it very willy-nilly. I'm just dropping it on here. I'm going to do a little bit better than that. Because you don't have to scan in your mat if you don't want to see what's on there. I personally like to because I am frugal at best, and I will use a piece of material, especially cork or leather. Those are expensive, so I want to get everything out of them that I possibly can get out of them. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to load our mat. She's so quiet. I love it. I can't relate, but I appreciate it. Alrighty, and I'm going to use this button right here. It's the mat with the bar through it, and I'm actually going to scan in my material. Of course, again, you don't have to if you don't want to, but I do want to because I'm not sure the exact size of this, and I kind of just threw it on there. I didn't measure it. That's for cheaters. We don't measure. Alrighty, so here she comes. She's welcome back. Alrighty, there we go. Now if we select our icon, it will actually put a little box around it so we can drag and drop. Now, she is a touch screen, and they do come with a stylus. Do I know where mine is? But my finger is always there. So, all right, we threw that on there. We're going to go ahead and hit OK. Now, Courtney, what blade are we going to use? That's a great question. I personally, I'm going to go ahead and use this blade right here. This is your thin fabric blade. I consider this my fabric scissors. So the easiest thing to remember is, let me grab them all. Fabric scissors, everything else. Pop quiz. You didn't know there was going to be a pop quiz, right? All right, if I'm cutting out cardstock, what scissors am I going to use?
Everything else.
Yes, there we go. You can't tell them. That's cheating. If I'm going to cut out vinyl, which one am I going to use? That one. Unless you have the vinyl blade. Do you have to have the vinyl blade to cut out vinyl? No. Does it do it better? Yes. So if you are going to do a lot of vinyl, well, then that's a great kit to look into. But if you're not going to do a lot, well, then it doesn't really make sense. If I'm going to cut out cotton material, which one am I going to use? There we go. Alrighty, so we're going to pop that one in there. We're going to possibly, this actually might use my black, because this is not regular cork fabric. This is like an upholstery one that I like to pinpoint and cut. So I'm going to please select, and I'm going to cut. There we go. Half cut is off, because remember, half cut is the beautiful feature that Brother has that allows you to do vinyl. Vinyl is in 2 parts, and you can only, you want to cut through half of it, so you can do that. So half cut is a beautiful thing, but not beautiful when you're trying to cut out fabric. Don't ask me how I know. All right, there is a thing called test cut. That's nice. I'm going to go ahead and hit start. I don't use it. Like, I don't use it. I never use it. Well, okay, pre-auto blade, yes. I test cut. You'd have to set your pressure and your blade. And yeah, so then you used to have a notebook you would write down to know what your ones were. Now it's auto blade. It takes that away. So it's a feature that it will do for me. So I appreciate it. I was telling them earlier that the first ScanNCut that our retail store ever got in Baton Rouge, they were like, I know you're done. They were like, Courtney, there's a thing called the ScanNCut. I run down there, I click around in it, never seen one before. I type in my name. I'm going to cut out my name. Cut right through the mouth. That was pre-auto blade. I couldn't blame it on anyone else because I'm the only one named Courtney there. Which one are you? Okay, there we go. All right, are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready? I'm already doing it. There she is. So now she's cut that out for me. And I'll show you. And everything, he's been at my demos. Everyone together? Ooh. Ah. Wow. Courtney needs a raise. No, no? All right. So now we have our applique piece. So we bring it over to our embroidery machine. And when we're ready for that piece on our applique, we can go ahead and throw it on. That way we can make our applique very easy. And I did not have to use applique scissors at all to be able to cut that out. The cork that I did actually had a little bit of shine to it that I didn't do it. They did it earlier. I cut it out. And it looks like he has a unibrow. I didn't realize that till we were done. I was like, oh, no. But we let him through it. He's very cute. So now we can cut out our appliques. But remember, again, if we had wanted the bow tie or his eyes, they did give us that option at the beginning. So again, if we were doing on vinyl cardstock, or if I just wanted to delete those stitches out on my embroidery machine and just have them stitched around, I could do that and really custom make it exactly like I want. So this is another one that we did, which was a cute little N that we did with our applique. There are a number of things that you can cut. Like I said, I like to cut out fabric, and since she can draw, I will draw out my seam allowance because I cannot sew a straight line to save my life. Also wool and any other kind of fabric like that. And then, of course, cardstock. And then our favorite little guy that ever lived, Stephen the Bull with his mustache. So I like to leave a little time at the end to be able to answer any questions that you have. So questions, I love questions. Yes, ma'am.
Flip. You know, sometimes when you doing a t-shirt,
You transfer vinyl, yeah. A post-it note right there. No, currently there is not a button or anything that's going to alert you to flip. The machine doesn't know what you're doing, it just knows you want to flip it. So no, currently not. I mean, like I said, it is halfway funny, but you could take pressure-sensitive vinyl and just on your machine leave yourself a little note that's like, oh, look at the flip. So, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
When you're doing an applique, like you cut the gingerbread man out, do you put your heat bond light on the back of it before you cut it
Yes.
out?
So usually I would treat my material with a heat and bond light, a Wonder Under Hot Fix, Steam Machine, Hosel, I forget what those is called. Yeah, I pre-treat it because it saves me a step, and I'm all about a shortcut. So yeah, I usually pre-treat.
And then, so when you go to your embroidery machine, you do your placement line, and then you put that, then you put the gingerbread right on top of that.
Yeah. So it's saving you a step. So when you're supposed to be cutting, we're going, whoop, and that's all we have to do. Well, again, my son for Christmas, I'm doing a giant train, and it's got Santa and the elves and all the presents, and there's itty bitty little pieces. And of course, I'm looking around wondering who in the world did they expect to cut these out? Because I know it's not me. It was me. So we're going to do it with the machine. I bring it in, I drop all of the images on there, and then I'll actually take my mat and I will put, not my hair, I'll put fabric on different parts of my mat in different colors, because sometimes you know what an applique, sometimes you just need a little piece, I drag and drop them, what I need, and then that way it completely cuts them out. I just pull out all the things I don't want, take it over to my embroidery machine. When it's time for that part of the applique, just drop them onto that part. It feels like cheating, but in a good way. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
So how do you cut the mustache? So how do you
It's called a direct cut. Yeah, totally. So it's called a direct cut. Oh, that's what we make me. Oh, that's what that one. This one. Oh, yeah. Put that there. I love this. I love live. This is awesome. This is actually a fabric mat with fabric on it. So I'm gonna actually load it in my tooling right now. There we go. And I'm actually going to do a direct cut. When you hit scanning, you of course can scan anything in to scan to the data, but you can also do a direct cut. Oops, there we go. A direct cut, and that means that I want a direct cut from my machine or somewhere. But I want to scan it in. I want you to show me on screen what is available for me to cut out. You zoom in on whatever you want, and then you can fussy cut and be able to cut out those things. There she goes. She's saying hello. She's coming right back. Oh, I dropped Steven. No, Steven. Come back. There we go. Alrighty. So there we go. We have it on our mat. And I'm actually going to zoom in to say maybe this guy. Am I in the way? I am in the way. Come on, cameraman. It's not me. It's the cameraman. All right. So I'm going to zoom in. Y'all don't know. That's actually my husband, John, back there right now. We're like, God, she's really mean to the cameraman. Alrighty, so we zoomed in on that mustache. I'm gonna hit preview. All right, looks good. I'm gonna hit OK. Hit OK again. Well, there he is. Please select. And I'm gonna change my blade from my black auto blade. Yes. I was about to say, no, I'm not. I can't find them. Yes, I am. I'm gonna change it to this blade. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and hit cut. And she's off to the races. Awesome. While she's cutting out, does anyone have any other questions? Yes, ma'am. $225, $230. Yeah. That's a negotiable thing because some people will say it's $325 and $330. But that's, you're done? Okay. That's because there is a fun little trick that you can do in My Connection that allows you to not only send from the machine to the scanner, so from your embroidery machine to the ScanNCut to make a cut file. But if you have a brother Luminaire and a brother Stellaire, you can actually take a cut file and send it to the embroidery machine, and it will make stitches and make custom appliques. It's a lot of fun. The 10, yeah, it's just Stellaire and the Luminaire will allow you to do that. But you can send from your 10 to here because you're wireless. Not you personally. The 1000, okay, yeah, the 1055 is. I'm going to say, not you personally wireless. I'm sure you're great. Yes, ma'am. You can do a USB. Yeah, yeah. Do you want to steal one from him? Because that's what I do. All righty. So it's done cutting. Which camera am I on? Okay. There we go. We're live, so there's no flubbing this. There he is. Steven has another disguise. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, the machine auto blade, she is my best friend. Yeah, because really, again, like I said, it had numbers and you had to set them. Now it does everything internally. It comes down, it tests it, it knows where its mat is, and it does not want to cut through its mat. So it automatically will send how deep that material is and only cut through that material. And that way we can get a fun disguise. Yeah, so they enhanced the image tracing feature, which is what that's called, on the previous model. And I actually, because I'm a dork, I took a 225, my 225 ScanNCut with my 325 ScanNCut. I scanned in the exact same image. The image tracing was better on my 325. Yeah. 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 And they also added a sensitivity field when you scan things in. So if you have a super busy fabric, it used to be you would have to have a high contrast fabric to scan it in. And now it can be just a bold fabric, doesn't matter. And you can actually change the sensitivity. So I wanted to only get darker things. Okay, I can do it. Only lighter things, yeah. It's rarely that I ever do that. I usually just keep it right on the auto, but they do give you that option. I prefer to have more options personally. Questions? Oh, he's talking to someone else.
You don't have to have a stand mat. You stand on that material mat.
Yes, so all the mats can scan. However, if you're printing out a design and wanting to scan that in, I would not put that on anything other than a low tack mat and a scanning mat. Because if you put paper, she's like, oh yeah, I've done it. If you put paper on your standard or your fabric mat, you will be picking off paper for quite a while. So, any other questions? No, awesome. All right, so again, I do a show called Prints After Hours, and we do fun little things on the show. So I always recommend to watch the. Sorry, stick here. I do fun little things on the show, like make fun little boards. And of course, the reason we're wearing the Mickey ears and the reason that we are here is because Brother is exclusive with Disney. So of course, I had to add a hidden Mickey. So they're everywhere. So if you did watch that show, that was last Christmas that I did that. We're almost back around. And then this one, if you watched recently, we did use stencil. I taught you how to make your own stencil, and we did this format. I've got to start making things that are not as heavy. I've got to start doing it. And I thought I brought my wood burning stuff, but I didn't. So I'm really sad about that. But raise your hand if I should do another wood burning class on our YouTube video. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Okay, cool. So again, that show is called Allbrands After Hours. It is on our YouTube channel, Allbrands. And the reason that we call it After Hours is because if I say anything that our owner, John Douthat, does not like, well, sir, it was after hours. You can't blame me for that. Again, my name is Courtney Douthat. I hope you guys had a lot of fun. I will be over there in the ScanNCut area playing with the ScanNCut, also with Brother's new fabric printer called PrintModa. If you have not seen that, what are you doing today? Y'all have a good day.
Hello, everyone, and my name is Alexis. I am a brother educator. How's my sound? Can you all hear me? Well, thank you for joining me today. I want to discuss some of the fun features that we have here in our Brother PR 1055X. Does anyone have this machine? You have this machine. Anybody thinking about jumping into this machine? All right, so let's change that. By the time I get done, hopefully all of your hands will go up. All right? So the first feature I want to show you is a very popular one that gets overlooked from time to time. It is our My Design Center. So inside of there, you can design custom fields for quilting. And here's an example of a book that was stitched out by one of my colleagues. She was so gracious to show us the default. And each one has a separate one on another page. 50% increase, so we zoomed into it 50%, we rotated it 45%, and then also you can zoom out 200%, and it gives you different fill stitches a different look each time. So you almost have the capability to do a project, a quilt, in different stitching on each panel. So here's an example. So on top of here, inside of My Design Center, she scanned this in and then she erased the center stitches. So that way it did not stitch over the design that she has here on the panel. Okay. The next one she scanned in and she just made a square, made a block. All right. Made a block around it, and then we were able to stitch it. And then the last one is our simple skip link. Okay, that's the press of a button and then it goes around the whole entire thing. She didn't leave any parts of it out. All right. What I want to show you. Now, on the screen here, we're going to start off in My Design Center. It's going to tell you the carriage will move. It'll tell you what it's going to do before it happens. So therefore, there should be no surprises with your machine movement and with your hoop. So the first thing that I want to do, I want to show you how I created the one here, and then after I show you how to create it, I'm going to get that off the screen, and then I'm going to do another special surprise. So let's go into our custom stamp. Inside of here, we have a lovely gingerbread man. So I'm going to touch him, get that one queued up, touch OK. And then we can resize it and rotate it right here at this screen. So let's go ahead and rotate 90 degrees, turn him sideways, touch OK, and then resize him. I want to make him as big as possible. To do that, we're going to hold everything down. Hold it down. And then when you hear it knock 2 times, that means it's as large as it's going to go. You want to move them all the way down to the bottom. You can use the directional arrows, or you can touch with your finger on the screen because it's fully interactive. You can touch it and drag it around. From there, we're going to touch OK. And now I want to fill him in, but I want to leave the rest of this area blank. So I'm going to go into my fill stitches, touch the one at the very end, and then select, and decide which one of our fills we want to do. I think it was the roses. So I'm going to scroll through, find the rose garden. Here we go. It's number 4. Touch OK. And we can change the color. We can change the stitch density. But I'm just going to leave it as is because I believe that shows up best on the camera. So from there, there's a bucket in the middle of the of your 3 buttons underneath the settings tab. You're going to touch the one in the middle. That's the bucket, because think about a bucket and we're going to fill in the entire background. So I did the opposite. Not the background, the inside of the snowman. So we want to fill in the inside of the snowman area because that's where we want to stitch out. We're going to touch next.
And now this guy is ready to stitch. And that's exactly what I did on here. I'm not going to take it off yet. After we do the next part, I'll take it off to show you, kind of hold it around, and you'll be able to see the outline stitch for it. But it's stitched a satin stitch around him because that's what was there first. And I didn't tell that to go into a running stitch, or I did not tell it not to stitch that because I want that border on it. So let's return, cancel, go back into my design center, and I'm going to just scan my hoop actually, and I'll tell you about this hoop. It is our magnetic stashing frame. It is awesome, but I'm going to scan it, and then I'll be able to see the design on the screen here. I'm going to image scan, scan. And since this hoop is native to the machine, it is made by Brother, we don't have to worry about anything getting in the way. It's the exact perfect size to slide underneath all 10 of the needles. So it's recognizing it. So it takes its time and it scans from corner to corner. Now you can barely see it, right? So let's go ahead, and there's a leaf here that's going to darken the background. It's still a little difficult to see because it is a black fabric, and then we use some dark thread, but I can see it up here. I'm going to write something, so I need your help. We need to name this gingerbread. I named it G-Man. But if you guys want a different name, we can. What shall we name it? G-Man? I'm going to draw right on the screen. I'm going to try to draw and make it beautiful. But it is possible. My handwriting is not the best. So, G dash man. Uh-oh. If you mess up, you just touch the back button. I did that on purpose because I want to show you how to go back. Sure. All right. So I have G-Man up here. I'm going to go to next. Now let me go to the properties of it because it's black on the screen. You can't see it. And also, instead of it being a satin stitch, I want to turn it into a line stitch because it'll be fine stitching in a satin stitch, but we'll be up here for a while. So let's turn it into just a regular line stitch. Oh, it did one of the four. So let's go back. So I'm going to do it again because I only selected one. I'm going to scan again. And that's the beauty of it. A lot of the things on here, it doesn't take long. So if you have to just either hit the back button or you have to go back and start over, it's going to happen quickly. What's it what? So when it's scanning, it's the camera underneath it is picking up whatever is on your fabric, whatever, because it's already stitched. So if that were a design, like I just showed you on the block, it will be picking that up so we can show it on the screen. All right, so it's here again. I'm going to try to darken it. And then let's do our G-Man again. Okay, so then let's go into the line properties. But that one, sometimes it may pick it up as two separate ones, so I'll have to go back and just click the other, but let's see what it says. All right, so that's exactly what it did. It picked up the last one, so I'm going to go and select each one individually. See if I can get these colors to cooperate with me. I really should have chosen a lighter background. But when I stitch it out, it'll be lighter. I promise. One more little section. I'm determined to get it light enough for you to see it. Little. It's there. So let's go ahead and just stitch it out. And all I'll be stitching is the word G-Man because I stitched this already and I already showed you how to create that, but I did this in 2 separate steps. So we're going to edit in. I want to use number 9 stitch, number 9 thread. It's already programmed on yellow because I chose yellow just to get it to show up, but I want to change that. And close there. I'm going to just use my wand. Instead of moving number 9 to number 1, I'm going to just use my wand and say, make number 1, number 9. That's okay. Lock it. Green means go. No, do that. So it's going to stitch it out. It's going from the last letter all the way to the first, but it's going to show you each letter as it stitches it out. It's a line design. I'm using variegated thread, so we'll get that good color change that we have in there. While that's stitching, this is another example of a fill stitch that I did in my design center, and I used the variegated thread. Instead of doing a complete, instead of doing a stamp or a circle or a square or anything, I just filled the entire screen with my stitch out. Also, while that's going, another thing that you can create in my design center are beautiful works of art. So you guys see how well I write on there, but I draw even better. I've been drawing the same picture since I was in about the 3rd grade. As a matter of fact, a replica of this is hanging in my dad's home office to this day. But now I can finally stitch it out. And my mom is the person that taught me how to sew, and she's teaching me how to quilt now currently. But I can have her quilt this into a quilt. I can even have her wear this. You think she'll wear it? I think she will. I mean, I have a 15-year-old, and she draws something, I'd wear it. So that's, and I did two of them because I did it as another sample. So just that easily, you use your scan mat that comes with your 1055X. You scan it in and you stitch it out, and you can do all of that right on the spot. Oh, no wonder. I still had this down to like 4 stitches per minute. So this is only a 2-minute stitch out, typically. And we are done. So I'm going to take this off of here. And this hook just lifts off, this acts as your arm. You know how we have the A arm and the B arm? This acts as its own arm, and this is what it looks like all stitched out. See, I told you to trust the process. Oh, we're close to it. Okay. Another fun thing about this hoop, this is our magnetic fashion frame. I can take the corner magnets off and the smaller ones. They come off really easily. There's also a tool for if you don't have anything on your hoop at the moment. But all I do is hold the bar right here and I slide it down And then that is how I would do my edge to edge quilting. Okay? I mean my fashion board. All right, fun times with that. So let's do one more quick thing. I think I still have some time before Cindy comes up with her next one. Just kind of toss this to the side. How many people want to do hats? Hats, yes. The hat attachment is so worth it. I heard that. The hat attachment is so worth it. Let me tell you why. Can you all see? This is an awkward angle. Okay. So all you want to do, you will have, these are your attachments. This is what's going to hold the hat onto the cap driver. This driver also goes onto the machine. So this acts as your hooping station. You have your stabilizer. I usually use about a 4-inch wide tearaway, but at the show here I have a cutaway. So I'm going to slide it underneath, and then there are little knobs poking up, like bifurcated, not bifurcated, but serrated. So you press down with your thumb, and that's what usually perforate. That's the word I was looking for, perforate. And it holds it into place so that you can begin the hooping process of your hat. What I usually do, I point the hat towards me. I remove the sweat guard and I kind of bend it down just a little bit. Because you want to bend the hat, not the hoop. So use my fingers there. I will even hold that together. Take your attachment and slide it right down over the top here. So there's a notch that will match up with the center placement of your hat. Okay. So once you get all that in place, you hold your sweat guard, pull them out to the side, that holds it out of the way while you're stitching. Do the same thing on this side. And now you're ready to hoop it. Come over here to your hooping stations, make sure it's locked. There's a little knob here, make sure it's in the locking position. The way you'll know if it's in the locking position, there's a picture of a lock and unlock icon. You take it, you slide it over your stabilizer. It typically does not curl up for me, but I did not get to get that perforation. And lock, it's going to ratchet into place. So I'll be quiet so you can hear it. You hear it? So that lets you know it's in place. Sometimes, just from regular hooping, it will be a little crooked. Before you ratchet it all the way down, you'll have a little bit of play to turn it left or right to get it more secure. There are knobs here on the side, and you want to make sure you smooth everything out from center out, and then curl it under and snap it. So they're going to look like these, but smaller, but they're the bent clips that come with your cap frame. Mine may be in another place right now. But you would clip it right here on this side. Same thing on the other side. Clip it right there. Take your thumb to remove it off here and take it to the machine. Press it up against the screws on the side. Get counter pressure on the frame and pull it straight off. All right, let's see. There's one more piece that goes onto your machine. All right, you want to hoop it, you want to slide it on with the barrel side going forward. Let it sit inside the grooves here. And the same screws. Oh, I do this every time. One moment, it wants me to put my larger one back on so that we can reset it. I'm trying to outsmart my machine. All right, now we're happy. So if ever that happens and it just keeps saying change to a larger hoop, sometimes I turn it off and turn it back on, or I just put the larger hoop back on. And we stop fighting over which size hoop we use. All right, so that fits right there inside the groove. You take your same screws that you're using, that you're going to use for your A arm, your B arm, or any of your specialty hoops. You screw them into the top. And then there are bottom screws. Rule of thumb, the bottom screws do not come out. So those, they stay in there at all times. But you just loosen them to reposition the things that you need. Grab your cap. You're going to slide it right onto the machine. But obviously we can't go that way, so we have to turn to the side and straighten it up. And that snaps on there just like that. So the same roller balls that hold it onto the hooping station will hold it onto your machine, and then from there you can go through all of the same features to stitch something out. You can even create something inside of my design center and stitch it on your hat. The key is though, you have to know that you want to have about a 2-inch stitch fill, so you don't want to create anything bigger than that. Otherwise, it's going to tell you to switch to your cap frame. And the way you'll know that you're on the correct cap frame is at the top of the screen here. It shows you which frame you're able to use for what feature you have chosen. Okay? Any questions? Yes.
Will that fit the 1,000?
Yes. Yes, ma'am, it will. The question was, will this hoop fit the 1,000? There is. This is the newer one that we have. It's the flat brim. It allows you to stitch closer down to the brim. It also allows you to stitch more structured hats like your Richardson caps, all those things, and your flat brim. It's my favorite one currently. And I do a ton of hats. Actually, I have an Etsy store and I have like 3 hat orders waiting for me when I get home. And I will be using this.
Can you tell us how much that price is?
I can if it's on my sheet here. Otherwise, I don't have it in memory.
Well, I need one to this. But it's this.
So for this one, with your machine purchase, you know, you get everything 25% off with machine purchase. It is $8.99. Without the machine purchase, it is regular price is $1,100. You talking to me? Okay. Yes, I can do that. Let me say bye to YouTube first. Hello. Okay. But that was my wonderful spiel for my PR 1055X. It's one of my favorite machines. It's got the camera, it's got the scan feature. You can use your cap frame, you can use your magnetic stashing frame. So the possibilities are truly endless. I hope you all enjoyed it. How did I learn it? Literally hands-on and YouTube and friends. And a lot of trial and error, but more trial than error.
right, there we go. How are y'all today? Welcome. Today, what day are we on? Saturday of Quilt Festival. So wait, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Day 4. I got to do math with the fingers today. It's pretty sad. I'm Cindy Hogan from Brother. These 2 products are 2 of the products that I actually love and play with all the time. They are a blast. Today we're going to talk about My Connection. Have you all found anything just to die for that I must go out and shop for? No? Nobody's got anything besides my product, of course. Yeah, you need a Luminaire and it's going home with you, right? There you go. So on our ScanNCut and our Luminaire, I would love to tell you I can make everything sing today. I can't, because we have too many signals bouncing off the walls in this room. So they're not actually talking to each other. So I've done some communication so that I can show you how it actually works, but I can't actually perform it live, okay? And I do have samples for you. So on this, we have this amazing feature called My Connection. My Connection allows me to send items from my ScanNCut that are built in on the ScanNCut to my Luminaire. So it's not things that I scan, but it's things that are built in. So any of the built-in content besides Disney can be sent to and from. So let's come in here and let's grab, let's go into our category of things around this is my hobbies category. And I don't know about you, but ironing is not a hobby to me, but that is our hobbies category. Although considering I'm about to spend the money on this iron over here, the reliable iron is about to go home with me. Actually, it's going to be shipped to me because it won't go in my suitcase. But I'm pretty sure that one's going back home with me. Then maybe I should call it a hobby. I don't know. I had one and I absolutely left it and it got electrocuted. So we have to actually replace it. So we're going to come in here and I want this to become one piece of fabric. I don't want it to be 2. I want it to be one item. So I'm going to come in here and take that and unrip it and tell it to set it. Now, if you look at my screen right now, it shows that I have a white space in here and a little gray. You don't normally see that gray space when you're on a ScanNCut, right? What that represents is your 10 5/8 by 16 inch hoop. So you have to keep your pattern constrained within the 10 5/8 by 16 inch hoop. As long as it's within that area, you can send it and transfer it over to the machine. So we can touch transfer, and as I said, we're going to kind of have to fake and bake it today. We're going to say, okay, yes, you've gone. But you will usually get a success. Actually, you'll get a message saying, would you like to overwrite the pattern that's flying out there in space? And you will say yes, because only one can be going out in space at a time. And that includes, it's talking about one thing from Mark Spira, one thing from this. Only one of any of those items at any one time can be floating out in space. So it will ask you that. If you have not finished with your previous item, you'll finish that first and then transfer and say okay. So we would then come over to our Luminaire, and I am in the way here. Let me go this route. Okay. And we would go into My Design Center. And no, I don't want you to recall. I want to just go into My Design Center. Gloria might be sitting here soon. Anything that I've sent via My Connection will be retrieved in the Stamps and Shapes area. So if I touch Stamps and Shapes, you'll notice that I have, once My Connection has been activated on my Luminaire, I hit the home button by accident. I get a ScanNCut button in there. So that allows me to retrieve my shapes from my ScanNCut. Now, there was something else I meant to do a minute ago on my ScanNCut, and I'll go back and show you that in just a second. But it's telling me that I'm not connected, and okay, we're just going to say okay. But it shows you what you've actually transferred over here. So I have transferred a sewing machine that I've welded and the Believe sentiment. So this is the one that we were just talking about. I welded that on the Canvas workspace, on my ScanNCut. instead of having to erase my lines over here. So I went into edit, and I'll show you how to do that in just a second. Let's finish over on this machine first. So I can resize it. I can make it whatever size I want it to be. If it constrains itself, make it bigger on the ScanNCut first and then send it, and then you can get bigger and bigger and bigger. We'll say okay. Now, if I want to turn it into a regular embroidery design, I can touch my fill properties key, and I can choose any of my fill stitches that I want to choose. I can pick a color. Actually, let's make it a bright orange. I'm in a Tennessee mood today. Let's make it in a Tennessee orange sewing machine. Actually, that looks kind of like a, I don't know what mustard. That's a mustard orange. Let's make it Tennessee orange. There we go. Tennessee or Texas. I'm at, I can, y'all the same ugly orange as we are. Very close to it. All right. So if I wanted to put a different outline stitch on it, I can come in and touch my satin stitch there. And I can say, let's try a blanket stitch on this one. And I'm going to go ahead and leave that at black. Touch OK and touch my fill paint bucket and tap that outline. If I didn't touch the paint bucket, what's it going to do? Only going to do one little area for me. So you all, if you're wanting to change the whole outline, touch the bucket. And let's go ahead and touch next. So it has created my pattern from my artwork. So think about it. 1,300 and something patterns over here now are available as your shapes in your My Design Center instead of whatever, we don't have that. We don't have a ton in there right now. So I can come in and I can select and let's say, I think I want that blanket stitch to be a little bit longer. I want it to bite into my item a little bit further. I can come in and change my stitch width. Defaults are always going to be highlighted in black. All right, so there we go. I've got my blanket stitch the way I want it. If I want it more dense, I can come in here and change the density. Let's go ahead and say, okay, I'm not saving that to my memory. You might want to. Oh, somebody has scanned the last time. So let's come in here and delete our scan. Let me see here. Delete my scan. Which page are you on? There we go. Y'all just learned something if you didn't already know that. Until the embroidery is finished, that scan will appear. So once you finished your embroidery, your scan goes away. But if you never start that embroidery, your scan is still there. So you have to go in and delete it or turn it off. Now, the My Connection feature unleashes a magical button on a Luminaire. It does not do it on any other brand, just a Brother, and only 2 machines in the Brother lineup. The Brother Luminaire and the Brother Stellaire. So those 2 machines, this is works with. When I go to edit and I touch my applique key, once My Connection has been activated, you get a new button. Everybody has applique patch, and what that does is any design, it turns it into a patch. It basically appliques around it. The applique patch for selected colors lets me pick certain colors in a design to turn into an applique directly on the machine. No external software required. So I'm going to touch my orange color tile. I know it pains me to lose my orange, but I'm going to lose my orange and we'll touch next. I can do a light zigzag. Let's look at that. I'll go ahead and show you all of the different modes. There's my little light zigzag. I can do a regular satin stitch, which is just your regular satin stitch that you see around a regular applique, or you can turn it off to do a raw edge applique. Okay, I'm going to do it both with the light zigzag and with the one off, so I can show you a trick. Okay, so if I want to just do a light zigzag, I can preview it and touch next. Now, I've still got that blanket stitch, and the blanket stitch and the zigzag would not look good with each other, right? So I can come down here and touch my color tile and touch the no sew button, and now that blanket stitch no longer stitches. But what if I want a blanket stitched applique? Go back and let's go to off, because that's your raw edge. Touch preview. And then touch next. So this time I would leave my blanket stitch on there and my applique would stitch and I would have a blanket stitch for my applique. I would touch OK and I'm done. So you could do any of your decorative motifs out of My Design Center. You can do any of your specialties. So you can do a chain stitch around it if you wanted to. You've got all kinds of options just by leaving that turned on. In addition to doing stuff that is from my design center, I can actually do embroidery designs built in or from other sources. I can turn parts of those into appliques directly on the machine. So let's come over here and let's go find our butterfly. So here's my butterfly, and the reason I show you this one is so I can kind of explain to you what would happen when you have this hugely dense design and you don't want to stitch that long. So this one happens to have about 60,000 stitches in it in regular embroidery mode, okay? So if I were to stitch it as is, it's 58,992 stitches. I'm going to be stitching for over an hour, correct? And it's going to be a pretty stiff project. So let's return and let's go back into edit and let's go to applique. So once again, applique patch for selected colors. The magical button unleashed with my connection is there, and it's coming to my rescue because I can come in and turn the two most dense parts of that embroidery design, which are those two big parts of the butterfly. The rest of it's nice and light. These are two solid pieces of embroidery. That is where the majority of that stitching is coming from. So we're going to turn those into patches. We want to use a light zigzag because it's going to be tucked underneath other embroideries. Go ahead and touch preview. You'll notice it's turned that into a nice little patch for me. We touch next. And look, the pink is gone. It can now be replaced by fabric. And instead of having a really dense design, can I toss it to somebody that can catch? There, oh, I just about fell on the floor by tossing it to somebody that I caught myself with my little. So feel that. Just go ahead and crumple it in your hands. You can feel how nice and soft that is. Instead of a real heavy, dense, stiff design, I've got a nice lightweight design. So that, and the bonus is, I could also go in and turn off any colors that I don't want. I could have turned off the white. And if I forget to do that in there, I could come into my no sew button and go and touch the white and say no sew, and go and touch the other white and say no sew. So if I wanted to turn those off as well, I could turn those off. When I go into embroidery, I am now down to 30,000 stitches. Pretty awesome, right? Nice, soft, and easy. So when I'm done with that, in order to actually cut those out at the exactly appropriate size, that is the other thing. It is perfect. I do not have to add an offset. I do not have to do anything special to it. I would transfer right there. Now remember, mine's not connected to the internet, but that my connection gives me that transfer to my ScanNCut key, and I can transfer that back over to the machine. I could have faked this. I could have actually gone to a USB if I had a USB in my pocket. I did not think of that. Oh well. And then, yeah, let me do that. Do you have a USB right there? If not, that's okay. That's okay. Hey, Courtney. She's got my. But throw me the gingerbread man. No, the USBs. I know you had one. So if there's a Douthat around that has one, it would be Courtney. All right, so or John. So I'm gonna actually show you how you would go complete this project if you needed to. So we could touch USB. Normally, I would transfer it back via the internet, okay? And I will show you where I would retrieve it, but I want you to know which button to push when you get over there, okay? So let's go back over to my ScanNCut, Barbara. And let's go home. So anything that is sent and received from between these two machines is done under my connection. So I'm not sending this time. What am I doing? I'm receiving. So I would retrieve it from my wireless LAN device. It's going to tell me it's not connected to the network, but it would automatically pop up there, okay? Now, if I go into retrieve data, and I go find my bee packet. Here we go. So this is the exact same butterfly that we just did. I would touch my applique badge button there. So you want me to back up and do that one more time? This key right here knows that it's an applique when it comes from a machine or from a Luminaire machine or a Stellaire or from our brother embroidery software. So if I touch that, touch OK, it is the perfect size. We do not need to add offsets or anything else. I am ready to scan in my fabric and cut it back out. Okay, so that is the magic of this actual feature. So let me show you some things that we've done with it so you can understand what the different stitches look like. Hey, we like hearing bells ring. Do y'all not? It's just like magic. So let's see here. What do we got? Let me see. Let's pull out a few things and I'll come down and walk among you. So, oh, wait a minute. I need to do one last thing over here, don't I? I didn't show you how to weld your sewing machine. So we're still on my ScanNCut. Let's go into my connection. You can do it either place, but we'll do my connection. Send, and let's open that sewing machine back up. So what I wanted to do, if I wanted two different pieces, I would not have done this. I would not have ungrouped it. I just left it alone. But since I wanted two separate pieces, excuse me, a single piece, object edit, weld. That takes away those little lines in the middle, and that means I don't have to erase. Okay, that is, then I would have transferred that normally. Okay, let me come down and we'll talk. Any questions about the actual process before I show you some things? No? Okay. Then that means I did my job okay, decently. All right, good. All right. So this right here, oh, Barbara, I may make that thing ring because I'm close to it. This right here is a leaf sent from the ScanNCut over to the Luminaire. You do need to give it a fill stitch, guys, because that gives it the capability of making that outline stitch, okay, of making that applique. It does a much better job if you do that. So this is a light zigzag stitch. I used my projector to attach my little space in the center, okay. Once it got to that color, I basically went back to 0 and projected it down to where I knew where to place my fabric. These are all of the different funky fabrics that I can cut with my rotary auto blade, and at the show special, every single ScanNCut will be coming with a rotary auto blade. Doesn't matter which one it is. So which one of the ones that we have. You can have a 325 or a 330. Either one will come with a rotary. So I'll pass that around so you can see that. This right here is a freestanding applique that I did on the Luminaire because it does do a mighty fine job of taking it all the way out to that outside edge. I did not have to do any adjustments. This was an In the Hoops project. It was, I cut the, what is this thing? I cut the hat with the rotary auto blade. This is a built-in design in the celebrations category of the ScanNCut. There is a Brother Sews Live, I believe, on this one. It's either that or an Allbrands, but I'm pretty sure it's a Brother Sews Live that I did that one on. This is one of the built-in open shapes on the Luminaire. It's probably on the Stellaire as well. I cannot tell you that. I don't have one of those. But it's basically just showing you the immediate applique process with just a plain old satin stitch with a decorative fill around the outside edge. We love our decorative fills. And if you have a Luminaire 3, then you can do custom decorative fills, and those are all kinds of fun. So this is Gingerbread Man done in the hoop. Just an in the hoop little project. Heather and I were at VDTA last year, I believe, maybe the year, I believe it was last year, yeah. So it was shortly after we did introduce my connection, and so we decided to do cut, sew, press, repeat. But I mean, it was just something we were sitting there. We had to use the fabrics that were available to us. So we didn't, these are not selected but in any specific way. We just used what we had. But these were all pulled from the ScanNCut, sent to the Luminaire, and turned into an applique directly on the machine using a light zigzag stitch.
This is one of the designs that's built into the Luminaire. This is the actual embroidery design. This is the design turned into an applique with certain parts of it turned off so that you didn't stitch the whole thing, and she's added a different a letter in there as a monogram. This is the same concept, but different parts were turned off. So that's some things that you can do with your My Connection as well. This one, if you don't recognize it, is built into the Luminaire, and it is also on the front of our 325. This is the flower that's on the front cover of the 325. The center of this flower is an applique, and so this is just an example of how you can just send it directly over, but once again, there's a decorative fill behind it. These are super simple and easy things that you could do, okay? These are built into the Luminaire, ScanNCut. ScanNCut sent over, turned into an applique directly on the machine. Now this one was fun. In our celebrations category, we have different holidays. So this was my Easter celebration, and these directly on the machine. But I used one of the built-in shapes. I think it's an open shape on the Luminaire to add my little trim across the bottom of him. Of course, decorative fills. And then this is one of the logos that's in the ScanNCut sent over. And these are fill designs, just to kind of give you an idea. Super simple and easy to go. I mean, it makes digitizing on, you have perfect artwork. What more could you ask for? It is perfect artwork. This one is one of the shapes that I do believe is built in the holiday section of the ScanNCut sent over to the Luminaire. This is a logo, and these are, guys, the logos are fun to do. I'll do the Believe one here in a minute to show you how to play with it. But this is a logo built into the machine, and I have simply done a fill stitch in the center of it. You don't want to do a satin on this one, I will assure you, because it would be everywhere. But a fill stitch does beautifully, and I think I have a triple stitch around it. This is one of the ScanNCut designs from one of the lace categories. Yes, ma'am. How do I do that? I will be happy to show you that. I will be happy to show you that. Give me just a minute, okay? So this is this was from the ScanNCut. This is a logo from the ScanNCut. Not only have I turned it into an applique, I have decorative fills in here. So just like I did that, what am I saying, the blanket stitch? And I didn't turn that stitch off. I created it from that, but I turned that stitch back on instead of turning it off. I turned it on. And then this is just text from the Luminaire. Now this one is this was a kind of a combo of a bunch of different techniques because it's class I just taught. This is a sewing machine that's brought from the stamp collection off my Canvas workspace. This is a shape from the Luminaire, from the Luminaire. This is in my design center as well. These are in my design center. This right here, however, is it from the trim category on the ScanNCut. This was what we transferred over. And then this is a custom decorative fill around the outside of it. All right, so let me show you how that other little bit's done real quick. I've got 3 minutes and I can do it real fast. So are we on this side? Let me do something real quick. So depending on what order you want things to stitch in, I personally like my decorative fills to stitch last. That is just my preference. You may be different. But here's my embroidery design. If I don't care what order it stitches in, I can go into Edit, and I can touch this little button right here. I can pick my hoop size that I plan on embroidering in. And then I can touch the decorative fill category and select my decorative fill. That one's going to throw it to the very beginning. I could always, and this is going to be a triple stitch. So that is the other reason that I tend to not do it this way. But you can choose, I forgot to show you the offset, so let me undo that. I can, all right, so this distance right here is that offset that we were talking about. Okay, so that's how I've got that around the outside edge. And I always have an outline around them. But this right here is your distance.
But that's not generally how I do mine because, like I said, I like mine to sew last, and I like it usually to have one run on it. So this is how I do mine. Create a stamp. Choose offset distance. Touch memory, and it'll tell you you can retrieve it from the stamp shapes category. So then choose add my design center. Stamp shapes. There's your outline that we need to retrieve from. Here it is. We touch OK. And then we come back into stamp shapes and we grab that hoop and pick which hoop we're planning on using. Touch OK. Come in, grab your decorative fill. Pick your color and paint bucket it in. Touch next. Oh, I always turn off the outline stitch. So I always do this right here. So touch that. No sew. Paint bucket. Tap it. Next. This outline I turn on. And then you have that nice, it's not going to jump around, and you have that nice little stitch around the outside edge. Set it. And there you go. Okay. All right, guys, y'all have a good rest of the time. Stay and listen to others. Emily's coming up. Thank you so much for coming.
All right.
Today we're going to be talking about the serger, specifically the Airflow 3000, and this is an amazing new serger from Brother that includes the ease of threading that is very different from the sergers before as far as the ones that Brother has made. So my name is Emily Thompson, and I will be sharing this demonstration with you today. So I see that these threads are a little bit tangled up here. Just want to make sure that's not going to cause an issue. So the first thing I'm going to start with is showing the threading aspect of this machine, which is super easy, and we're going to do that by opening the front cover. And we can see in here that we don't have all the traditional channels and things that we need to thread through. We just have these little holes, which is where we're going to thread our threads. So I'm going to go ahead and cut the ones that are in there, and I'm going to pull them out so that we can put in the new threads. So to put it in threading mode, you're going to turn this little knob from sewing to threading, and you're going to turn the hand dial until it locks into place. From there, I'm going to pull out enough thread to make sure that it goes easily through the channels, about 12 to 18 inches, and you're going to stick that into the hole. And I'm just going to go ahead and press the button, and you see it shoots right out the side here. Super easy, and once it's through, there's no way that you've done it wrong. It is correct. So on the other serger, sometimes I think I've threaded it 100% correctly, and it still needs a little rethread for whatever reason. Same with the lower looper. We're going to stick it right in there. We're going to press the button, and it comes right out the side. It is now threaded correctly. So to go back to sewing, we just move this lever back up to the sewing position, and we can go ahead and close up the doors, and it's ready to go. One feature I do really like about this machine is this red light right here, and this is showing you that something is still not quite right with the machine. I can put my foot on the presser pedal, and it literally won't go, and that's because something's not ready for sewing. And in this case, it's the presser foot is still up. So as soon as I would lower that, that red light goes off, and I can begin sewing. So I'm going to start by just showing how it finishes a seam. So if we have, this is woven fabric, it's going to go ahead and sew the seam with a very sturdy seam, as well as finish the raw edges of the fabric. So we're going to put that under there. It's going to trim off anything that's uneven. And then it's going to sew the seam as well as finish those raw edges. So you don't have to worry about anything fraying in the wash or coming undone. You do not have to do an additional step to finish the seam. It's literally one step, 2 needles. So it's very strong and durable, as well as those raw edges are finished. And when you open it up on the inside, you can see that you have a strong and sturdy seam as well for sewing, bags, garments, or whatever you're wanting to stitch. The advantage, in addition to it finishing the raw edges with a serger, is that it retains the stretch. So if you have fabric like this, which is a knit fabric, so very stretchy, okay, so you can see this fabric stretches. If I were to sew a straight stitch with this on my sewing machine, and then I go to put it on, or I go to stretch it, you're going to pop those seams. If I use a zigzag, it will keep the stretch, but a zigzag, when you open it up, sometimes you see those stitches, and that's not really good for garment sewing anyway. So with the serger, we can retain a strong seam as well as that finished stretchy edge. So let's go ahead and sew the knit fabric, and I'll show you how that one works as well. Okay, so we've sewn the same strong seam. The edge is finished, but this time we've kept the stretch so that fabric continues to be able to be stretched or pulled. If it's something you're wearing or you're making headbands or something like that, it's quite easy to do that. And you can see when you open it up on this side, it's also strong between the 2 pieces of fabric as well. So I've sewn bathing suits or leggings, things that are extremely tight and pulled when you're wearing them, and there's no problem when sewing with this sort of machine to get a strong seam in there. All right, so another thing that I like to sew with my serger is I do primarily clothing and primarily knit fabric, although I'm trying to do a little more with woven fabrics. is when you're sewing on a neckband. You can sew a beautiful neckband on a t-shirt, and I've got here a pretend t-shirt. Okay, so this is like the front. We're just going to sew that neckband right on. I've cut a piece of fabric, the stretch going the long way. It's 1.75 inches wide. I like that width of the neckband. And it's cut straight with the grain. Okay, so as long as the stretch is going this way, you don't have to cut it on the bias. You're literally cutting it straight with the stretch. And then you're going to go ahead and fold it with the right sides of the fabric out, because this is going to be our finished neckband. And just like any t-shirt, that fold will be on the top. You're going to line up the raw edges, the two edges of the band, with the one edge of your t-shirt. And you're going to go ahead and be able to sew that right onto the fabric. So when you are making a neckband, you want that band to be about 85 to 90% of the length of your neck opening. If you don't make it long enough, it's going to be pulled too much, and your neckband is going to cause your main t-shirt fabric to like ripple because it's going to be pulled too tightly. If you don't pull it tight enough, then it's going to stand up like a turtleneck, and it's also not going to look like you want with the t-shirt. So you want sort of that sweet spot, and there is a range because of fabric. So your t-shirt pattern might say cut the neckband 20 inches, but you really might only need 19.5 inches to do it. So it just really depends on what you're doing and what fabric you're using. So you can see that I'm pulling this neckband fabric a little bit as I'm sewing, and then also making sure that I'm not stretching out the main t-shirt fabric. Okay, so we want to go ahead and stretch the band, not stretch the shirt, or even my fake shirt in this instance. And you'll see when I'm finished that hopefully it lays really nicely, and we can top stitch, or we can choose to not top stitch. I've done both because hopefully it lays so nicely that it doesn't even matter. Okay, so there you go. The edge of your neckband all sewn on, looks really nice. You could go ahead and top stitch the seam down on the back. Again, use a stretchy stitch, or as soon as it goes over someone's head, it can pop those seams open. All right. So another thing that I'd like to show is you can gather on the serger, which is really easy to do as well. So I'm going to take this piece of tulle, and I'm going to gather it right up into beautiful, even gathers. So to do that, we're going to go over here to one of these settings. We have two knobs on the right side of the machine. This one on the bottom one is called the differential feed, and that is adjusting how fast the feed goes. Feed dogs on the bottom of the machine are feeding the fabric through. So I'm going to turn that one all the way up to 2, which it kind of looks like a little gather there at the top. And then up here, I'm going to turn it all the way up. This is the stitch length, so how long each stitch is. We're going to turn that all the way up to 4, which is the longest stitch on the machine. All right, and then to get even tighter gathers, I'm going to go ahead and tighten my needles just a little bit, because that's going to give me even more gathers. All right, so now we're going to run this right through, and you're going to see on the back side that beautiful gathers start coming out of this machine. And you can go through a couple yards of tulle or any fabric, woven fabric, knit fabric, and gather them all really easily. And the gathers are perfectly even. No need to adjust. I'm going to give you a couple little tips here about using this. All right, so look at, gather that right up nice and tightly. If you were making a skirt or something like that, you would have easy gathers. I like to leave a little bit of a tail, because if I gathered it a little too tightly, I can use that tail to slide the gathers over and lengthen it a little bit. Or if I need it even tighter, I can grab the needle threads and I can slide those gathers back on and make it even tighter. So it's still adjustable. It's just not as adjustable as when you run your 2 gathering stitches down, but it looks really nice on there. So gathering is easy and simple on the serger. All right, so the final thing I'm going to show you is a nice rolled hem finish. And you're going to do that by making a few other adjustments on the serger as well. So I'm going to put it back to where I started.
So 4s all the way across, back here 1, 3 on there, and we're going to make a few other changes in order to do the rolled hem. So a rolled hem only uses 3 threads. So I'm going to go ahead and cut the thread on the left needle and then remove the left needle out of my machine. Okay, so I've taken that out. Then I'm going to go ahead and lower the stitch finger. And the stitch finger is a piece of metal that goes inside the stitch as you're sewing and keeps it nice and wide and flat, right? Because look at this is a nice flat stitch. So I'm going to use this lever right here to lower that stitch finger. And now we can have a really tight, tiny stitch. We're also going to go ahead and change not the differential feed, but the stitch length to a little bit smaller because we want smaller, closer together stitches to finish that edge on the rolled hem. So I'm going to put that at 2. And then down here, this is the stitch width, so how wide the stitch is. And I'm going to turn that down to 5. I think I'm going to go 5. And that'll make that really narrow. So now we need to do a couple of adjustments up here on our needle. We're going to put the needle at 5. We're going to put the lower looper at 5, and I'm going to put the upper looper at 7 because actually it wraps around and is pulled tight. So higher numbers include tighter tension. I'm going to show you 2 kinds of rolled hems. One is just your flat, straight rolled hem that you would do to finish anything that you actually don't want to fold under a hem. So this can be done on fancy fabrics like chiffons or satins. It can be done on knit fabric. It can be done on woven fabric. Anytime you don't want to actually fold back a hem and sew it, you can do a rolled hem. Napkins, things like that is all good. So let's go ahead and sew this. Make sure we have our settings all correctly done. Okay, and you get that nice finished edge. I like to do this on napkins. If I'm making my own napkins, it's a really easy way to finish the edge of the fabric. Of course, you'd want to use either decorative, like a gold or a silver, something fun, or matching thread that matches exactly your project. Then you hardly even see this finish. The second way that I like to use a rolled hem, especially for kids' clothes, is with knit fabric like this. You can go ahead and stretch it as you're sewing it, and you're going to get that nice lettuce looking hem that's really cute and super trendy to be able to finish off sleeves or the bottom of your shirt. So you can see right now, I'm actually stretching the fabric as I'm sewing it. So with my right hand, I'm pulling that fabric to stretch it. With the left hand, I'm making sure that it's still being guided underneath the needle. And I'm not pulling so hard that it can't be fed under. But when we're finished with this, we'll see that we have a different sort of hem that's used on there as well. Okay, I'm going to take this off and show you the difference between these 2 hems that we just did. Okay, so let's take a look at the straight one first. Okay, so this lays nicely. It's still stretchy like any other of the serger seams, so you can use it for knit or woven fabric, but it's just going to lay nice and flat. So you can, like I said, I've used this to like hem prom dresses that I'm shortening, especially for like the lining that you don't even see. This allows you to finish the edge. It's not going to fray, but I don't have to like worry about some sort of fancy hem on there. But you can use this for a lot of different things. It's a nice tiny way to finish the edge of the fabric and still allow for some stretch. Then the second way is when I started stretching out as I was sewing. You can see how cute that is. It just gives a little decoration. You could use that for the edge of a skirt or your shirt, along the sleeves or the bottom edge. You're just going to get that nice, I call it lettuce. I don't know what the official term is. A lettuce edge on the bottom, but that's using the rolled hem and stretching while you're doing it. So that just gives you a cute little addition to there. So you could put together almost an entire garment with your serger. You can gather, you can sew the neckline on, you can finish the edges. You've got lots of techniques that you can use for basic sewing of pretty much anything. Now, I don't think anyone's going to officially be quilting on here, but you can sew the bindings or other things on your quilt as well with the serger, finishing those edges and enclosing both woven fabrics like I did here and knit fabrics where you're keeping the stretch.
So if you have any other serger questions, I would love to answer them. I'm here the rest of the day as well as tomorrow, working with this machine, and there's another serger over there as well that you can check out, and I'd love to talk to you. So thank you so much. Any questions? You have a couple minutes. You can come talk to me too. All right, sounds good.
Thank you everyone for joining me here today. I'm Donelle McAdams. I am an accredited teacher with So Steady Westerly, and I teach ruler work. Here today I'm going to talk to you just a little bit about our tables and some of the new features that we have so that you can understand that we do more than just make tables at So Steady. So one of the things we have going on in our booth is our circle and straights tool, and it's over there just working its way around in circles. You can see here done. This started out as a 6-inch piece of fabric that we had a lightweight fusible on the back. I put the pin in the center. You'll have to stop by and see how that works. But I put the pin in the center, and then it stitched a straight stitch around. I used my applique scissors and cut around that, and then I put it back on the machine and let it stitch a decorative stitch. So we're never really cutting circles. So we've done all of these different circles that way. So that's our new circles and straight. It's not new, but it's new to many people. So it's our circles and straights tool. And then we also have our suspension system. Now I only brought one piece over. They come in a box of 2. And what that allows you to do, I threw it down too soon, you guys. So what it allows you to do is anytime you wish you had a friend to hold up the weight of the fabric, you can use these. So I would either have it hooked to my So Steady table like I do here, or I would have it hooked onto my regular table. So either way, there would be another one on the other side. This would be a wider quilt. But this allows you to do your free motion, your ruler work, any of your walking foot, stitching in the ditch. And even if you were putting on binding onto a quilt, it's just like, you don't have to have all of that weight. Another great use for it is if you do embroidery, you know how a big quilt, you have to really support it because that embroidery arm can't work. So what you would do is you would have the other side over here so your embroidery arm can still do what it needs to do. As you go farther into your quilt, you're simply going to roll this down and put it there and put that up into that arm. So that's our suspension system. They come in a box of 2. If you're going to do something larger than a twin, I would certainly recommend that you get 2 boxes just because of the fact that you want to support that weight. Now this is our wish table package that we have here for the show, and this is our 22.5 by 25 inch table. Now I have a glider on it because I'm going to be showing you some work that uses the grid glider. But you can see they're custom cut for your machine. So when you order one, you're not taking it with you. It's going to be custom cut. We also have our candy drawer. Now, it's really not a candy drawer, but we keep some in there for our guests. And this is part of that package. You would get the carrying case with it. You would get a 2-piece suspension with that. And you would also get that circles and straights tool I've been talking about. Now, this is our grid glider. I leave this on all the time when I'm sewing. And the reason for that is it smooths everything out here. Now, when you have a glider like this, whether it's this one or the circles and straights glider, you are going to also want to know how to keep it so it's clinging to your table. The best way is to clean it with a baby wipe, not a Clorox wipe, a baby wipe. Because honestly, after I clean this tonight, tomorrow this thing will be hard to pull back off of there. So it really does work. Now, a little bit about ruler work. I'm going to talk to you about that, but first I want to show you what we have just added. So those of you that do ruler work may have followed us a little bit, but we did a quilt that was called Starry Nights. And so we have now taken some of those designs and made them embroidery designs. So in the case of this one, I think you can see it there. Maybe there's a little bit of a glare. But this is a design that was digitized, so the inside of this was actually stitched on the embroidery machine, and then I used templates to embellish it to make it even larger. And these come from 4-inch size up to 8-inch size. So you can do different sizes. And if you have software, you can obviously make them larger. Another one here, maybe I should show it to you this way. Does that help so that you can see it? Another one is this one here. So this is another one of our Starry Nights, and you can see how we've added. And then we have one of those packets that uses our sampler set. So this is one from the sampler set, and you can see I've used templates to make that design larger. Here's another that is waiting for me to do something to it. And this one I really love. This one, all I added to this was this centerpiece. So a lot of fun can be had with those templates. Now, I'm going to show you just a little bit of ruler work. We have a university on sewstudy.com. So if you go to sewstudy.com and go to the university, you will be able to find a lot of information. So the first thing that I'm going to tell you is we have to have registration lines. So I'm putting registration lines with a chalk marker that I have from Clover. It's called a Choco pen. And I have emptied it out, and I have put iron off chalk in it. Now I happen to know I just went down that way, and on aisle 700, about 2 booths to that direction, you can find the people that have that iron off chalk. Tell them I sent you, and maybe they'll send me a thank you. I'm just kidding. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to extend these lines just a little bit here so that we can have much to work with. And I'm going to use a couple of templates from our beginner sampler set. And so one of those templates is what's called our Spinning Wheels 36. It's a basic template, and it has a place for a pen. So I like to take my thumbtack and put it through a piece of tape rather than making a hole in my fabric. And then I'm going to take the template. There's a hole in the center, and then beside it there's an A and a B. And I'm going to put that on here because now we have spirograph for quilters, okay? So I'm just going to take that line that I drew and line it up with the etching on my template. And I like to turn my foot pedal around to the back. So when I stitch, I set my machine on a medium speed, and I turn that foot control around to the back. And the reason for that is I can't do this. So when you start to do ruler work, it's kind of like, okay, I'm paying attention to my foot, trying to do my hand speed. If I put it to medium and then I turn my foot control around, I'm just going to now floor it. So when I start stitching, if you could hear the machine, it's pretty quiet. But when I start stitching, it's going to be at the same speed all the way around. And therefore, I can start to learn how to adjust the speed of my hand movements. And that's going to allow me to become a better, more even stitcher. When you first start, for those of you that have never done ruler work, when you first begin, don't worry or even concentrate on your stitch length. It's you, but you want to learn to rotate and to move and to get your templates right up against that foot, because otherwise you're trying to do too many things at once. And I can honestly tell you, when I teach this as a class, in 3 hours, by the end of the class, with no startup information, they just came in there green. By the end of that 3 hours, most everyone is literally amazed themselves that their stitches look good. Now, if you want to stop by the booth, I'll show you how I pull up and tie and in. But for the demo, I'm just going to cut my threads so that you can see what I have here is this design. Maybe you can see it better that way. So then what I want to do is I am going to use what's called our outer rim tool. because I need to make some more marks. And this may be something that even those of you that already know how to ruler work may not even know we have. So if I want to make some marks on here that are consistently the same distance from center, rather than actually measuring, I can put this tool on that pen and rotate it. And I'm going to show you in a few minutes something else that I can do with that. So now that I've got those marks there, I'm going to take my other tool. I'm going to use this one. It's the end of that one. And what I need to do is I am going to start by putting my foot down and my needle down right in one of those spots. I'm going to put that foot down the rest of the way. And then since it's a 1/2 inch foot from side to side, and there is a needle in the center, the distance from the needle to the edge of the foot's 1/4 inch. So if I want that needle to land in that spot, I need to allow 1/4 inch. So this is my spacing gauge. I can allow that. And I'm just going to move from one of those spots to the next one. I'm going to rotate it so you can still see it, measure again, and move to that next spot. I'm going to measure again, and I will do this all the way around. I use a 90 top stitch needle, and in the case of what I'm doing now, I always recommend that you begin ruler work by using 100% polyester thread, because it's going to be a bit more forgiving for any kind of little jerkiness that you might have as a beginner. After you get going, you'll be able to use anything. So a 90 top stitch needle and 100% polyester. I use what we call all-purpose thread. Some of you have been sewing probably as long as I have, and remember when we only had 4 threads, all-purpose, heavy-duty, buttonhole, and quilter's waxed thread, which was never meant for a sewing machine. And so now we have many, many more. And I want to give you a hint, another hint, because all sewers like to have hints on different things. Whenever you're piecing, piece with 60 weight thread. Alex Anderson actually recommends 80 weight in the bobbin and 60 weight on top. I use 60 on top, mainly because of the fact that I didn't have a bunch of colors of 60. Obviously I could get of 80, I could get that, but it will make your seam so much nicer, so much flatter. They'll match better in the points, and you'll be able to quilt over those seams. So that's just a good hint to know. So what I did now is I just turned this around, and I'm going to measure again. And this time I'm going to add, nope, not going to do that. I'm just going to continue on this, and then I'll show you the other part. The other thing that I will tell you as a hint is when you get done with stitching a seam, no matter what it is, if you will just take it directly to the ironing board and press it as it came off of the sewing machine, that's called setting the seams, and then they will want to cooperate with you a lot better than if you just go and try to press it to one side or press it open if it's something that you need to press open. So now that I've made that all the way around, again, I'm just going to cut for our demo here. I'm going to put this piece back in place that is my pen. And I'm going to introduce you to our new product called a filler paddle. So in the Starry Night set, all of our Starry Nights had an opening like this. So I decided to create this paddle so that it would fill in there. So I'll show you that one in a minute, but I'm going to do this one that has that same option. So I'm going to put at the top of each of these points this design. So rather than having to measure that every time, I have put that filler paddle, which has holes in it, on that pen. I'm going to move to the next spot. I'm going to put that foot back down, the needle back down. And I don't have to, again, do all of that measuring because it's all done for me on that paddle. Now, what would we do if we didn't have that other opening that would fit that? Well, that's where that other piece comes in, and that is that Circle Works tool. We can actually use it. So I'm going to do the rest of these with that. So let's take this one off, and let's find this template that I used in the middle there, and I'm going to use it with my Circle Works tool. So I want this to be as flat as it possibly can be. So I'm going to set this on top of it, lining up that center, and then I'm going to get a piece of tape and tape in there. And so now I created something very similar to that paddle that I can use to do that design. Again, the same concept. I'm going to cut that. I'm going to move it to the next spot. Put your foot down and your needle down. So just that easily, I have turned my outer rim tool into a paddle of sorts to work like that I just showed you that fills in some of our templates. So I'm going to pass this one around so that you can see what I have done with it. If you guys want to pass that around so they can see that. So that's just how easy it is to get your measuring and get your spacing without having to do a lot of, I'm just going to use it, thinking. Because it's pretty simple to get that set up. So how many of you are free motioners? Okay. How many of you have tried? That's me, tried. I'm not good at it. Well, Donna McCauley is over there in that end section of our booth. You can see the big dream panel that's over there. And she has designed a template for those of us who want to pretend we could do free motion and really can't. And that is called the Winding Way template. So I'm going to lay it here so you can see what that looks like. Some of you are going, oh my gosh, I can do that. Well, I am so happy for you, but I can't. So I'm going to take this piece of fabric here. We're going to pretend we want to do this all over. And you will notice that on our templates, we have some lines. So when I start, I am going to mark those lines pretty much just as spacing. And I'm going to move it over and mark it over here. And I want to show you the little secrets of how to do this, because many people pick this up and think I got it, and they leave, and then they don't got it. I know that was bad grammar, but you know what I'm saying. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this back over this direction. I'm going to be starting here at A, putting that foot down. I would be pulling up the threads and everything, but again, as I said, I'm just starting and stopping. I don't intend to make people perfect at pulling up threads in a demo. So I'm just going to follow around through my template. winding my way, since it's called the winding way. And when I get back around here, obviously I've got plenty of room for another one. So all I do is spin it. And B is now my starting point. I've got a mark here that's etched to know what exactly it should look like. I got my lines that I marked so I can line up with those. And we're going to wind again. And like I said, those of you that are good at free motion, you probably wouldn't have this problem. But for me, my quilts always seem to have 32 corners, of which I'm always in one of them. I don't know how it works, because I always feel like I've worked my way into a corner. So I'm going to turn this again. I have that lined up there, so everything is ready to go. But lo and behold, you can see that the space I have left is not big enough for a whole design. So whether it's this piece that's 18 inches or whether it is a big quilt, we got to figure out what to do. So it took me a while, but when I come over to this, I'm lining this up. It's perfect there. I've got my chalk marks, and I'm going to take off here. And when I get over here, I'm running out of space. What do? It's pretty simple. Bring up the foot, bring up the needle, and jump. Put it back down, put the needle down, and continue again. This way you will not disrupt your pattern or anything like that. And we're soon back to that edge where I'm just going to cut it. Our pattern has remained intact. But guess what? You see what's happening there? I have that jump stitch I've got to cut. So once I cut that jump stitch, then everything's going to come out. And then I'm back over to this side. So I started at A, and I moved to B. Well, I don't want to just do that same thing again, so I am going to offset it. I'm actually going to start at B halfway. So again, this is A and B's over there, but I'm going to start at this point because this is this edge, and I'm going to have to jump stitch there because I have offset my quilt. So I'm coming around. I get to here. I raise my needle, raise my foot, jump over, put it down. My daughter came to me. She does custom t-shirt quilts. And she said, because she has a lady, I got to cut this thread here, girls. She has a lady that does her quilting for her. She said, Mom, she's not back for 2 weeks and I got to have this done. Can you do that meandering thing? I said, well, what is it on? And she said, the back is minky and the front is flannel. And all I can think is heavy. So I used this template. And I used my suspension system, and I had no problem with it. And what I'm showing you here now is exactly what I did, and it just makes it go so smoothly when you have that suspension system, and you've got the hang of what you're doing here, because every time you got to get to a side. I never tried to come back. I always started on the left and worked to the right. But it always worked out because you can see with my lines lined up, I got my spacing, everything is cool there, and I'm just going to work my way across my template. Now remember on this one, it's going to be different because I offset it to start with, so it's not going to finish in the same, place, but it's going to give you all you need to know to do one of these meander patterns. So if you have not even tried ruler work, but you'd sure like to give it a shot, this may be the way you want to start because it's going to be easy enough to get through those spacings. It's kind of like going on one of those little rides at a fair, you know, you can't get out of the path. It's all right there. So there's what that looks like. Oh, I forgot I got that jump stitch every time. So can you see that? Yeah, I guess you can. And this is one size. Donna has, I think, 3 different sizes of the meandering, so you can do smaller things. Do any of you have any questions? My time is gone. I'll be happy to answer them. And I can tell you we're getting ready for a drawing in about 10 minutes if you want to stay over at the booth. Thank you all for joining us, and thank you to Allbrands for letting us show you ruler work in our tables.
Thank you for being here. All right, so I'm Sara, and I'm here to tell you all about Brothers' amazing PrintModa Studio. This is their new fabric printer, and it is an inkjet ink printer. So you get beautiful full color prints like these, any colors you like. Beautiful prints on 100% cotton fabric. So Brother has some amazing printers and fax machines, and they took all of their knowledge of printers and fax machines and they created a fabric printer for us. So they modified this tray down at the bottom here to hold a roll of fabric. And they created that roll to be specially treated to hold those inkjet inks. So it's, again, 100% cotton, woven, non-stretch, and it's specially pre-treated on the roll to accept those inkjet inks so that you get that beautiful color and crisp images. It also has a backing on it, so it feeds through the printer nice and smooth, and you have no bumps or wrinkles on your print. Here's my tray here, and it's super easy to load this in. I'm putting the fabric side down, and I'm just going to roll it until it reaches the back of the tray, which has notches that allow it to feed into the machine when I'm ready to print. Then I'm just going to set it back in.
Did it feed itself?
What do you mean?
Did you have to?
I just kind of twisted it gently so it just slid right underneath up to the back of the tray. It's very easy to do. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do it one-handed. But you see how I'm rolling it forwards and backwards? So it just slides nice and easy. It goes right under this piece here. This holds it down so that it stays put. And again, the notches at the back are what allow it to feed into the printer.
And the shiny side?
The shiny side is up. The fabric side is down. Typically with Brother printers, you put the side that you would like printed face down in the printer. So that goes for the fabric as well. We want it to print onto our fabric, so we put fabric side down, and then we just gently push the tray in, and we're ready to print. I showed you guys the inks before, but I'll show you again. So it's cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. Standard ink cartridges here. You cannot refill them. Nope. For right now, these are not the refillable kind. You have to purchase a new one when you run out. But they really last a long time. One standard set of ink will print 35 yards of fabric. So they last a really long time. And again, you saw how easy it is to take them in and out. So there's really nothing complicated about getting set up and ready to print. Now, in addition to fabric, it can also print on paper. So we have a dedicated paper tray here. Again, it might look familiar if you have a printer at home. So your sliders will adjust to hold smaller or larger pieces of paper. You can print on standard computer paper that we have in here. You can print on Brother's awesome photo paper to get glossy photos at home, full color. You can print on cardstock. You can print on sticker paper. You can print on envelopes. It goes on and on. So this is an all-in-one fun machine. At any moment in time, you can print on paper or fabric. Yes. The question is, can you print the sheets of fabric in this machine? You can, but you will have absolutely no need to do that since you have the roll. Yes, that's what I was going to say, yes. If you already have a bunch of sheets that you purchased and now you're upgrading, but you don't want to put those sheets to waste, then yes, you can load them in just like you would have in your regular printer that you're using now and print on this machine, just so you don't waste those sheets of paper. All right. Any other questions so far before we dive in a little bit more? Okay. So I'm going to show you guys how The printer was designed to be used with Brothers Art Spirit app. This is a free to download app for Apple or Android users. And in here, you can find lots of different printing templates. So if you're unsure of what you'd like to print first, or maybe you don't have an incredibly creative design mind, well, Brother has designed lots of beautiful templates in here for you to customize with your own pictures, and then they're ready to print and be used in your project. So we can take a look at the categories here. You can swipe to browse through all the different options. Once you find something you like, select it, and it gives you the dimensions of your project, so you know how big it's going to print out. Then once you press create, you have the ability to tap different portions of that template and swap out your own images or choose a different background color, really customize it to your liking. So I'm going to change out my little cow for my own photo. And the app is pulling the photos that are on my device that I'm using. So if I use this on my tablet, it'll pull the photos from my tablet. I'm using it on my phone, so it's showing me all the pictures that I have on my phone. So that makes editing really easy because you don't have to transfer any images. If they exist on your phone, they're ready to be used in the Art Spirit app. Then I have some other basic editing features like effects that I can add to my photo. And I can also crop. So I can zoom in on that image to take out all that yucky white stuff that was going on. And once I'm happy with it, I can save it in the app. There is space to save 20 different creations. And I can send it to the printer. And I printed this one that I showed you and sewed it into a beautiful little pillow. So I'll pass it around so you can feel it. And you can see how beautifully that photo printed out compared to the image that you see on my phone screen. It almost looks better in person than it does on my phone. So you're really not losing any quality when you're printing your own images, your own artwork, your own fabric designs. Now, if you'd like to create a complementary fabric to use in that same project, you can do that really easily as well. So I'm going to go to New down at the bottom, go over to Printing, and let's play with the Geometric Patterns function. So with the Geometric Patterns function, you can kind of create your own custom fabric using any of the built-in patterns that come with the app or using your own images that are on your device. Art Spira. This app that I'm using is called Art Spira, A-R-T-S-P-I-R-A. It's available for Apple and Android users. It is free to download. There is a paid subscription option, but you can use it for free. And all of you can download it and play around and view all the different projects right now without having a printer or any Brother products whatsoever. All right. So. Yes. Yeah. It is either one of those. It's the same thing. Yeah. Art Spira. A-R-T-S-P-I-R-A. Thank you.
No, actually I have.
Okay. So I have my little project printed out right here for my template, and I want to make some coordinating fabric with this. So I'm in my geometric pattern feature right now, and I'm going to choose a fabric size. Now, the minimum print size is 8.27 inches, and that's about what I have right here. So it's right around 8.5 by 11. The maximum print size is 3 yards. All right, so I can print up to 3 yards without stopping.
I'm sorry. No,
Pretty
I'm sorry.
cool, right?
We need to go.
Right? Yeah, it's fun. So that's how I'm able to go beyond those 8.5 by 11 consumable sheets that we were talking about that you could use at home right now. I can go beyond that. I can create really big, beautiful wall art or big photos to use in a memory quilt or even full-size banners that are over 50 inches. Okay. What was that?
love lettering. Can you get
Yeah, so this sample that I'm holding up right here is one of the templates that will be available in the app. So it looks like this, and you're able to go in and tap each of the photos and swap them out for your own.
Sorry.
That's okay. Okay, so just for demonstration purposes, I'm picking the smallest print size. And now I can either choose from one of the built-in patterns in the app, which there's lots of them to choose from. Plenty of designs, lots of colorful, fun patterns. So there's something for everyone and something for every project that you're working on. If you're looking for something super specific or you'd like to use your own photos because it's fun, you can go to the image tab and you can select your own photo from your device. And what this feature does is it chooses a little triangle piece of your image or your pattern, and it duplicates it in a kaleidoscope type effect. So with your own photos, if you pick a piece of your photo that includes your pet or your child's face or your face, it will duplicate it to make a brand new fabric that matches your project or enhances it. It's really fun. And again, you're not losing that photo quality. You can see his tiny little face is super clear and crispy. Yeah, the colors are really vibrant. The fabric quilts up beautifully. So you can see here, I printed out this photo. I quilted it in my Luminaire in the hoop. And then I sewed it together as an iPad cover. And there's no cracks or anything going on in the print. It also works beautifully as an applique material. This is one of my boo-boo hats. I did a little embroidery mess up and I had to fix it. So I printed out some cute little fabric and covered it up, and no one would ever know unless I told you like I did right now. No, the question was, do you have to heat set the fabric after it's printed? You don't. And that's a beautiful thing. Because of the way the fabric is treated when it goes on the roll, all you have to do once it prints is let it dry for 15 minutes. The ink is locked in and ready to go. You can remove the backing and then sew it, quilt it, do whatever you'd like. I made a mouse pad here. So what I did was I took a blank mouse pad, put down a layer of Mod Podge, put my fabric on top, Mod Podge on top, let it dry, trim the edges, and it works beautifully as a mouse pad. None of the ink smeared or anything. Oh, you missed the material in the beginning. Yeah, I'll show the fabric roll once again. Yeah, so this is our roll of fabric. Thank you. And this goes right into our machine. No. This is made specifically for the Brother PrintModa, and they modified a printing tray to hold a roll, right? Because right now we are printing on sheets at home, right? So now we're printing off of a roll, and what that means is that we're not limited to 8.5 by 11. We can print, and keep going, up to 3 yards. Okay? Yes, thank you for that question. So the printer does have a built-in trimmer. So I'm going to print off a little sample project right now. We'll choose a size. Let's say I print a 12 by 12 inch piece of fabric. It's going to print 12 inches for me, trim it off of the roll inside the machine. I'll be able to pull out my printed piece, and the rest of the roll will remain in the tray ready to go for my next print. What would we like to print? What do we think? Should we print a geometric print? Should we print one of the other patterns that are in the app? What are we feeling? Should we print out another photo? I'll pass this around too. These are a couple more family photos that I printed on fabric. And you can feel how it feels without any backing on it. Printing a quilt label. Yeah, that's a great question. Let's print some quilt labels. So if you design your own quilt labels, let's say on your computer, or you download a template from a third-party website, all you have to do is edit it as you like, put your names in it, save it as a JPEG image, and then pull it in from your phone. So, for example, Brother has some really nice banner templates in here. Like for the holidays and such, they have this Thanksgiving one. I'm not a huge fan of it. It's cute, but I kind of wanted to do something different. So I just took a look at the width of this. This is 51.18 inches wide. And then I went to my design editor. I chose custom size, and I'm going to put in 51.18. And on my computer, I created a Thanksgiving banner. So for quilt labels, you create your quilt labels, save it as an image, and then on your phone, you just pull it in. And if I pull it in as a background, it's going to fill that space for me. And I'm able to then print my custom banner. So you would do the same thing for quilt labels. Does that make sense? Yeah. Now, there are a few templates in here already for quilt labels. They're not, too fancy. They're pretty straightforward. But if we go into our design templates again, there's a section right here for labels. I can select a label design. They're showing me the size, either 3x3 or 4.5 by 4.5. I'm going to choose the 3x3 for now. Now I'm going to pinch to zoom in, and it says, made with love for Jessica. That's not my name, so I'm going to change it. And it's changed to my name. I can go ahead, I can change the color if I'd like. I can even change the font. If I want a different kind of font, I can change it. Okay. What other names do we have in the audience here? Wendy? How do you spell that? There you are. Anyone else? Who else? One more. Karen? You got it. Karen, I'm going to change your font too. Let's try something else. So for the quilt labels, the question was, can we add a background? For the quilt label template in here, it's just going to print white. But if you bring in your own image, you can make the background whatever you want beforehand. Okay, so we're done. So I'm able to save this in my app if I'd like. On the free version, I have space to save 20 different projects. So once you get into this app, you start playing around and designing. It's really fun to do so. If you're not ready to print right away, you can save all those and come back to it whenever you're ready to print. Now I'm going to connect to my printer here. This is printer 232, so I'm connected. Now, you may have noticed these little spirally things up in the corner here. So this app actually works not only with the printer, but with ScanNCut and with any Brother wirelessly enabled embroidery machines. So with the quilt labels in particular, Brother designed it so that your ScanNCut will recognize this after you print it, and you'll be able to cut out each of the labels using your ScanNCut. If I'd like to, I can take those registration marks off. Now they've disappeared, and we're just going to print our labels. Now I have some other print settings here. I have two print quality types, fine and eco mode. I have this beautiful visual which shows both of the fabrics, the same pattern printed twice, one in fine mode, one in eco mode, and you can barely tell the difference. So I like to show this as well. so you can see, because I just print in eco mode because it saves a little bit of ink and you're really not sacrificing any quality. All right, I'm going to send this over to my printer. Now, the app is telling me that I need 12.45 inches to print on my roll to print this project. So it's a nice little reminder for me to just take a moment and think if I have enough on my roll. And I think I might. We're reaching the end of our roll here, but I'm going to give it a go. Now, the Quilt Show Wi-Fi likes to give me problems when I come up and down. So I'm just going to go back to my home screen and make sure I have the right machine connected. And hopefully it'll cooperate with me. There it is. All right, let's try that one more time. So I went ahead and saved that design that I created. I can retrieve it from my creations. There it is right at the top. Easy as that. Yep. I'm going to double check I have the right printer selected. Let's try this one more time. There it goes. So it just fully transferred my design over to the printer. It's printing out right now. It's very quiet. And you'll see how quickly it prints out. It really does not take long at all. Even for full-size banners, I have one banner over there in my little demo area. And it's a big happy birthday banner, and it printed out in less than 2 minutes when I printed it out. It just shoots right out of the machine. It's really awesome. Any other questions while we're waiting for it to print? It's inkjet ink. Yep. Same kind of ink you would use if you have a fabric printer, or sorry, a paper printer at home, a color office printer. It's inkjet. Inkjet. Nope. Inkjet. Anything else? So here it comes. Yeah, I will give you the show price in just a minute. Let's take a look at our print here. Almost done. And then, like I said, we have that built-in trimmer. So there's a little click, click, click noise. It's trimming it in the back. And now I can just remove it. It's cut perfectly to 12.45 inches. And there are all of our beautiful labels. So I'm going to let this dry for 15 minutes. Then I'm going to peel off the plastic backing. We can cut it up, and it's ready to be sewn into our quilts. Yeah. It washes really well. From what we've tested so far, it's stood up to a lot. Yeah. Yeah, I did a bad job in the back. Don't judge me. But I sewed a little envelope back, and I just sewed it all together on my machine. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this was part of the template. I can pull up the template once more. Any other questions?
Okay. She just took the cow out.
Yeah, so if you're not terribly good at, graphic design, they have a lot of nice designs in there that you can just pop a photo in and you're good to go. Yeah. Nine?
Instead of wasting the middle.
Oh, no, the way that they're set up, so it's taking advantage of the full width because you can't adjust the width. So they wouldn't have been able to fit another one in here. It's actually not big enough. So they just made sure it was wide enough and filled that space with ones. Anything else? All right, thank you guys so much. I hope you're inspired and excited about Brothers PrintModa Studio. Hey y'all. All right, are we ready?
Yep.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So I've been with Allbrands my whole life, literally. My parents started the business in 1976. I have been in retail stores. Now I'm choking, Courtney. I'm getting the clip. I'm getting the clip. I've done every job in the company. I organized the whole thing here. This is my debut on the stage. And this is what I do when I'm not working at Allbrands. I absolutely love to do edge-to-edge quilting on my Luminaire. And today I'm going to show you how easy it is to use on the Luminaire. And then after that, I'll show you how you can use it on any machine with the Amelie Scott method. Who in the audience has done edge-to-edge quilting before? Yay! So which designs do you use?
I do a lot of
Kimberbell? On pillows?
On the bench pillows.
Bench pillows. Okay. And so those are like designs that are already created by Kimberbell. Perfect. And what machine do you have?
That is 2200.
2200. Right. Okay, cool. And you? Yeah, so, well, now I'm wondering, Amelie Scott or Amelie? It's Amelie Scott. Thank you. I love Amelie Scott too. Wonderful. Yeah. So, yes, Christine Connor from Amelie Scott is the one who I learned this method from. She has a book on it, and we have all 16 of her embroidery designs on sale at the show. It's $20 a pack, and you get tons of different ones in there. Did anyone else raise their hand? Done edge to edge? All right. So we're going to learn. Okay. This is my baby, the Brother Luminaire, and I wanted to show you how on this machine you can use the projector for placement, and then after we learn this, then we'll learn how to do it on any machine. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is wind my bobbin. So I have a, can we zoom in, John? Oh, you got it. Oh, sweet. And this is actually my twin brother, John. So the way that I wind my bobbin, do you see this little hole in the bobbin right here? Woo! There's a hole at the top of the bobbin that you can stick the thread through. So when you do edge-to-edge quilting, like we have on this quilt here, did everybody see this one walking in? This is actually a built-in design on the Brother XP3 Luminaire, and we're actually going to recreate that one today. So on this machine, you have an option to do full bobbin, just a little bit of bobbin, or one bobbin. That is very useful because you can just set it and forget it. If you want just a little bit on your bobbin, you can choose that. You can choose your speed on the screen and click start. Going to get it started, and then I'm just going to snap my thread off the top, throw it on my sewing room floor, and click start again. This is a variegated thread. If anybody's visited Wizardry in the front, it's a very good quality, wonderful thread. We love the way that it looks and the way that it stitches out. All right, so I didn't have to even pay attention, and I automatically got a medium-sized bobbin wound. Now, optimally, you would do a whole size bobbin, but we only have 25 minutes for this demonstration. So we'll put that in our bobbin because you want it to be beautiful on the top and the bottom. So we just simply put this in the bottom here. Right. And then I'll thread my top. So one thing that I really love about the Brother Luminaire is it has this 2-cone thread stand, so you can fit very large spools of thread on it. There are a few Brother models that have this, that come with it, and then you can buy that as an optional accessory for some other models as well. So we'll thread our machine. All right. And we'll thread our needle. Check out this needle threader. Who has experienced a Brother needle threader before? Raise your hand. It is like the cream of the crop, right? Hey, ladies. All right. So we're going to move over to our screen now. And we're going to choose embroidery. Here. Not my design center. Okay. Embroidery. And you have tons of built-in designs. But on the Luminaire XP3, you have this new category, which is edge-to-edge quilting. Does everyone see that? Yes, number 4. Look at all these beautiful designs here. Does this one look familiar? This is the one that Barb Mikolajczyk used to make this beautiful quilt right here. All right, so we will set that design. All right, let's give John a big round of applause. He's been helping out with AV, making it so easy to see. So thank you. Makes my life easier. Okay, so once I set this design in the Brother Luminaire XP3, I can actually tell it the size of my quilt, and it will do all the math for me. Who likes doing math? Raise your hand. 1. We got 1. I think math is interesting, but if I don't have to do it, I would rather the machine do it for me. That's what I'm going to do. So I went ahead and I measured my panel that we're going to do, and it's 16 by 21 and a half. So I'm going to say 21.5 here, set. Then I'm going to do 16 as the height, set. And I have Brother's amazing 7 by 12 magnetic frame here. This thing is awesome. It is very sturdy. Your design will not shift in the hoop, and your material will not come out of the hoop. So I'm going to select my hoop size here. So this is the 7 by 14. And then you have a flip option. So let's click that and press buttons and play around. So this is kind of like the standard first option. And then you can see when you click maybe number 2, it shifts around. It looks a little different. Okay. Look at that one. Very nice. That is very pretty. So it's up to you. You have 4 options to choose from. I actually am going to try the standard number 2. I'll click OK, and that's all I had to do. We're going to click next. Here I can have it do a single running stitch or 3 stitches. So it's going to do 3 stitches forward and back. Let me tell you something. That takes a little bit longer, right? It's a little bit stiffer. It looks beautiful. It looks like hand work, but it's not going to have as much drape because it's going to be a little harder. So it's up to you, whichever way that you like to do it. You can select your thread here if you like. And then we're going to save it to the machine's memory. And click OK. And here it is, all saved in the machine's memory. I'm going to click this. So it'll have each individual design that I can retrieve separately, or I can do it the easy way and choose the first one And the first one's going to walk me through in the machine, step by step, how to hoop it, where to place it, where to place my design, and then when I'm finished with the design, how to connect it using the projector in the XP3 Luminaire. So we'll choose the first one and click set. All right, here's our first instructions from the machine. Begin sewing from the upper left-hand corner of the fabric. Attach the embroidery frame in the initial sewing position. So this is the hoop, and there is a little handle that will allow you to take them off. But I can just take them off with my hands here, and then we'll hoop our quilt, just like so. All right, here's the quilt. And I'm going to start. Was I playing music? It's so funny. All right. So you want to hoop your backing, your batting, and your front material in the hoop. All right. Here we go. So I'm just going to set it here on my hoop. And you leave enough backing and batting to where you have extra on all sides. So on the top and all sides, we'll leave that extra here. Just like so. And then I'm going to take my magnets. You got it? Can everyone see? Nope, maybe? Ah, here we go. This is the magic. This is why I like having separate magnets on this hoop. It's very easy to just put it all together, flatten it out, shift it around, and guess what? Oops, I dropped it. It's still hooped. Imagine that. Let's try that again. Here, look. With them all attached. Oh man, I dropped it. Oh man, look, it didn't totally fall out of the hoop. So I really like this hoop because the magnets are very strong. All right, so we'll go into the machine and follow the instructions. Now, you would roll up your side of your quilt. You can use a pool noodle. You can use a lot of different things. Okay, we'll click OK on the screen. All right, and now we're going to position our embroidery design. All right, the carriage will move. It's going to say, tell me the top left of your pattern. So I'm going to move my cursors over to where I want it to start. Can everyone see this? All right. All right, can you see it here? Oh, look at that. The projector, I'll see it on the fabric before I get started. I'll click OK. Let me move it down just a little bit. Over. Okay. Another beauty of this hoop is if you want to move your fabric around, say I need to move my top fabric, I can shift it a little bit to the left while the bottom hoop is still on the machine. So it's very convenient. All right, now it's going to ask me, use the rotate keys to select the top right. All right, so I want the top right to be over here. That looks fine for me. I'll click OK. And then we're going to get started. All right. And we'll pretend like I don't have a selvaged edge on my material.
This machine is very quiet. You can watch all of your TV shows and not have to turn the volume up very loud. Do we have any questions so far? Question? Okay. While we're getting this machine started, I wanted to tell you, and I'll show you another method for using the Amelie Scott, but there's tons of different designs that you could purchase additionally. So these are by Amelie Scott, excuse me, and I'll show them on the screen here. All right, so here's all the expansion packs. Okay, here's one, expansion pack 1, and it's only $20. And we have those in the back, right in front of the dime snap hoops. Here's expansion pack 2. Here is expansion pack 3. Very cute. Expansion pack 4. Imagine the possibilities. Expansion pack 5. All right. 6. Love it. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. Look at the bones. I love it. 12. And all of these will have codes. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. And then the jumbo packs are for the big hoops. So 10 5/8 by 16. So cute. Very cool. So these are all for sale right in front of the dime snap hoops. All right, so we're done embroidering. And it says the embroidery is finished. Is it okay to connect the next pattern? I'm going to click yes. Okay. And then guess what? The machine's going to tell me exactly what to do because it's very smart. It's going to tell me to rehoop the fabric to the right side while including the right edge of the pattern on the left of the hoop. So let's do that now. I'm going to take off my magnets. And I don't have to take off my bottom hoop. All I have to do is shift it over in my hoop here and rehoop it to connect. So I'll take my magnets, slide and drag it over. So the goal here is to kiss, okay? So we want to kiss the last stitch of our previous design to the first stitch of our next design. Okay. All right. It was that easy. I didn't have to take it off. I didn't have to get up out of my chair. I got to sit down the whole time. Okay. So then it will walk me through the machine of lining up the design one to the other. So I'm going to click OK. And I'm going to look at my crosshair here on the hoop. And here is where my last stitch is, right here. You can see this. So I basically need to move it from here to here to line it up. So I will just use the buttons on the touch screen to move it to where it needs to start. Click OK. And then I'm going to tell it where the top of the fabric is so it can rotate if I hooped it crooked in any way. Click OK, and then click Start. And then go again. So we'll just get it started, and we'll just make it kiss on the fabric. So we're going to lower our foot, press go. And there it goes. We got a kiss, everyone. It was that simple. But you can do edge to edge on any machine. Having a projector, yes, does make it a lot easier to line up. All right, so now we're going to learn how to do this on any machine. There's a few more steps involved, but I wanted you to know the latest and greatest for edge to edge quilting. And let's just go to the screen one more time so that they can see the designs that are included with the XP3 Luminaire for edge to edge. So you can do stippling, you can do like a meandering. They have a sewing machine and scissors. The one that Barb used here is the snowflake. All right, so the next thing that we're going to do, I'm going to just use my regular hoop. It is a 10 by 10, and I'll show you the way everyone else does it. All right, so here's my quilt. So when you do edge to edge, the Amelie Scott method, you want to start in the center of your quilt. So if you have a big quilt, right? If you have an odd number of, you take your hoop size that you're using. So say I'm using a 10 by 10, okay? And 10, 20, 30, I have a 40-inch wide hoop. That would be 4 hoopings, 10, 20, 30, 40. I would start just to the right of the center line, okay? And then I would do a full column down, and then I would move to the right because we want to take fabric away from the inside of the machine. Does that make sense? And then once we're done with the full size of right side of the quilt, we turn it upside down and then do columns this way, okay? It's a little bit more complicated. Brother XP3 makes it a little bit easier. Okay. And I have 3 minutes to show you this. So basically you make templates. So I have a 10 by 10 hoop here. I'm going to just hoop stabilizer. And you can use, who has dime magnetic hoops? Raise your hand. Yeah? Awesome. I really like those. So you want to make a template with your machine. So what you will do is, grab me that pen there, John. It's behind the brochures. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So we basically take our hoop, we take a pen. We're making a template. So I'm going to go all the way around the hoop with my pen. Just like that. I'm going to put a big A at the top. Right? I'm going to load my hoop into my machine. And with every edge-to-edge design, you get the same design, A and B. B is just upside down A, right? So you would stitch out your, let me find my design here. Okay, so we'll pretend this is A. We will stitch it out in the hoop. And then we're going to cut it out and use it as a template. So since we don't have a projector for lining up, we're going to rely on our hooping. Not as fun, but still doable. This is what everyone does for edge quilting, except the Luminaire folks. So we're going to stitch it out. Who's ready for the holidays? Yes, me too. So I love this variegated Christmas color thread. I think it stitches out beautifully. One benefit from making your templates on your machine before starting to stitch on your quilt is you get to check to make sure that your machine is stitching out well, right? Check the tension on the back, make sure the thread's working out. So it's really good to make templates to stitch out. Okay, almost there. And this machine will tell you I'm 800 out of 12 stitches. And this machine also has a baby monitor app on it too. So I could totally be going to get coffee right now and say, oh, I got 1 minute left to pour my creamer. Stitch monitor. Baby monitor app is what I like to call it. So basically we stitch it out. Isn't this beautiful? Oh, I love this. There's no reason why you have to do this all by yourself. This is good. I don't need recognition marks. Okay. All right, so I'm going to take my hoop out. I already stitched around the, not stitched, but I stitched my design in my hoop here. And I did a line around the edge. So I'm going to take this out of the hoop. I'm going to grab my scissors. Right here.
No. It's sewing back. They don't sell.
Then you cut around the edge. See, this is like so much easier than Luminaire, right? I just wanted to let you know if you didn't have a Luminaire, what you have to do it. So you basically cut this out. All right. We made our template A. We're going to fold it in half this way to get the center. Draw a line with a ruler. I don't have a ruler. Here with me. And then we're going to fold it, but we're going to fold it from the first stitch to the last stitch right here. So first stitch to last stitch, I'll draw a line with a ruler. We're pretending. Simulating here. All right, so you would make this for your A and your B. So B is going to look like this. That's the only difference, but you'll put B at the top, okay? One other thing that I highly recommend for edge-to-edge quilting is to get some sort of fabric management system like this. This one's by So Steady. It's called the suspension system. There's one in the dime booth as well. So we're basically going to allow that to hold up our quilt. And I'm going to use the 10 by 10. So, a little over. Who's next? Okay. I can wait. Oh, it's an Alexis.
Go for it. Keep going. Keep going.
Okay.
It's Alexis.
Alexis, I'm so sorry.
She's not sorry. She'd do it again.
I would do it again. All right. So I will hoop my quilts. And I'll show you, it's not as easy without the magnetic hoops. But it will hoop straight so that if you don't have a projector, you can line it up using templates. So we would stitch out our first design. Which we did here. And then we would use our template to line up the second design. With the magnetic hoops too, it's a lot easier when you're not hooping so many layers of fabric at a time. So I would put my hoop on my machine. Okay. Slide it on. Here. Make sure your fabric is not underneath your hoop. All right, and then you would use your fabric management system to hold the excess out of the way. Just like that. So that way, and these things have bungees on them. So when your hoop's moving around, they would flex back and forth on the table. All right, so I would essentially stitch my first design, okay, using, and oh my goodness, we're so over. I'm so over time. But basically what I would do to match up the first and last stitch, we're going to pretend that our last stitch ended maybe right here on the machine. Do you see that? Can everybody see this little dot right here? Yeah. Okay. So say that's my last stitch. I'm going to take my template here and line it up there, just like that. Before I hoop it, and then line up the template and get it all straight to do the edge to edge. So I hope this was helpful in showing you the difference between doing it in the Luminaire and using templates. If you'd like to learn more, you can come over by the Power Tools with Thread area, by the PrintModa, and I'll be happy to answer any questions for you about edge to edge quilting. Thank you so much. You're all so amazing. All right. And up next is Alexis Galloway on the PR 1055X.
Hello, and welcome to the presentation on the PR1055X. My name is Alexis. I'm a brother educator, and I want to give some fun tips and tricks and show you all some accessories. So up until this presentation, I've kind of been throwing accessories in here and there and talking mostly about my design center. I still want to talk about my design center because that's a great feature, but I also want to show you some things that you can get as add-ons with your machine. So we'll first start off with my design center and go through that. It's a really easy way to make fills for your quilts. I have an example of one right here. I have an example of one right here, and I can tell you how each of them were created. So for example, these flying geese here, they're triangles, and you can see that it's quilted everywhere except for inside of the triangle. And that was done by scanning it in and then erasing, well, filling the screen, and then we just erased a couple of stitches in these triangles. And that way, once the machine started stitching, it knew not to stitch around the design. Same thing with the next part of it. These are just squares. I made a box. I was able to make a box around here and fill it in with my desired stitch. This one is just our stipple stitch. This is a quick click of a button. I'll show you that on there also. And the same with the bottom. So this is a panel that was created in, let me go ahead and just show you on the screen how it was done. So first we'll start with opening up my design center. I just realized I don't even have a stylus, but it's okay. We can use our finger to touch the screen. So we open up my design center. And then we will start off with just a fill stitch on the screen. The easiest way to do that is to go into the regional properties and touch the fill that you're going to use. I have a book of fills. If you all would like, I can pass them around, and it shows you the default 50% zoomed in, 45-degree rotation, and 200% zoomed out. So you can go ahead and look through those. Now, once I select my fill, I can go through here, and there are a whopping 36. But with those different angles that we can turn it and the way that we can zoom in 200% or zoom in 50%, zoom out 200%, it gives you a totally different look each time. So let's say we did these leaves. We're going to touch OK, and we can fill this whole screen here with the stitching. Okay, so that's going to be the whole screen. If we were to do something similar, I just filled the whole screen, and I was able to easily create this. And I use variegated thread, so that gives it another dimension. Fun time. Okay. Now, once we're fine with our desired stitch out, you just go next. This is where you're actually going to decide the amount that you're going to zoom in or zoom out. This is on 100% right now, or if you want to distort it any. So if you want to change the direction of it, like that 45-degree angle, that's going to turn it. So you'll notice that the edits and the changes are going to go live on the screen as you change it, and then you can decide on the spot, like, how do I want it to actually look? You don't have to wait to stitch it out. You can also distort it and have like a random shift. And anytime you're clicking a button, touching a button, you hear that double knock, that means that's as far as it'll allow you to go. All right. So that is how that one turned out. And I'm not going to mess with the thickness. It automatically defaults to a pretty good thickness, which is going to be like 2 runs of a stitch. So I'm going to leave that as is. Touch OK and set. And then this is going to be our stitch out. So this right here at let's go up. This one at about 1,000 stitches per minute is only going to take us 19 minutes to stitch out. So that would be awesome. All right. Let me add my skin. So this is one of the accessories that I will talk about. This is going to be our magnetic fashion frame. I'm going to place it on the hoop, on the machine. And before I do that, I want to put my table on because it's going to help with the weight distribution of that hoop. I always use this table when I use that hoop because we don't want to bend any of the structures of our machine. So that one connects to the machine with its own set of, you don't have to have the A arm on there. So it has its own arm right inside of the hoop. And I'll be able to show the live camera with this one. In case you didn't see, this is what the hoop looks like on the back, the front. And this is where I say that we're going to put the screws right in there on the arm. And I think, let's see, it's easier if I go from this side, just for me to see it. There we go. And these same screws screw directly into this hoop.
The other one's by the binder clip down below.
Thank you. I remember dropping it. I couldn't remember where it fell. Thank you. All right. So on here, that's a design that I made earlier. We did a snowman and we named him G-Man. I was able to write directly on the screen. That was one of my earlier designs. So what if I wanted to put a name or something right underneath it? Let's stick with G-Man. G-Man. Weird angle. All right, touch set. So once we do that, I'm going to make sure all of my magnets are down and secure. I'm going to touch my camera scan. The frame will move to be scanned with the built-in camera. So with the built-in camera. So it tells you everything it's going to do before it does it, just to make sure you are aware and have everything set. It's going to scan from left to right, top to bottom. Now, I will warn you, I did this on a black piece of fabric, and I noticed earlier that it is a little dark to show up, but what I can change is the color of my word. So I'm going to change it to yellow because in the past, that worked out well. I'm just going to be honest, I forgot that it didn't show up very well. So I can also rotate it 90 degrees. And this is, I can bring it down all the way to the bottom. I can zoom in and see the area. And I'm going to have it stitching in just in case I need to make it smaller. I would make it smaller and move it into place underneath him. Okay. Put it in. And also what I want to show was the on-screen camera that's real time. That's my hand. I mean, duh, but that's my hand. So I could also, so not only did I move it on the screen first, I can now move it and see exactly where I'm putting it. Like if I'm saying something, okay, no, I want to hold it right here because this is the kind of things I do in my own sewing room. Okay, no, actually it needs to go right here. So I'm going to leave my finger there so that I know that it's going to stay there. But you want to move your finger away when it starts to stitch because the machine is not forgiving, okay? Let's just leave it at that. We can also go right on the screen. Not that one. Is it this one that I want to do? There we go. So we have navigation keys right here on the screen that I can check and see exactly where it's going to stitch out.
Okay, that's that tracing. If you all are used to that, that's kind of where you trace it and see. You can do modifications right there on the screen. I can do 90-degree turns right there on the screen. I can move it right there on the screen. All right, so let's see how long of a stitch out this is. Does this work? All right, it's only 3 minutes. Let's stitch it out. What color? Let's make it red. So I'm going to change it instead. So it's defaulting to number 1. Number 1 is going to be black. So instead of changing number 3, which is going to show up better, to number 1, I'm going to use my magic wand, and then I'm going to choose number 3. Touch OK. Lock. Green means go. And since this magnetic hoop, it is an accessory, but it is an accessory made by Brother, I didn't have to trace around and make sure that I wasn't going to knock the side or anything, because it automatically calculates where I'm allowed to stitch. It knows its stitch area. It recognizes it as its own. So while that's working its way through, let's talk about another accessory. Anybody like doing bags, totes, backpacks? All right, come on now. So we have 2 minutes left of this. So let me show you exactly which bag I'm talking about. Now this design is a new design that's on our PR1X. So that's our new little guy over there. That's our single needle. And I use my 4x4 flash frame. Okay. In order to operate this on your machine, you have to have the kit that comes with the piece that attaches to your machine as the arm. And I'll show you how easily I hooped it and stitched it. If you can look on the inside, I did not stitch anything together. There were no pockets, so this was an easy on-off. This is my personal bag. My favorite color is camo, FYI. I had this bag for about a year before I decided what to put on it, and then when this design came out, I was excited. All right, so this one's taking a little bit, so we don't necessarily have to finish them. Let's return. Okay. Let's lock it and cut, actually. And I can save it to my memory on my machine and come back later. I can even use my camera and match it up perfectly. Let's switch off. Always go home first, because once you take it off and you put another one on, it's going to tell you it's not going to recognize that size, so you're going to have to make sure you go home and reset it. The way you're going to take the image off of the screen, you're going to go to page 4, because we scanned it in. It's going to stay on the screen. Go to page 4 and touch delete, and it will delete whatever you had, whatever you scanned in from your camera. So let's unscrew our screws from the back and the side. All right, it's there. Thank you. And next I'm going to attach this. So you can attach it one of 2 ways. You can attach it with just the frame, or just this. I'm going to do it this way first so that I can show you how easily it is to put it on and off. You can use this hoop with or without the table, but since I'm going to be doing a bag, I need it without the table. So I will remove the table. But I have another alternative for the table. So before I remove the table, let me show you.
Attention, please. Attending this International Quilt Festival is now closed for the day. We are closed for the day. Hours for tomorrow will be 10
Slides on.
4 p.m. Remember, you can't get it.
And that's how you would use it with the table. Slide the table down.
set your clocks back on hour tonight. Once again, festival is now closed for the day. We ask your cooperation in clearing the hallway as soon as possible so we can secure it.
All right, so it's called the flash frame because I'm literally going to do this in the flash. Remove your.
How much that one runs?
I know, but I will have to get that to you as soon as I'm done. Lift up here. Your stabilizer goes right here. As soon as you slide it on there, move your move your handle out of the way. That goes back on. That goes back on. Straighten it out, and we're ready to stitch. Like that's it. You can do the same thing with the left chest placement, with the backpack, and with the tote. All right? Well, thank you all for watching. I hope you got some great tips and enjoy making bags with your new PR1055X.
You go one more time tomorrow, right?
One more time tomorrow.
Can you do hats? Sure. Because yeah, I did hats earlier today. Oh, you did? We missed that one.
Well, I hope you. But I think because I have not